You are watching the Vodka stream.
Spider-Man does whatever a man can. What's happening, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream. It is Friday. We made it through another week. How are we doing out there? Oh, we got some Spider-Man to talk about for sure. So hopefully you guys have seen the movie, because it's going to be full-on spoiler discussion tonight. I mean, when I give my full-on review, I'll let you know. When it comes to like me giving my full-on start to get into spoilers, because I do want to talk a little bit about spoilers, just a little bit before we start talking in big time on everything. So welcome, guys. Thank you for joining. Should be a fun one tonight. We should have a nice little packed house. Pour your drinks. I got my little vodka spritzer here. Wearing my Punisher shirt, because why not? I don't have a Spider-Man shirt. I realized that. I was like, oh shit, I don't even have a Spider-Man shirt. I should get a Spider-Man shirt. I got him right there, though, at least. So I got him at least there. So hopefully you guys are doing good. Let's talk some Spider-Man and some craziness, because not only is there, talks about Spider-Man, but there's also some craziness happening in the live-action comic book world. So put on a little mood music. There we go. What is happening, guys? All right, we got Cloned Avenger. What's happening? Waited too long to get Spider-Man tickets, and now I got to wait until Sunday or later, most likely. Yeah, I know. This movie is going to be breaking records. Spider-Man by himself going to defeat the Avengers. That's what it's almost seeming like it's going to be. I talked about the box office. The number keeps on going back and forth. Like, it was like, oh yeah, it's going to have like an $800 million plus. And then all of a sudden, like Deadline and Variety go, oh no, it's probably going to be like $500 million. And then all of a sudden they're saying like, oh my God, it's going to break the record for a Friday opening. And then they're saying that it's going to have a $900 million plus opening. I'm like going, make up your fucking mind here, guys. What are we doing? What is going on, Miss Monique? Fantastic Friday to you as well. It's air fried, dry rubbed pork belly, buttered corn. Yummy. Sounds delicious. Absolutely delicious. Max Wolf Night Danger, what's happening? I'm doing good. Just got, you saw Spider-Man Brand New Day at an 8 out of 10. And just saw news about Blade. That fucking sucks. And saw the news about Samara Weaving. I got cast as Emma Frost. Have a great Friday. I know. We already got an X-Men casting. I mean, they're just like, hey, D23, guys. D23, I have a feeling that the entire initial cast of the new X-Men movie is going to be on that stage. When people were so disappointed because fans, again, going back to fans being snobby and not being satisfied by, the Hall H panel when it came to Marvel Studios, they were like, no X-Men. It's like D23 in a few weeks. I don't know. Was it at the end of August? Something like that. So that's where they're going to probably totally just bring out the entire cast. And apparently, yes, Samara Weaving has been cast as Emma Frost, which I'm like, me likey. Scott Summers, well, you got... and Dave, quick question. We know that Ryan Gosling got cast as Ghost Rider in the MCU, and what would happen for Nick Cage? Well, I mean, Nick Cage, And what would happen for Nick Cage? I mean, he's Spider Noir, so I mean, he has that at least. So what's going on, Ghoul? I loved Spider-Man Brand New Day, and I love Sadie. Oh, he's just already with the hey, like I said, there's spoilers. But I mean, it's the worst kept secret spoiler. Let's face it. We all knew. We all just were like, she's Jean Grey, right? She's Jean Grey. And way better than Sophie Turner. Ooh, also probably the most emotional Spider-Man film to date, too. Not a dry eye in the theater. There you go. I just hope we spend time with her Jean more than Fox X-Men films who rushed to do the Dark Phoenix. I know, we saw the Dark Phoenix saga twice. Isn't that crazy? We saw it twice. It's like both times they were trying to rush to that Dark Phoenix. What's going on, Devin? What's happening? Hi, Dave. I'm just letting you know that the Variety really messed up the boost about Booster Gold, and me and my friends are going to go watch Spider-Man tomorrow. All right, cool. Glad to hear that. What do you rank? I don't know. I don't know where I rank it yet. I don't think it's the best Spider-Man movie overall. I still am holding on to the fact that it's probably the best Tom Holland Spider-Man. I mean, but because I don't know, I might do like a full-on rewatch this weekend. I might just watch the 3 others. I mean, I already know it's better than the first 2. Then I'm like, I haven't really watched. I can't remember the last time I watched No Way Home, and I kind of want to watch that again. But I know that was more of you had to be there opening night kind of thing. So, yeah. Did I see Halo came to PlayStation today? Crazy, right? An Xbox exclusive game. I remember hearing about that. Pretty nutty that's happening. Pretty cool though. Let's see, Devin, you said 3C films. He got so many hate. Oh yeah, for his James Gunn thing. Yeah, I didn't comment about that. I should have probably, but I don't know. I'm kind of, me. I'm always like, I always try to find the middle ground, try to be devil's advocate when it comes to a lot of things. And, I've criticized Gunn when I felt like I should criticize. And I've also defended Gunn when I felt like I defended him, What's going on, Mr. Fear Jason? Good to see you. We got Mr. Balga right here. Hey, Dave. Hello, film junkies. Happy new Spider-Man movie day to those who celebrate, right? Should be like a holiday every 2 years at least. And a Batman one. Great choice for Emma Frost. Samara is both beautiful and a great actress. She is. It's so funny too because I'm not even afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to say it because there's like 3 or 4 actresses that almost look like they were cloned, and that's Margot Robbie, Samara Weaving. I can't remember. Totally drawing a blank on this one. There's also Jamie Presley. Even though Jamie Presley is like mainly from the 2000s, 90s, and 2000s. God, I can't remember her name. I had it and I lost it. She was in Barbie. She's been in things, but I don't know. There's 4 actresses that all looked at, but mainly a lot of people have always said that Samara Weaving and Margot Robbie look alike, and they do. They look alike, and there's obviously when it comes to Margot Robbie, there's something about her. She's just got this aura to her. There's just something about Margot Robbie. But to me, when it comes to face guard and hotness, Samara Weaving kind of has her beat. Yeah, Margot Robbie's got this aura where it's just like that's the queen. That she's got this aura. There's something about her, but. Something about like Samara Weaving though, jeez. And Samara Weaving, she's funny too. She's really funny. I'm not saying that Margot Robbie's not funny, but she just had a baby, and then of course on IG, like she posted on Instagram, like, oh yeah, showing that she lost the baby weight, posting a bikini pic, which I'm okay with. Pretty funny, but it's just like, oh yeah, guess what? Dropped all that, looking good again. But I saw her on a podcast, and she was actually really funny. So anyways, everybody's always pinned them, there's certain actresses that were like, oh yeah, they all look like they've all just like kind of cloned off each other or whatever the hell, or cloned from Margot Robbie. And yeah, I would say that Samara Weaving, and who's of course, I think her uncle is Hugo Weaving. I think it's uncle, if I remember correctly. Her and Margot Robbie should be in a movie together playing sisters. Anyways, I don't know why I'm talking about that. Anyways, the unexpected pairing of Peter and Frank Castle played out perfectly. Yes, I do. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna talk about that a little bit because, yeah, if you guys watch my reaction video, I do have some issues when it comes to Spider-Man Brand New Day. Not a lot. I still think it's a fantastic Spider-Man movie that I can't wait to watch again. But yeah, let's dive into it right now. Let's dive into this Spider-Man Brand New Day. And like I said, I'll let you know when spoilers are coming. So, anyways, Yeah, so my full review of Spider-Man Brand New Day, like I said, it's fantastic. I do think it's the best Tom Holland Spider-Man. I'd have to watch No Way Home again, but I'm No Way Home is just a spectacle. And when you had Andrew and Toby there, that's just like a whole other level of it. That was the Spider-Man movie that was just for everyone, it felt like. But when it came to this and having street level Spider-Man, there definitely was a street level Spider-Man, which was good. And I think that's what we were wanting. We were wanting Tom Holland to be that independent street level Spider-Man. Now, even though he's independent, there's still other characters in a movie. I mean, it's so funny when people are saying like, oh my God, this is the solo Spider-Man movie that I've been yearning for. And I'm like, yeah, but there's still Incredible Hulk. There's still Punisher. There's still, there's that character as well. That's why it's kind of funny when people say that. And of course, when people say that about like, when it comes to Superman and that whole world where it's like, can't we just have a solo Superman movie? It's like, no, you can't. We're not going to do solo stuff anymore. I mean, comic book movies, even Spider-Man is going to have other characters within the world because the world is very much established, especially the MCU world. The MCU is very much established, so naturally it's going to have, but it's also about pairing the right characters and having them be pivotal to the story, and that's what we have to ask for when it comes to superhero movies now. Because if you're going to have them in already established worlds, yes, you're going to have the other characters showing up, but as long as it's not just a cameo fest, that's all we can really ask for. And I think like when it comes to this, I think Punisher played just the right role in it. I thought Hulk, I have a little issue when it comes to Hulk. When it comes to Banner, I do have a little bit of issue. When it comes to that, I'll even have, I don't really have issues with Punisher at all. I think he played a perfect role. It's a different Frank Castle. It is definitely a different Frank Castle than what we saw previous. When it came to One Last Kill, not the same. Okay, you're getting a little goofier Frank Castle and a little like, yeah, he's frustrated, but it's playfully. It's Big Brother, like frustrated. But the camaraderie, the chemistry between Bernthal and Holland is great, and I think, like I said, it worked. It definitely worked. So, yeah, and then of course, having Bruce Banner in there, he was there, and then of course the Hulk fight was absolutely like, oh, fantastic. Even though I saw most of it online for some reason, it just felt like they were releasing too many clips, too many everything. When it came to that, I was like seeing it in 3-second increments and GIFs, which was like, Jesus Christ, what are we doing here, guys? Let's stop it. Like, stop releasing so much. But it's fine because the overall fight between that was absolutely, it was total just comic book porn when it came to all that. Obviously, it's like something that you want to see. It's been seen. You've seen it in the books. You want to see it in live action. And overall the story, like I said, I think like what I really felt, and I didn't say in my first reaction when it came to Spider-Man Brand New Day, was the fact that I felt like Destin Crenton, like he tried to bring in a little bit of Sam Raimi. I think I felt like Michael Giacchino, even with the score. And I think there was an element that the John Watts Spider-Man movies didn't really have. There was an element of Raimi within there. I felt there was a little bit of Raimi in there, and that's good because obviously Raimi, obviously doing the first live action, did such a great job with Spider-Man. I think Crenton was really trying to, and then also push the boundaries of the Spidey action, because I do think this is the best we've seen Spider-Man move when it comes to the choreography and everything. I think this is the best we've seen him web slinging, and when it comes to the fight choreography and everything. So I think that, Crenton definitely did a good job. I'm sure that Sony and Miss Amy Pascal and even Kevin Feige are like, can you just make Spider-Man movies until you're 90 and everything? So everything when it comes to that, there you go. And it's gonna be, it's gonna be curious to rank this Spider-Man movie. I should do a ranking. I don't know, everybody's putting out the rankings. I'm not quite sure where it fits yet. I'm not quite sure. It's up there. Could be up there, but I'm not quite sure where it fits. But let's get to spoiler territory. All right, guys? So anybody who doesn't want to hear spoilers, It's time to leave now. I mean, even though that's, people in the chat have already talked about spoilers, but let's talk about spoilers now, all right? All right. So, because my grievances for the movie are spoiler territory-ish, because I'm like, okay. Because like I said, I think everything really works. I love that Spider-Man has his own, like, Commissioner Gordon. I can't remember the character's name. It's okay, Gould. It's okay. It's totally okay. Like I said, the fact that Sadie Sink is Jean Grey, everybody already knew that. Essentially, everybody was like already like, we already knew that. I mean, anybody who didn't know that, it's like, and it was funny too, because once it was revealed, when Peter, was researching and then said the name, yeah, the theater went, kind of, it's kind of funny because my brother knew who she was. My dad didn't quite, because my dad, that's what's great. My dad doesn't know everything about this. And he was just like, who is she? And I'm like, X-Men. I just said X-Men. He went, oh, okay, yeah. So I was just like, I just like tilted to him. I was like, X-Men. That's all, X-Men. Yeah, with everything that like leads up to it, what I really like about the movie too is, what I'll say, spoiler territory too, is like, I am so glad that they didn't just go, hey, MJ, it's me, Peter, it's Spider-Man, you're in trouble and you got to remember me and blah, blah, blah. Ned, hey, same thing. Remember, you got to remember. And then also they remember and everything's back to normal. I am so glad that they did not do that. They actually still made it, even though, yes, at the end, when Peter walks up to Ned and then they do their secret freaking handshake and Ned's like, what the fuck? Beautifully done, because it's not like he just remembered Peter and was like, oh my God, Peter. He just was like, it was like a muscle memory thing, which I thought really cool. But he was just like, and then even with MJ, I mean, there's that heartbreaking moment where it's like when she finds a letter and Peter then goes, yes, this, that, I love you. And then she's like, I can't say it back. I mean, I think a lot of people were going like, oh, she's going to say it back. No, she didn't. She was like, I don't know you, man. It's like, yeah, there's a feeling there, but I don't know who you are. Really well done when it comes to that storytelling. Really like that. And by the way, Zendaya, also the best. Her MJ, also the best in this movie than the previous movies, I thought. I even think Ned was too, because they're grown up now. They're not in high school anymore, which is great. Now, I will say that even though this is a very Spidey movie, because we do get that montage of him taking on villains, which, goddamn, everybody was like raving, like, oh my God, Tombstone's in this. And what's his name? Like, they even like released like some stuff. The actor who's playing him, I can't remember his name. It's Marvin Jones III. Obviously, it was like, oh yeah, perfect, because he's got the albino type skin and everything, and it's like, oh yeah, perfect for the look of Tombstone. And it was like, sweet. If you blinked, you almost didn't see him, and I'm hoping we see him later on. But it was kind of a cool montage when it came to all that. So, and I'm like, okay, I get what they were doing. I was hoping for a little bit more when it came to certain characters, maybe, but at the same time, it's like, okay, I get it. You got the initial story. But, what I will say when it comes to Banner, when it comes to Bruce Banner, and when it comes to his involvement, I was really thinking that he was going to be very much, I guess you could say, I thought he was going to be more important to Peter when it came to him, obviously, his Spidey hormones and whatever the hell that were like taking over. I thought he was going to be more pivotal when it came to that. Turns out, no, not really. That he was just kind of, I think it almost felt like, oh, I thought he was going to be more when it came to the scientific part of this whole thing, that he was a little bit in a way, but then it was more like, okay, but then Jean just like gets into his head, and then, obviously he's going to cause the whole fight. And then he just turns into Savage Hulk again, which is great. Fight was great. All that stuff was great. And even how it ends. And then when you see Banner, when he turns back into Banner, and then he's so worried about hurting people. I love that. But then he just gets put into an ambulance, and that's it. No more Banner. I was like, oh, that's it. He's just gone. He's That's it. No more Banner. And I was like, okay. So a little disappointed that there was just no more. I thought he was going to play more of a part when it came to the initial story, but it's fine. It's totally fine. And then when it comes to Jean Grey, now Sadie Sink, I think, is a great Jean Grey. I think it's a great casting choice. And I think when it comes to her story, fantastic. I know there's a lot of people that are going like, what, are we just going to say that we're just going to accept that Jean Grey fucking was killing people? Well, I'm like, yeah, well, Jean Grey has a bit of a dark side. That's for damn sure. Let's face it, a Dark Phoenix side. Anyways, but it's just like, me, like my issues were with it was like, yeah, I mean, I mean, obviously it was like going to be the worst kept secret in the world, and I knew it was coming, and I'm like, yeah, they're going to lead into X-Men eventually. It was almost like, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm okay with this, but at the same time, I almost wanted to be like, what is this missing? If this was actually truly like, when people were like, oh man, it's such a Spidey movie, which it is because it's street level, but at the same time, I'm like, what are we missing? J. Jonah Jameson. Oh, we're missing some other things. I mean, we still don't have we still don't have Norman or Harry Osborn introduced. We still don't, there's no like Black Cat, Felicia. It's like we don't have certain, and then it's like, oh yeah, but they're introducing the mutant level again. We're getting to that point, and we have Jean Grey, which is all right, cool, fine. I get it, because especially with Peter being like the after mutant or whatever the heck they call it, because obviously he got bit. They have like those categories of like, you're either born with a mutant gene or you get like a mutant gene kind of thing. And then it was kind of funny too, because obviously she's very, with what happened with her sister, she's just trying to find that. And of course, when it comes to damage control, I kind of wish that they kind of reference like, hey, damage control. Remember who was part of damage control before? Remember that guy? Remember this Vulture guy? Remember Michael Keaton? Oh, we're not going to remember that? Okay, we're just going to, all right. Maybe there was a version where they did talk about that, and it's like, whatever happened to him, and what happened to the girl, and remember, because that was like Peter's crush in the first one, but I was like, are we going to reference any of that? Nope. Maybe there was a version that there is a reference to that. I don't know. But when it comes to Jean Grey, obviously, yeah, she's like ruthless and just doesn't give a shit. And I'm like, okay, understandable. And of course, there's going to be people online that are like, what the hell? All of a sudden, she just gets away scot-free. Sorry, Scott Summers free. But yeah, and I'm just like, whatever. She was a pretty, it was an interesting antagonist, I should say. But the whole thing of like, I like the fact that, yeah, she ends up going into Peter's head that sounded weird, going into Peter's head to basically go, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't be like this. What the hell am I doing? Kind of thing. Obviously, they were showing her power, which was cool. I love that. But I'm like going, they kind of just made a joke out of when she went into Frank's head. And it was just kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, let's make the joke like, oh, yeah, he's fucked up. I'm like, yeah, do you know why he's fucked up? But he didn't sympathize with that he lost? Okay. I was like, they just kind of made it a joke. Oh, yeah, you also went into Bruce's head, too. You didn't sympathize with him either? He's been through some shit. He's had loss. No. It was all just like, okay, nah. And that's where I just kind of had some issues where I was like, oh yeah, but when you get to Peter's head and you talk to Aunt May, that's what did it. Now I'm like, oh, now she's like, yeah, it took me going into the Punisher's head and being like, whoa, that's fucked up. Went to Bruce Banner's head, whoa, full rage. And then going to Peter's head, okay. It was just little things like that where I was like, okay, fine, perfectly fine. I'm okay with that, I guess. But it's just, I had some little issues, but I don't know about you guys, but I was kind of hoping, I was kind of going, oh, what if when she was in Peter's head talking to Aunt May and that whole thing was happening, I was like, what if there's this other voice that ends up like talking to her, but it was like Professor Xavier. It was Xavier's voice that just kind of like came in. So I was like, Oh, what if he like chimed in and just said something? I was like, even my brother thought that. I was like, what if that happened? Yeah, that would have been kind of cool, but I know they haven't cast that yet, and maybe that would have been a little too much. But yeah, but overall, like I said, great Spider-Man movie. Just little things where I was just kind of like, okay. And again, I already know when I watch it again, and I know what I'm in store for. I'm like, yeah, for sure. But at the same time, yeah, we could have, there's always going to be like little nitpicks and stuff like that. Where I'll just be like, yeah, this. So it's like, yeah, it would have been kind of cool if maybe they joined forces to. I mean, obviously there was that one guy that was running damage control who is actually trying to, who is from the comic books, who's actually the antagonist. Yeah, he was like the main villain, but I was like, yeah, it would have been kind of cool if there was a bigger villain that maybe was running things. I don't know. I suppose it was really Jean, and she was actually very ruthless and very just like. And then I was kind of wondering too, when she went off into the sunset on a bus, I'm like, oh, are they going to tease that she's going to be, all of a sudden she's going to hear a voice and she's going to make her way over to a mansion? I don't know. I thought maybe they were going to touch on that. I don't know. But anyways, that's it. That's it right there. That's just me. But like I said, I'm curious, like when I get people on, how they're feeling about all this kind of stuff too. So we'll see what happens. But let's see. Damage Control was such a dumb, weak-ass, obvious villain. I love the movie, 9 out of 10, but that was let down. Yeah, it's just, having them just be the, that whole thing. I was like, I was hoping for just a little bit. I was like, maybe there's a villain that we just have not seen, and maybe it was going to be Tombstone, or maybe it was going to be Mr. Negative. Nope. So I think like maybe that didn't help. Where you thinking that there's going to be more with that, and then not to mention too the Hand. The only reason why he fights the Hand is because they are mind controlled by Jean, and I was kind of like, oh, so yeah, all this. I mean, they use the Hand. They use the Hand a lot in the marketing, posters and stuff, and it was like, oh, but they're just being controlled, and they, I was like, yeah, I mean, I know there was always speculation, is Daredevil going to be there? Are they going to have a scene with Daredevil? And no, obviously that didn't happen either. I'm not saying that I was banking on that, but it was just kind of interesting because I was like, you have the Hand, so why not have you had Charlie Cox, he was in No Way Home. You had Matt Murdock be the lawyer. I thought maybe they would bring him in here again, and maybe there'd be something. But then at the same time, what's happening in Daredevil, maybe that just wouldn't have worked because obviously we know what's going on there. Probably wouldn't have worked. I don't know. But I imagine Jean on the bus leaving Manhattan was her going to, probably. I just was like, maybe I was just hoping for just a little bit more to like tease that, to try to get some of those. Because when you go to a movie like this on opening night, you want a little bit more cheers when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, ooh, obviously there was cheers. I'm not saying there wasn't, but I was just kind of wondering if there was like, grifters are saying the movie is not a classic Spider-Man movie. Oh, I think there's plenty of classic. They literally fucking do comic book covers. There are fucking shots in this movie that are ripped from the page, and I even said. And I knew it was going to happen once fucking Frank ended up shooting and then, shooting Peter, and then him, carrying him into the hospital. I saw that. I immediately said out loud, I'm like, oh, they did it. They did it. And my dad was like, did what? I was like, oh, that's like straight out of the comic book. Like you could find that image of the Punisher carrying Spider-Man. I'm like, oh, yeah, they did it. So Peter being the reason why Damage Control goes after mutants by inventing the chip. Yeah, I mean, that was cool, too. I like that aspect of it. I definitely like that aspect. I'm hoping for Spider-Man 5, we get Spider-Man, the Punisher, and Daredevil. That would be pretty sweet. But, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, well, who are you going to have in there? I would like to see Daredevil, and then inject a little Deadpool in there maybe at one point. I don't know how that would work. 100% bet the panel will be a bit more positive. I'm not saying Dave isn't positive, but there will be a different. Oh yeah, that's totally fine. Like I said, I just had there was just certain things where I was like, oh, okay, that played out like that. Oh, that played out like that. I think the first two acts are fucking super strong, And then when it comes to the third act, when it comes to everything being revealed and Jean really using her power, I thought that was great. There's just certain things I was like, oh, you're going this way with it. Oh, okay, cool. I was like, like I said, we all have our opinions. Does anyone consider Brand New Day the best live action Spider-Man film? For me, it's close. Yeah, no, like I said, I think it's the best Spidey action we've ever seen. Like him moving around, and I know a lot of that's Tom Holland, and the web slinging and everything. I think that's the best we've ever seen Spider-Man. And the costume looked fucking phenomenal, dude. The costume. But then even like I'm not gonna lie, that the scene with, Yelena at the bathhouse, as much as I don't mind seeing Florence pew, 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 naked in water, apparently, I'm guessing she was naked. Obviously, they have to keep it PG. It's family, so it's like, you gotta, but it was just kind of weird. I don't know. It was a weird scene. Funny. It was funny, though. I'll give it that. It was a funny scene. But it was like, she just kind of, I don't know. It was just kind of interesting. Where it's like, okay, she's there, and then she shows up. Hey, yeah. We're looking at out there. The new Avengers are looking out there. You're very much right here. And it's like, okay, cool, fine. I don't know. It was just kind of like, okay, cool. We already heard that she was probably going to be in it. They should have had a Kingpin. Yeah, I know. There's like a rights issue when it comes to that character. I don't know. It's all fucking weird. It's all weird. The DC bias, which DC fan would hope that, this praise would be towards a DC movie nowadays, but this is reality. Not a perfect Spidey movie, but definitely deserves praise. Yes. And I like what you said. Stan Lee would be, totally would have been proud of this movie. Under one roof. Oh, yeah. Like I said, I have I thought the Hulk and Spider-Man fight was fantastic. And then you have Punisher in there, too, trying to shoot him. But there's that really cool shot where it's like, and he's like sliding underneath. Spider-Man's pulling him. And he's just, as he's jumping over him. Such a cool shot. Oh, that is such a cool shot. But I just was like, oh, yeah, Banner gets put in an ambulance, and that's it. No more Banner. I was like, that's it? Not going to have more Banner? I thought it was going to be a little bit more pivotal to the story, but hey, it's fine. Thoughts on the post-credit scene? Yeah, it was fine. And I think it's kind of indicating that, there's something else is going to be happening. The multiverse, or I don't know, it's like Spidey tracker thing. It was kind of like okay. Great or necessary scene. Damage Control was technically the original villain. That's true. They took Michael Keaton's character's job, and that's what made it. Yeah, that's very true. Good point. I would agree with this. I would agree it's top 5. Sony has the theatrical rights. Kingpin. Marvel has the... Oh, okay, so that's what it is. They brought... Yeah, that's right. They have, because obviously Kingpin was in Into the Spider-Verse. Kingpin holds no film rights. That's what it... Yeah, okay. Sony owns the... That's so weird, though. I don't get how that's all being... But I did want to bring up this right here when it comes to the comic book live-action world, because I think it needs to be brought up. I think it needs to be brought up because with everything that was happening, with everything that was going on right here, because both worlds, both MCU and DCU, because it was just like, oh yeah, we get a Spider-Man movie today, and then all of a sudden we get these articles, we get this information that's come out when it comes to both the MCU and the DCU. And first off, what we're going to be talking about, what I'm going to talk about is, of course, Mahershala Ali, man. It's just so funny, the timing of him being interviewed about Blade, and the fact that Blade is just not happening. There is going to be no Blade because 7 years ago, 2019, guys, that he was announced. He was pulled up on stage by Kevin Feige. He put on a Blade hat 7 years ago that man was announced as Blade, and nothing ever came. We got his voice in the Eternals for a post-credit scene, and then he showed up in what? Marvel Zombies, right? And it was just like, that was it. That's all we're getting. But he wasn't even voicing in the animated stuff. And it's just like, how do you not? How can you not? Blade seems so simple. How did they fuck that up? And I'm kind of wondering too. But yeah, here's the quote right here that he released, and he's not holding back now. I think his NDA is done, and he's like, fuck this. I'm going to talk about this. It's been 7 goddamn years. Mahershala Ali is calling out Marvel Studios for not making Blade, which was officially announced at Comic-Con in 2019. So fucking crazy. I've been doing this professionally for pushing 30 years now, and one thing I've learned is that what is for you, and what is not. For whatever reason, the project is not for me. If they wanted to do it, we would have done it. So I have to move on, and I have moved on. Again, you had me under contract. They have billions of dollars. If they wanted to do the movie, they would have done the movie. So we're not doing the movie. Oh! He went, take that, Kevin Feige. And I know Kevin Feige has recently said that he feels like a loser. I couldn't figure out Blade. I'm like, there's got to be more to the story than that. Was it because it was R-rated and you couldn't fit him into the... There's a possibility, because we heard things that Mahershala Ali was not happy with the script. There could have been a lot. There could have been that too. Like, there are creative differences, which we hear about a lot. Could have been that as well. I don't know. It's just so crazy, though. 7 years. And you kind of wonder how many movies did he have to turn down because he thought he was going to be filming this Blade movie, or like he had to do, oh yeah, I'm going to film this Blade movie. Then we're going to do the Midnight Suns. We're going to be doing all this shit. I wonder how many like jobs he lost. I mean, I'm not saying that he's, all of a sudden his fucking career is in the shitter. I mean, he was in Jurassic World Rebirth last year, one of the biggest movies of last year. He was in it, so I think his career is okay. But I just kind of wonder how many jobs did he lose? And he's got a new movie that's coming out right here. He plays like a hitman or something like that. I just read about it, and that's probably why he's doing an interview. But it's just kind of funny. And then you move over to the DCU. You move over to the DC world. All of a sudden, we hear that Booster Gold isn't happening. What? Booster Gold? What are we doing here? And it's kind of funny because it connects to the whole Blade situation, because the showrunner, the guy who was developing the movie, he kind of commented about it using Mahershala Ali as kind of like his own little thing. I don't know if you guys saw this, but yeah, David Jenkins says DC and HBO's Booster Gold TV series won't be moving forward. David Jenkins has some bad news for DC fans waiting for the development news on the Booster Gold series. The creator basically, said like my Booster Gold won't be moving forward. So when he said this, he was using the fact that Jenkins' comments right here about Booster Gold came after Mahershala Ali called out Marvel over the Blade reboot. For whatever reason, that project, obviously that's what Ali was saying for GQ, and then talking about that, and then everything. And then Jenkins quoted Ali's statement and added, "Can't improve on Mahershala's lovely statement, so I'll just apply it here as well." Yikes. So it sounds like Mr. Jenkins here is kind of calling out DC Studios and Jimmy Guns. That's what it sounded like. So you got Mahershala calling Marvel Studios out and Kevin Feige. We got David Jenkins right here calling out a little bit loosely Jimmy Guns and DC Studios. Now, it's been clarified by like Nexus Point News and other publications that yes, this does not mean the Booster Gold series is finito, that it's totally canceled. No, it just means that it wasn't working with David Jenkins, apparently, and they are getting a whole new crew, writers, and everything like that when it comes to Booster Gold. So Booster Gold is still moving forward, apparently, but not with David Jenkins. That's what's happening. So, yeah, a little drama. Two different people kind of calling out the studios. Kind of interesting. Of course, David Jenkins can't call DC Studios out for being like, flush with billions of dollars, because DC Studios, let's face it, they're still trying to find their footing. DC Studios is still trying to find the footing to have a cohesive, successful universe where it's like, okay, I would say mostly things have been successful, but with Supergirl, of course, being a flop, that's they're kind of struggling a little bit. So no need to worry when it comes to all that. But hey, that's just what's happening in the CBM world right now when it comes to things. So just all that kind of stuff, and yeah, it's all very interesting. But hey, at least Batman Caped Crusader is out. At least we got that. Spider-Man, going back to Spider-Man, it's gonna make a kajillion dollars apparently. So, it's all pretty crazy. Oh, you gotta love it. Anyways, that's why I kind of wanted to. And then of course, people are just like having a field day with it because again, going back to what I said, when it comes to fandoms being snobs, they're like, yes, look at that. You're not giving me what I want. And then of course we just feel, again, you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. It's like, there's going to be clashing of creative differences. I'm sure that's what was happening with Mahershala Ali and Marvel Studios. That's probably what was happening. Maybe they weren't gelling, when it comes to that. And then maybe David Jenkins wasn't gelling with DC Studios, but at the same time, you always have these people out there that are always going to take sides when we don't even know the full story. We always act like we know what the full story is, but nobody knows fuck all what the full story is. I can have my opinions when it comes to all this. I can, I actually would take the side of Mahershala Ali because I'm like, why the fuck couldn't they not figure it out? Was it because of this and because of that? I could take the side of David Jenkins and be like, how do you fuck up? How were you clashing with what Gunn wanted or any of the other writers wanted, or the overall thing was, I don't know. We'll see what happens when it comes to all that. But yeah, good times. Just wanted to bring that up. But we're going to be talking about Spider-Man. Get the panel on to get everybody's opinion on everything. Which I'm very much looking forward to. It's always fun to do a spoiler discussion. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. Let's see. Oh yeah, Wonder Man 2. What the fuck happened with that? Why is Wonder Man 2? Why is that canceled? They greenlit it because everybody was praising it. Everybody loved it. I couldn't believe how much I liked it. I was like, what the fuck are we doing here? This is great. This series is great. And they canceled that too. And naturally, then people are starting to do that whole thing of like, oh yeah, what Marvel Studios, why do they hate their black characters? They start doing that stuff. And I'm like, didn't they just have on stage the Black Panther 3? And are we just going to forget about that? Oh yeah, they sidelined, what's her name from Marvels, and I'm like, yeah, well, they also sidelined the actual Captain Marvel too. Let's not do that. And then they're like, oh yeah, they canceled Kang Dynasty. Yeah, do you remember why? Are we just gonna forget that? That was funny too. It's like I see in this, and then like, oh yeah, they're not gonna do another Captain America. I'm like, yeah, because it bombed. It's like, okay. Can we take before we start calling Feige, a racist or something like that? Can we just take in a lot more things? The Blade thing, I don't know what happened there. Okay, sure, but you're gonna start putting in Kang Dynasty. It's like we know what happened there. You remember the part where the guy who was playing Kang? Okay, let's just remember that, And remember that some other characters have also been sidelined. What's going to be interesting, though, is I think the main focus when it comes to the MCU in Marvel Studios is X-Men. That's going to be the next thing because obviously you got Doomsday and Secret Wars. Those are a priority right now, And that's what's going to obviously birth the next saga, which is going to be the mutant saga. I'm sure that's what they're going to call it, right? And that's why D23 they're going to bring out on stage all that. But it's just maybe that was just, I mean, let's face it, the multiverse saga has been sloppy, and that's probably why part of this whole thing is just not worked out. And things have not worked out when it comes to certain movies being announced, not happening. Oh, is this going to happen? Is that going to happen? Oh, we're bringing this in. I think it's just because of multiverse saga. They got like tripped over their skis when it came to the multiverse saga, in my opinion, because the Infinity Saga was just nice and just, it was a perfect little, it's not perfect, but for the most part it was, I guess you could say, because most of the movies worked and it led into Infinity War and Endgame, and it just like had this little, And then when it came to the multiverse saga, it was like, okay, what the hell? What are we doing here? Certain things worked, certain things didn't. And then I think, it's just going to be interesting to see that moving forward. But anyways, when I started seeing that, I'm like, what are we doing here? Let's not start doing that kind of thing. Please, especially when we just got a new Black Panther. Let's relax, guys. It's going to be okay. Gonna be okay, guys. Anyways, all right. I'm rambling. Let's go ahead and start bringing some peeps on here. Ooh. It's hot. It was 104 today. I got my fans on full blast. AC is on, but it's not running like crazy because we don't want to. Because let's face it, I live in California and the fucking electric bill. Yeah, good old California. They're like, oh yeah, peak hours. That's when we're gonna really ramp up your bill. I gotta love it. You gotta love it. But like I said, I got my fans on full blast. All right. Let's go ahead and start pulling some people in here. And oh man, we got some royalty here coming tonight. Scott! What's up, Mr. Scott McClellan?
Oh. Man, I've had a day today.
Oh, have you?
Nice. Well, you wake up, you take your 2-year-old to Waffle House because that's what he wants for breakfast. Because we see Spider-Man Brand New Day at 9:30 in the morning, and it's still sold out at 9:30 in the morning. Awesome. By the way, the local theater we went to, 10 screens, 6 of them showing Spider-Man.
That's
starting at
this movie is just
9 a.m. Starting at 9 a.m. And then come home and then binge the entire second season of Batman Cape Crusade.
Oh, I'm done. That's right. You did that too.
Oh, yeah. I watched all 10 episodes. They are done. They're in the bag.
Better than the first season?
Yes. And remember, I liked season 1. I really liked season 1. But season 2 just they went from TV 14 to TVMA, and you could tell, man, do not watch this with the kids.
Yeah.
Declan saw enough bullet holes. He was like, he just started covering his eyes and going, just tell me when the bullet holes are gone. So I've had, today has been a very productive day off.
Yeah. Productive day off, catching up on all the superhero content. I know. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. That's coming out this week. Yeah. So I'm going to fire some of those episodes up this weekend. But hey, good to see you, Scott. I'm glad you got to make time for the discussion.
Well, because I really enjoyed Spider-Man, and I looked at my time. I'm actually going into work a little bit later than I usually do. So I got like an hour. I have about an hour to be here. So I thought, you know what? I haven't been on the Vodka stream and I can't remember when. And Spider-Man Brand New Day, loved it. And I thought, okay, let me join in for this because it's going to be a nice, rollicky, positive discussion for me. And so that's when I love to join in, when I have really wonderful things to say. So
I think it's going to be collectively positive. But like I said, if anybody has any gripes too, it's also good to get those out as well. There's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, I had some gripes, but again, I think this movie was probably it was the best Spidey action that we've seen live action. I think
that it is clearly, and I love No Way Home, but this is clearly the best Tom Holland Spider-Man movie. And it may, I think it's going to, because it beats No Way Home for me, I think that also makes it my favorite live action Spider-Man movie.
Okay.
Because the only thing that goes higher than that are the Spider-Verse movies.
Yeah. You're big on that. Yeah. So
I love the Spider-Verse movie. I mean, the Spider-Verse movies are Spider-Man movies to me. And so, but Brand New Day just fired on Spider-Man cylinders and film cylinders that I was literally sitting there just appreciating the colors and the shadowing.
Color palette was really good.
Oh, the color palette was beautiful. The fact that you could tell they were actually in New York.
Yeah.
Not
just in Brooklyn, not just like small. Yeah.
Or like Tom Holland talked about on the Hot Ones interview, all the green screen they had to do for No Way Home because it was in the middle of the pandemic.
Yeah.
I saw interviews about like how they like filmed plates and then he had to go into a green screen and basically match the plates of him walking through New York. And so it felt there was texture there. There was grit there. It felt like a New York story. Like Spider-Man should feel like it exists in New York. Like that's
it did. It definitely did. Yeah, it did. And I don't know about you, but I got some Raimi vibes. I got a little Spider-Man Raimi vibes, a little bit.
I don't feel like I felt that way, but I feel like what's his Destin Daniel Cretton did with this movie was it just. I think I said it in my Letterboxd review. He understood the assignment.
He definitely did.
This movie has an emotional core of Peter. Like this movie gets Peter's life sucks. Like
it's so funny how like we were all waiting for that. We want Peter's life to suck
because think about it. If you've grown up reading the comics, Peter's life sucks.
Yeah.
He saw it's that hero sacrifice of I sacrifice my personal life to be Spider-Man. It's that with great power comes great responsibility. And guess what? It sucks to be responsible. And this movie does it. I was also with all what I love about the trailers and the lead up is they really didn't tell you what the plot of this movie was. Because a lot of the stuff people talked about is like the opening montage that jumps 4 years.
Yeah, I know. That's what's cool. It's like, oh yeah, catching up, and here's this character, there's that character, and it's Spidey doing his own thing. Yeah, they did a good job with the trailers when it came to not really revealing too much, and it was like, hey, this is Spider-Man doing Spider-Man things, and then we got a villain, we got the Punisher. That's all you need.
We got a Hulk.
Yeah, we got a Hulk. Yeah, that too.
Which, by the way, I have to give credit to this movie. That is the absolute best that Ruffalo's Hulk has ever looked.
Yeah.
That Hulk has never looked this good. It's always crazy to me that since Avengers on, Hulk has never looked as good as he looked in the Edward Norton movie.
I know, right?
And this movie, because of they filmed him with a lot of shadow, and it was a darker, more muted. I don't know if muted, but
it was almost gray Hulkish.
He was almost gray Hulkish, yes. Yeah. And those colors, it once again, it felt like that Cretton. I don't know how to pronounce the director's name.
Yeah, Destin Cretton. Yeah,
Cretton. Yeah. It's like he's one of those directors that understands that this color palette helps the effects look better.
Does. Jesus Christ! I wish more filmmakers would know that.
Yeah,
for God's sakes, yeah.
So so there was that. The Punisher, I know that other people have disagreed with this, and that's fine, but the inclusion of Punisher in this movie felt a little bit more organic and less overwhelming than, say, Iron Man or Doctor Strange did in the Home trilogy. Like, because this was so grounded in New York, Punisher fits in
it fits in there, and he very much it was big brother, little brother kind of thing.
It wasn't it wasn't a father-son mentor mentee.
No, it was brother, it was big brother, little brother, I felt. Yeah. which Tom Holland and John Bernthal have that.
Oh, they have that naturally. Once again, watch the Hot Ones interview from last week.
That Hot Ones interview was just fucking so great. Those
great.
were like one of the best.
And then it even got me. I finally watched Punisher: One Last Kill today too.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a different Punisher, but hey, it's the way, it has to be a little bit watered down, of course. So, but we're gonna start bringing some other peeps on here. We got William. What's happening?
What's
sir?
up? That's too high. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, you're a little. Yeah,
bring it down, William. Bring it down
a little bit. We just want to see your eyes like you're Wilson.
There we go.
Home improvement. Cool. Good to see you, man. How was you had your own little screening, right?
Yeah, we did our we rented out the auditorium and just did it that way. I don't when it comes to movies like this, I don't feel like fucking around waiting to see if I'm gonna.
Oh, of course, you don't want to fuck around with something like this.
And then we just had all as a customer appreciation event. Real quick before I forget, you opened up the show or a couple minutes ago about the whole race thing when it came to some of these projects. So,
yeah,
I actually had somebody answer or ask me that question here in person. And I think it's bullshit. I think if you look categorically of each of these things that they listed that you see in these memes, some of this shit should have never happened to begin with. and fans don't know
how the internet is. They like to run with it. They see something, they're like, oh, wait a minute. We got that black character, this black character, that. Yeah. But I'm like, wait, you're putting Kang Dynasty in there? Why they got canceled.
He went upside some girl's head and then told her not to go to the hospital. And then when it comes to Captain America, listen, Steve, especially the way the MCU is conditioned their fans, Steve Rogers is Captain America. Yeah. No matter who they brought in, it's going to be an uphill battle. That should have never happened as a movie. I enjoyed the show. But when
Falcon and Winter Soldier was great.
Yeah, but you're investing big money. Yeah, you shouldn't have done that. The Blade thing they never wanted to do. The only reason that even happened because they didn't want to say no to a top tier Academy Award winner. That should have been a no from conceptual unless you were going to be like, let's try this out in Doctor Strange or another one of these type of movies. But most of these things, Ironheart, I mean, what they even realized that was a bad idea when they dropped it out. And it's like half of these things that are happening. And then Wonder Man was always supposed to be one. And when they announced the second one, that guy was already buried. The dude who's running that is literally how much more are you going to put on his back? So
that's, you bring up a good point because I did not think there was going to be a Wonder Man season 2, but I was like, I liked the first season. And I was like, okay, if they have an idea, cool. But at the same time, I was very surprised. I was like, I thought that was just going to be a one-off, and maybe he would show up somewhere else. Maybe in an Avengers movie. It's like,
hey, maybe we got to substitute Black Panther in the interim, so we didn't have. It wasn't a complete loss of a week.
Yeah.
There you go. No, I enjoyed this movie. I have a semi gripe that's not really a gripe.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll start bringing on more people.
Don't bring Phil.
What you up to?
What's up, Chris?
Let me tell you something, guys. Let me tell you something.
Yeah. Let me tell you something, Chris.
Let me tell you something.
Did he actually say that in this movie? I don't think he actually said that.
No, he didn't. I was waiting.
No, he didn't.
Did not say.
He did not say it. That was disappointing. That's why I marked it down as an epic fail for the movie. Just terrible. Worst Spider-Man movie ever.
Yes. No Bernthal saying, "Let me tell you something." Let me tell you something, kid. I know. I was like waiting for that. I was like, no, he didn't say that. Maybe they cut it out. They're
I was expecting maybe you can't protect your women, Red. You could always do that.
He cussed a lot more than I thought they would allow him to do.
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
he told that PG-13 line.
Bullshit. Yeah, he was like
all those.
But he didn't drop an F-bomb. I was actually surprised.
He could get one. He could have.
Yeah.
Technically,
how many
waiting.
do you get?
I was waiting for
the two, Scott. I thought it was just one.
No, you can technically
do two.
You can do two.
Okay. Yeah, it depends on how you can have just a regular. But if you're doing like a fuck, like you could they probably only
give you one. Like it's
But if you have
so everyone gets one, like Spider-Man and Family Guy.
Yeah, pretty much. But I was actually waiting for it. I'm like, they're gonna allow him to say one F-bomb, but they were like, nah. Maybe they did. They probably filmed one. I wouldn't be
Spider-Man's a tough one to get that in just because of how they're marketing it. It's kind of a little tough.
Yeah, true. But I mean, I don't know. I thought they could have fitted in. Maybe just said. I know they were trying because obviously, when the first interaction, which we saw in the trailer, where he's just like, "You mother," and then, he just seals his freaking mouth shut. But yeah, good times. We got Ronan too. I don't know if Ronan's there.
He's there.
Hey,
Sorry, wrong studio. My bad.
It's okay. Perfectly fine.
What's up,
How you
fella?
doing?
Hey.
Yeah. Where are you at? Are you trapped? You need help?
I'm funny enough. I'm quote unquote
Hall H in the line.
I'm still in Hall H. I'm still stuck in the line.
Is Paul with you? Paul.
No, we parted ways. No, I'm literally gonna do quote unquote physical therapy because my back's been killing me since I came back from San Diego. So I'm like, gonna try to do some like workout in the pool. I know, yeah, it's still fucking. It's ridiculous how much I'm still suffering from Comic-Con, but I'm glad that the movie's out now and we've seen it, and it should be an interesting conversation, I think.
Of course. No, I mean, I think we all probably collectively like really enjoyed ourselves, but obviously we'll have our own little like nitpicks. I already said it's like some of mine at the beginning of all this, but I mean, I think for overall, like I said, I think we all kind of we got Scott's like full on initial review. Let's kind of go around the horn right now. Like William, like what's your overall like review of Spider-Man Brand New Day?
I enjoyed it. I think it's the best Tom Holland Spider-Man performance, but not the best Spider-Man movie. Highest I could put it would be Bith with overall, and that includes animated and one. And the four that are ahead of it are some of the best movies ever made. So I thought my favorite thing about it was the interaction between Barenthal and Holland. I was worried about that because I thought that they were going to have to neuter him to the point where it was going to be not enjoyable. And they found a way to get as much as they needed out of the John Barenthal Punisher that to make this movie work. There are times, though, the only gripe I really have, there are times when there's just too much in this movie and too many things in this movie, and it borderline gets there, but then it comes back to Spider-Man just in time not to ruin the movie. But the biggest gripe I had was the whole Jean Grey thing. And that's not even a gripe that we're like, it was a strong story. It was a strong premise. I just didn't think for this movie. There was a lot of things that I thought, especially watching the movie, that would have worked in the spots that would have been more New York, more Spider-Man, and brought out more of the grown man Spider-Man that we were being treated to. And I just didn't see where that was just another movie. That was a good story, good premise somewhere else, just not where they put it. I understand that, we got years. They haven't even named the X-Men cast yet. We got years.
We got one.
We got one.
Yeah.
We got Emma Frost. Yeah, we got that. But as far as like the bulk of it, the bald
D23, I think D23, they're gonna fucking bring out the whole cast. That's my guess.
Yeah, I just thought that when they leaked that, I mean, obviously it's been going around for a year. The only reason I ever resisted why, because it didn't make any sense to me. When I'm watching this movie, it was interchangeable. I could have switched out any Spider-Man thing for that, and that movie would have worked just as well. But other than that, it's still it's a high 8.85 for me. Yeah. I don't think it's in the same universe as No Way Home. That was just an epic movie that has a lot going for it that this movie just can't have going for it, and it's not because of things that have nothing to do with just a singular Tom Holland movie, but it's right up there in that top 5-ish area. And with No Way Home, Spider-Man 2 being one of the great sequels of any movie, and then you have Spider-Man, and then you have my top 2 would be Into and Across the Spider-Verse. So it sits right up in there. So I thought it was. I mean, my crowd had a lot of fun with it. The way it was filmed, it felt like I was watching a Sony video game, and I got a kick out of that. Nothing overwhelmed me. It didn't Superman me with the colors, and you're talking about the same basic colors for the most part, and I didn't get bled out. I thought they did everything right with this one as far as that goes. So strong movie. It deserves all the money it's making right now.
God, no, the costume looks so fucking good.
It's
Even
the most Ditko. I was
yeah,
Ditko.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
It was just crazy how like even just like when he's just talking, and I love the fact that he had his like, I forgot what the character's name, but like she's essentially his Commissioner Gordon.
Oh, Gene
DeWolf.
Gene
DeWolf.
Yeah, DeWolf. Well, and I thought that was great. And like when he would just be, communicating, just chilling, I was like, God damn, the costume looks everything just is like about the costume just looks so freaking good. Like
and you can buy into that relationship very early on. Like even though this is the first time we started, it's like, okay, I can buy they've the last few years they've connected in some way that
the
just doesn't feel thrown
time
in.
jump really helped a lot of that stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
To your point, Chris, I think allowing 4 years to have passed since No Way Home allowed them to start the story at a point that was like the fact that he has all this tech, he's kind of building all this tech, and he's got another AI.
Where is he getting this money? Seriously, like
OnlyFans feet pics. You saw my post, and you saw the scene. You saw the scene.
We all saw the scene
in the
bath. We saw it. Pew boys.
No, I know a lot of people were asking about that. I mean, I would just assume that maybe Aunt May had some, and Uncle Ben had.
That was our theory last night. That was our theory.
Stark left him a trust fund, maybe. I mean,
and then maybe there's some Stark stuff, but I know that then you can kind of break that up and be like, well, people forgot about him.
Does he exist?
Yes. So there is that aspect.
But I can also think that over 4 years, he might have just grabbed a,
I thought you were talking about like robbing people at that point.
No. I'm talking about just kind of like accumulate, because even throughout the montage, his setup kind of grows throughout the years. So it's just kind of like he picks up a bit of tech here, a bit of tech there. I mean, he can get in contact with the new Avengers. It's like he still has been able to kind of, as Spider-Man, as Peter Parker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Clearly because people haven't forgotten Spider-Man.
Yes.
They've only forgotten Peter Parker.
Yeah.
And so
he still has his ways to get some things.
So clearly my headcanon was just that you give him 4 years and he can just accumulate, he can sort of piecemeal stuff together over the course of 4 years. Because we know that he's got a sewing machine at the end of No Way Home, and that suit is just a leotard, basically.
Yeah.
But in 4 years, he's been able to kind of build himself back up. He still and he still has, and technically at the end of No Way Home, he still has that Iron Spider suit. He's still wearing that one.
Yeah.
So I mean, he can retrofit reverse engineer technology off of it.
Oh yeah, no one's doubting his genius. It was just like, again, I didn't. It's not even a strike against the movie, because I was wondering this in the trailer. That's a pretty huge apartment and all this stuff. I hope they say have a quick throwaway line like, "What are you doing to afford this?" And like I said, the insurance thing when we proposed it last night in Marvel Alliance, that was just like, that seems logical. They don't have to mention it, but that's at least some kind of line they could throw in. But it's just more of a funny thing that, a nitpicky thing that's just like, okay.
And then even the apartment that he does end up in, they even kind of established in the montage, it's technically like a storage closet.
Yeah. It's like, it's the attic that they got rid of it.
Right. It's an attic. It's not actually an apartment.
Yeah.
And
it's like, I'll use it. And then you put all the stuff in there. Yeah. Yep. And then of course he, being the fact that it's like, he's smart and he's worked with Tony. He created his own AI, Evie, they called it, right?
Yep,
Evie, which was
Evie, which of course I just thought about the Pokemon, so that was.
But it's funny, I was like, I had no idea it was Naomi Watts that was the voice.
Mm-hmm.
So that was cool. I was like, oh yeah, I had no idea. I was like, whose voice is that? Didn't recognize it. Naomi Watts. And the only reason why I found that out because people are like posting like Naomi Watts and Tom Holland reunite, because they were in that movie The Impossible that came out years ago when Tom Holland was a kid, the one about the tidal wave where she played his son.
Oh
yeah, she was his mom. And I was like,
Impossible. Yeah.
I was like, technically they didn't reunite, but okay, if you want to say that. I mean, obviously post whatever you want to post, but I was like, oh, that was Naomi Watts. Interesting. I like it. But Chris, what was your overall review? What's your overall review when it comes to it?
Yeah, this one I saw it on Wednesday. It was a pretty packed theater, and very much. You go to those early showings. I'm always curious to see who shows up, in the sense of how much of the fandom are you? This was a theater full of Spider-Man fans, either dressed up in some garb or whatever at that. But I was kind of impressed. That's the most I've seen since kind of Endgame, just really going in there and showing it, or No Way Home in that sense. And then at the end, people clapping at the end.
Yes.
You haven't heard that in a Marvel movie in a while. So overall, I really did enjoy it. I think I'm always looking for, like you were saying, Scott, we always like Peter Parker when he's down the Parker luck.
Parker luck, yes.
Yeah. And I was looking for, okay, how are we dealing with this? Like, I really appreciate Iron Man 3 because it distinctly deals with, as he said, like, Tony died out there in Avengers 3. I mean, the first Avengers, and saw some stuff, did some things. Like, how does he deal with it? Like, okay, how does this person deal with it that everyone he's ever cared about and loved are either dead or forgotten about him? He has no life, literally, and all he does is throw himself into Spider-Man. And I think they did a really great job kind of weaving that story. Little nitpicks here or there. I think one of my favorite scenes is where Frank's having a very frank discussion about you don't want to be me.
Yeah.
Like, this is not the life that you want. This is a sentence. You want
cool.
that girl? Go
that.
like, and we always talk about a lot of times, like, we always debate, like, what are our favorite non-action scenes in Marvel? And this definitely kind of ranks up there for me as some of the top 10, just having that kind of one-on-one discussion. Let's get real, as the big brother to the little brother. And I think, I was kind of wondering with Frank, like, how is the Punisher going to translate into PG-13? Is it going to be too quippy? How much are they going to nerf him? Because obviously we're not going to have him, like, outright murder people in there. There's no acknowledgement to, one last kill or anything like that, because of a freaking war zone that Frank's dealing with. And then you hear crime is down so much in 5 years of Spider-Man. You sure about that? I could have sworn I saw some, like, Frank really owning it back there. But yeah, that's okay. We won't talk about that.
I'm just curious what happened in Staten Island.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's kind of like Budapest.
My dad,
it is. It's like Budapest.
It's the new Budapest, because my dad was like, he was like, what happened? I was like, that was off screen. We didn't see that. And then even, like, when we were at dinner, he was like, I want to see what happened at Staten Island. I'm like, I know. I don't know what that
be
was.
relegated to a comic.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, they'll probably do that with a comic or something like that.
Yeah, but so I thought, I was very impressed. Now, is this if this is the Frank we're gonna see from here on out, that I'm okay with that. I would love to see him, but if we're gonna go back and forth, our PG-13, it's gonna get, I think, a sense of canonically kind of things is just like, all right, well, we can play in both worlds, but. Again, really liked the dynamic. I think it was a good new mentor for him. Jean Grey. Well, we got a little bit of Wonder Woman 1984 vibes when we're, taking over MJ and making out with Peter Parker.
Yeah. Some people were pointing that
but
out.
But you know what? But
It's
that
still a
scene where
heartbreaking
Peter was like, "Hey, by the way, this happened while you were under mind control." Like,
he owns up. He does, and
Ownership.
Ownership, which was great. I was just saying, man,
Yeah.
Gene, it's going to be real interesting when you get to the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. You become a teacher and you start talking about the old times. Man, that's going to be some interesting, fun discussion. Wolverine going to be saying, like, you know what? I dig it. Let's go.
You got a dark side.
I like this. It was I was surprised in the sense that Marvel's going this way for our introduction with Jean Grey for our first mutant, especially with how she is in the comics. Again, I'm not one of these like, oh, this isn't my Jean Grey. Again, I want to see how this kind of what she's done, how she's dealing with it. She's quote unquote, I'd more label her the antagonist once we found out what was really going on with her.
Yeah.
But it gets dark with her, and again, it's one of those where she has her reasons, but it's going to be interesting to see how the general audience responds when she starts, how are we dealing with, what are the ramifications of her basically, doing these things. And, we see mutants all the time, and the X-Men go through, okay, Magneto's one of the best examples, go starting off bad, good, antagonist, anti-hero, what have you.
Mm-hmm.
But so I'm going to be very curious to see how, when we head into X-Men, the Uncanny X-Men, whatever we're going to call it, as long as it's not the mutants, I'm okay. It was just okay for Jean. like you said, Dave, the worst kept secret out there.
Yeah, it definitely was.
I have theories on the post-credit sequence. So I'll wait to put those out there later.
We'll talk about that. Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I say only seeing it once. I'm with you, William. No Way Home is just something really special where, yes, okay, someone say, well, you're going to let your nostalgia do it, but I'm okay with that, and I admit that. But I think there's a lot more emotion with that, and it's particularly the payoff for Andrew Garfield, the ending, quote unquote ending that he didn't get at that point, the closure he didn't get. We see that a lot through it, and we see exactly what Peter goes through in that. But I do really think this movie can go up against No Way Home. But for me, it's my second favorite of the Holland movies. Overall, for Spider-Man, I'm the Across the Spider-Verse is way up there, if not my number one. Spider-Man 2's up there, No Way Home's up there, but like I said, this was a very good showing, and I hope Daniel Destin Cretton continues to direct this. This was a very good, and I'm glad, if Kang didn't work out, he's got a new thing to do, but I also need him to do Shang-Chi too. That film needs to happen.
Right. Ronan, go ahead and give your full review on it.
Yeah, I really dug the film, and maybe this is weird of me to say that. The stronger part were the first half for me, where it was just like, what's he been like, what's he's going through, and me being like, damn, this a couple of stuff is quote unquote hitting too close to home with how I feel about where I'm at right now in my my time, and I love that. I'm not saying that there was no personality within the city in the previous films, but like you felt New York.
Yeah,
it was a character in this film.
Even in the credit scene, which I was like, I love. I don't need no 3D designs. I was like, just go to the crossroads, go to the parks, go to do that. Like that is
nice
New
touch.
York. I love that about it. And props to Tom on being like, no, less end of the world stuff. Just being like, this guy is going through the quote unquote hormones change in his post high school era, and what's that like? And then, like people be like, what was it like during the pivotal years? Well, like Homecoming is a great high school like drop in, and now there's a great post high school drop in of a story. And I agree, worst kept secret. It is what it is. Someone in my audience, like the name came up in the file, and it was a little quiet, or a lot of them like, all right, we're doing this. And then someone was like, what? And everybody else laughed. Like, come on, dude. This is the worst kept secret. Like, come on now.
but once again, but actually in my theater, I had like 2 or 3 people like, whoa.
Yeah. I had people gasp, and it was funny too, because I was like, there, I literally was like, there it is. And then when it happened, my brother actually went, whoa. I didn't tell him because I knew. But then my dad was like, who is that? And I was like, I just looked at it, I was like, X-Men. He's like, oh, okay. So yeah,
I wish I was them. I wish I had that to be like, but the bold move to introduce one of the pivotal.
It was interesting to be like the fact that he read it off the computer, Jean Grey, and then because they could have just winked at the crowd where she just goes like, I'm Jean Grey. They could have just like said something where it's like she says her name. I think they wanted to be subtle. I think they wanted to be subtle on it. Which I'm totally, I'm okay with the subtleness. To be honest. Yeah.
Which again, I get both props and being like, how is this going to be play out? Because there's as of right now, we don't know. We don't know if there's a school yet. We don't know if there's a guy in a wheelchair. And so
there's a headmistress, I hear.
Oh,
you don't know what universe we're going to be. I mean, this universe that we're currently watching isn't going to be necessarily intact by the time we get to X-Men too.
True.
That's another thing that I was just trying to wrap my head around. You're going to introduce this character, and if you're going to hold her over after all the Secret Wars and Battle Worlds and consolidation stuff, it's almost like none of this may never have happened. You know what I mean?
But I also thought it was interesting the fact that Famke Janssen is not returning in Doomsday. So
I'll believe that when I don't see her. I'll believe that when I don't see her.
Well, she's saying so. I'll be interested because if she's not in it and the things that she's saying, where she's being kind of like nasty about it,
she was being nasty, but then I just wouldn't be surprised if that was just part of her way of
swindling. Yes,
she Garfielded him.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I'm not the werewolf. Yeah, exactly.
It's all very interesting because I mean, even Halle Berry's like, whatever. But I'm like, wait, we saw you with like silver hair. You took a picture. What the
Come
hell?
on now. Yeah.
And
it also,
it happens. But
also kudos to John. I really liked what they showed with Frank in this one. The notion that he's still mean. He's willing to shoot the dude in the middle of a chase, and that he has that very like tough love, not even like father or uncle, but like older brother.
Yeah, it's
like you think this is a lifestyle? You think this is a choice? Like if I had anybody that I love, you think I'd still be doing this? And I love that he said it to Peter. And go ahead.
I will say he says that, but we've heard him say for a while, like he doesn't want to stop. Like this is him. Like he says that, but so many other times before, it's just like, no, I don't know how to stop this. Like I wouldn't know. Like he's had chances to get out here or there, but because his wife and child are done, like there is no path for him. Like he's not necessarily seeking death, but this is just who he is.
Always fighting, always in war.
Which makes me curious that why he would say it to someone this younger, because him and Matt are closer in age. So why would he say it to this kid in this form? And I think it's his way of. And I'm not even calling him a saint, but him just saying like, dude, like don't F it up. Like right now you're post high school, you want to go to college, all this stuff. Like don't F it up. Like it's his way of saying you're one bad day away of being me.
But he's also saying you can save yourself.
Yeah, I can't.
I can't. I'm fucked. Like,
yes.
You can avoid not being.
He's trying to save him like a brother, like a son. He's giving him that chance, but there's no redemption for Frank in the sense of like he knows where he's going.
And I feel bad for Peter now because that whole inhibitor chip thing. I'm like, I remember when they said inhibitor, I was like, oh boy, is this gonna end up being a collar? And then
it's absolutely.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. And then 1, 2, 3, be like, Peter Parker, you fucked up, man. This is the most effed up thing.
And there's Gene saying, but wait, guys, he's a really nice guy.
Yeah,
sure, Gene. We're all dead because of him.
Yeah, and again, like to me, besides Giacchino's new score, which I'm trying to listen back to it, which I admire what he did with it of going 180, not completely 360, but like a 180 of what we're used to hearing from him, and also the choice of the song "Loser," which I keep forgetting the artist's name, but that song has been sticking with me when I think about this film a lot, and I think you guys said it earlier that like I really really hope Marvel Studios doesn't underestimate or underrate Destin Daniel credit and be like, no, you guys got a good creative guy behind you who can do what you're doing with your universe and yet do something personal with these characters, whether it be Shang-Chi or whether it be Wonder Man or whether it be Spider-Man. Like don't what's one way of putting it? Don't do what you did to James Gunn where he left and he got a taste of DC. Don't do that. If you want to keep some of these like talented people, don't do that.
Don't undervalue them. Don't underestimate them. Don't take them for granted. I think that's
exactly.
There you
go. Take them for granted because I have not seen Shang-Chi yet, but after seeing
you'll enjoy it.
Yeah,
I think you'll enjoy
it. I am very in tune. Like, dude, you did this with Spider-Man.
Yeah,
I like what you did here because once again, it's another one of these movies that there are Marvel movies that are Marvel movies, and you couldn't tell who directed it or what because it just feels like paint by numbers. The Marvel Studios assembly line. This thing had a personality. This thing had an artistic touch to it, and I went, ooh, I like it. It's why of the Marvel movies last year, the reason that Thunderbolts was my favorite of the Marvel movies last year because it had character. It had
something to say.
It had something to say. It had a personality. I mean, I have a type. It's no secret. But but Thunderbolts was my favorite Marvel movie of last year.
Same.
And I'm trying to think of all the I think of all comic book movies last year. I think Thunderbolts was my number one. Was my number one last year. And Spider-Man Brand New Day, it's the same thing. It It's got a texture to it. It's got a color to it. It focuses on characters. It focuses on characters having, you know, I mean, Marvel characters have always been the ones that, you know, shit happens. Like,
yes.
That's always been Marvel's bread and butter is characters where shit happens.
What got him in the 60s against DC's like very like dynasty stuff is like no, the Marvel is like it's the dude that gets bullied in high school. It's the dude that like is late on his mortgage. It's the dude that got effed by a corporate. Like that's the Marvel characters that I think that they made them successful, and that's why like you know you brought up Thunderbolts. As soon as they saw how people took away stuff from Thunderbolts, they're like, Jake, you want the X-Men? Good. You're staying with us. You're in the family now. And it's like, all right, cool. Keep that going with it. And I'm shocked because, Scott, I like Shang-Chi. I didn't love it. But to me, ever since that, I've dug Daniel's other stuff, and it's gotten better and better, in my opinion. And I always say that even though I didn't love that movie, I wanted to see more of Simu Liu as Shang-Chi. And I love what he did with Tony as the Mandarin in that film. And I was like, all right, if he can do that with a villain and a main hero, I wonder what else he can do with the tapestry of Marvel's characters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, should be interesting. And we're going to bring on someone else.
Phil? Hey, Phil? Phil?
What's up, Phil?
Phil.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Nice hat.
Thank you. I've had it since... God, when the fuck did I get this hat?
Last week.
It's from Amazing Spider-Man, so I've had it for at least over a decade. So, yeah. No. What's up, guys?
How's it going?
Anyone else see Spider-Man?
Maybe a few of us, you know.
Sounds like the whole panel saw it.
Oh yeah, we've all seen it. Yeah,
We've
yeah.
seen things.
Could have fooled me. Could have fooled me.
You could tell you about
It's not like we're having a
things.
spoiler discussion or anything, Phil. I mean, just
First I've heard of it.
About things.
It's nice to be a part of one. That's
Right.
that's for damn sure because I've been kind of missing out lately. But yeah, I saw it yesterday.
And
Yeah,
give us your initial review. I mean, I saw your video, but go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny because I've seen every single Spider-Man movie in theaters opening weekend at the same theater that I avidly go to see a lot of movies. And I think when it comes to Brand New Day, you know, I think that if the first three movies featuring Tom Holland are like what it means to be Spider-Man, because in a way those three movies are kind of like an overarching origin trilogy in a roundabout way. I think Brand New Day is like, you know, what it means to embrace the Spider-Man of it all, if that makes any sense. And like, honestly, I think it's a really well-made movie. I love Destin Daniel Cretton. I love Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi, I think, is still in my top 10. My biggest problem I'm having right now is like, where do I rank it? Not only among Spider-Man movies, but also amongst the Marvel Cinematic Universe list.
Makes sense.
I don't think I like it more than No Way Home. I think No Way Home will always have a higher up, a leg up on it, only because of like, you know, the Toby and Andrew factor, and obviously the Aunt May factor. Like that one really does get a one up for me from that. But I think it's safe to say it's probably my number 2 of the Holland movies of the 4. I think I can safely say that. But no, I really enjoyed it. My only like real like maybe gripe or nitpick, and it's really just a nitpick more than anything, is like how fast we went through some of the beautiful Spider-Man villains we got right there at the beginning. And that's
I know.
I think
everybody was
especially
raving about
Tombstone.
Tombstone, and it was like he was there, and then he gets webbed, and that was it. I was like, oh, that's it.
Yeah, that was a shame.
Because a
But,
lot
you
of
know,
people were thinking that he was going to be pivotal to the story.
I thought so. But once I saw that second trailer, it's like, he's not in this. He ain't
Yeah.
gonna be there that long.
I will
We're
say
going
that
to a montage, Spidey
when-
montage. Yeah.
it actually took every ounce of humility I had not to look at the family of 4 a couple seats down from me and not tell them all to get off their goddamn phones, because all these people were on their fucking phones, and it irritated the shit out of me.
Terrible.
But that's the fucking world we live. It's crazy. Like a week ago when I was in San Diego, I went with 4 friends. We all saw the Odyssey. No one pulls out their phone. It was an
That's
amazing
great.
time. It was great. And then I come and watch Spider-Man at home, and fucking a family of 4 just dicking off on their phones the whole time. And I'm just like, fuck you. But no, like I really loved it. I enjoyed the hell out of it. I audibly said motherfucker when Sadie Sink was revealed as Jean Grey, and that actually got a bit of a laugh out of the theater because everyone was just like, oh, what? But yeah, and also Jean Grey is my favorite X-Men character, so there is that. I like Sadie Sink. I think she's a great actress. I'm very curious.
She's great in the role. For
Oh
sure.
yeah. I do think this was an interesting introduction to her, and by way, a little taste of what is to come from the X-Men in this universe, because they have been kind of like laying the foundation for them to come by one way or another. So it'll be very interesting to see like how the rest of that cast fills out. And obviously today with the Samara Weaving casting, I saw that and I was like, okay, that's good. That's really good casting.
All I said was
one complaint. I didn't think I saw one complaint.
Hey, and all I'm saying is that it's Samara Weaving, and I'm just like, thank you.
Yeah,
right.
It was almost like, oh my god, thank you. Yeah, I know. Jesus Christ. But what's interesting? So let me just say this real quick. It's like, God, I just totally lost it.
Wow.
You know what? It's funny. Like
happens.
The Frank Peter relationship in this movie reminds me of our friendship. Does that make sense, Dave? Yeah, you and me.
Oh, okay, yeah. You remind of us?
Yeah, a little bit.
Who says, let me tell you something often?
I can
yeah,
who
said? Are you talking about who says?
Who's the Punisher in this relationship?
Let me tell you something.
Yeah,
let me tell you something, Phil.
Let me tell you something. Because I know if Dave shot me, he would definitely take me to the hospital.
I love that. That touched my heart. I was like, oh my god,
brotherly love there.
Of course,
yeah.
Of course, yeah, of course. But what I was gonna say about like. This is what I was gonna say. Like when it comes to like what you said, Phil. About
You're just saying this is what I want to say.
I know. I know. See, I'm acting like it. I'm wearing the Punisher shirt. Let me tell you something about this, Phil. What you said.
Let me tell you something.
But what's interesting, and this is what I was kind of thinking about too when I was thinking about the movie, because we kind of had this with Spider-Man. It's just the fact that they didn't have the rights from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's just like the fact that they had to be creative to introduce these characters into the universe. It's been kind of interesting, how they've been able to do that. And it's almost been, it could be a crutch, but it also has been a blessing where they can continue on. We're like, oh, well, we got mutants coming, guys. So
this guys, yeah.
So if they had everything all at once, then you're trying to balance all that out. You got mutants, got the Avengers, got this, got that.
Necessity is the mother of invention.
See, it's like that right there, because it's just like, and I'm kind of going like, okay, like, yeah, maybe like I know I've seen people online going, this is how they introduce Jean. I'm going, yeah, I get your gripes because she just is like this fucking like, I don't care about this. I'm looking for VMAX, whatever that is. Fuck everybody. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. But at the same time, I'm like, well, it's showing her power. And I was
okay.
I was telling my like my brother and nephew and everything, and even my nephew knows more. He's more into comics than my brother and my dad. And then he was like, yeah, she was really showing her power. I'm like, well, she turned. The Dark Phoenix. She's like category 5. She's like up there. She's like that.
She's an Omega level mutant.
Omega level.
Yeah, Omega level.
Sorry, Dave.
yeah, whatever.
Actually,
nerds.
But Dave, that was the point that I want to make, because it wasn't something that I thought about while I was watching the movie, but it was something that I was thinking of, that started turning in my wheels as you guys were talking, and those of you who had more of a complaint about the Jean Grey aspect of the movie, but Phil, something you said really made it click for me, is that if we're introducing mutants into a world now, Will, to your point, whatever happens after Doomsday and Secret Wars, and how the cards get reshuffled after that. But when we've had a world where we have Avengers and other enhanced people, it's like, what are we going to do if we're going to have the classic persecuted mutants are hunted kind of life? What makes mutants different in this world versus everyone else who has powers? And so that scene where Damage Control is experimenting and torturing Jean, and she basically levels up over the course of the experimentation, and her powers like kick into a new level, which is something that mutants do in the Marvel universe. Like they they can, evolve.
Second mutation. Yeah.
Right. And so I think the idea was, okay, if you want to create a world where mutants are going to be viewed as a threat, if you're going to see a world where mutants are going to need to be persecuted because it's kind of the X-Men bread and butter in a world that already has gods and
monsters,
soldiers and monsters and stuff, the idea having Jean in this movie as an antagonist until you really, until you kind of see that damage control is the problem, really. I think it's like I said, this is something that I'm just kind of I'm weaving this as I'm talking, but the idea is that you're
weaving.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Get their feet wet. It's a good way to get their feet wet.
but it's a way of making mutants seem like a threat, or at least can get spun as a threat, which then can give us the persecuted mutant environment that traditionally you expect in X-Men stories.
Yeah.
And Will, I see you raising your hand.
See, she poses no more threat than Bob the Void did. So the one of the reasons why I would have not done this personally, I would not have put it in there, because, like you said, the case to be made for mutant kind is something that is done over time, evolution. The reason why they're a bigger threat than just metahumans or people augments and mutates is that they pose an evolutionary threat as replacement. As evolution goes on, and this is in the words of Donald Pierce, they're going to expunge us if we allow it to happen. Mm-hmm. And that's the biggest threat when it comes, and Magneto said it over and over again, and every platform you've ever seen Magneto at, it's not just the individual power that a mutant has, it's the fact that they will evolve and subjugate humans.
Homo superior will replace Homo sapiens.
And I think that is a case better made after Secret Wars, because you have time when you realign the universe. You have the Celestials, their experiments, the whole dead-end species, mutant kind, buying us time to not get wiped out by the fourth host. There's a whole bunch of things that they've already introduced. They've already introduced a lot of these elements, and when they consolidate,
is that Eternal stuff? Because I haven't seen Eternals yet, so I'm.
Yeah, so you have the Eternals in there, but you have the Deviants. You have all these experiments that they put on Earth, and the whole reason that the Eternals and the Celestials keep coming back is because there was no evolution. They considered us a dead end species, and they're going to wipe us out. Then you have Franklin Richards. Then you have all these other things that they start to see in X-Men and mutant kind, the X gene. And we're not a dead-end evolution species. So we've already introduced these things throughout the MCU and other things that they will consolidate. Whereas that's where I would have why don't you do that there and then when you can actually make the case? Because the question's going to keep coming up. Somebody put it in the chat. What's the difference between just somebody with superpowers and then somebody who's a mutant? It's because that evolutionary replacement fear that gets built up. And I don't think you can... I just think that's a better introduction personally, but it didn't kill this movie for me at all. It didn't hurt this movie. I just didn't understand the decision making. I didn't think it made a lot of sense. And to
this comment right here, I was trying to explain to Declan when that post credit scene came up thing, because I was like, well, there's two Secret Wars. There's the original Secret Wars, and there's the Hickman Secret Wars. Yeah. And so I was, because clearly they're going to take concepts from. It seems like they're taking concepts from both Secret Wars, and they're going to do their MCU thing and just,
combine.
Yeah. Like when MCU started, and it was like, here's 616 and here's Ultimate stuff, and we just smashed it. We cherry picked the pieces that we wanted.
I don't think
Feige's gone on record more lean towards Hickman, and they'll probably take some elements of Secret Wars, but he's been more talking.
I think the general gist of Doomsday and Secret Wars is leaning more towards the Hickman Secret Wars.
I completely agree. Yeah,
Chris graciously gave me the entire run of Hickman's Avengers stuff, and
Chris did the same thing. Chris did the same thing for me.
Chris is amazing. And
Chris made some mistakes towards the end of that.
I feel really bad that I could not get him an absolute Funko at San Diego, because that was a total shit show.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna try to hook you up.
I felt bad for him too because there was some shady shit going on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he told me. He told me it's okay.
And I even and Carrie was there, and he actually asked me if there's anything he could pick up from me, and I haven't heard. So I'm guessing he couldn't pick up the one thing that I wanted. So apparently, stuff was just like
shit show.
It was like La Cosa Nostra down there, dude. There was some cheating.
But another reason why I have no interest going to San Diego because of this stuff.
I think the thing that Scott brought up was like, if maybe that probably didn't work for some people, I think it was a good thing to have Spider-Man deal with it and be like, dude, you were chasing this girl and like you wouldn't hear her out. Now that's also, you could flip it. Like, why didn't she go to him and be like, listen, they have my sister. I need your help. And that's a good, I think
to add to that, I think to William's point in that I don't know that making Jean Grey the antagonist of a Spider-Man movie was the right or wrong call. It's definitely one that might make you raise an eyebrow or a hand. But then on the other side of the coin, the comic book fan in me is like, well, if you play it like or read it like a possible what if story or just a Spider-Man comic where he's literally going out of his way, because I mean he's made friends with fucking Iceman, the Human Torch. Like Spider-Man has a very wide strike zone of friends within the Marvel universe, and I think by way of introducing Jean Grey as the antagonist in this movie and having the story culminate in the way that it did, literally it just culminates in both of them sitting in Peter's mind, having a conversation about loss and loneliness and what it means to be alone and not having to do those things alone, and being an Aunt May. I fucking love Marissa Tomei. Aunt May being the one to be like, no, just so because you are powerful and you have these gifts means that people are going to do some dastrously evil shit to you. Couldn't even begin to just like it. As a Spider-Man fan who ultimately knows that Spider-Man's biggest strength is helping people, and for him to do that to Jean and to be the first one to like kind of pull her out of a dark place, because we know this is not the first and last time that Jean is going to go into a dark place. If you know the history of Jean Grey,
dude,
it's gonna be cool because like I think that like having the X-Men or the mutants be introduced in a Spider-Man movie might make you scratch your head, but then when you really think about it, Spider-Man is the cream of the crop when it comes to Marvel properties. If you're going to introduce your X-Men by some way, shape, or form in a very big way, Spider-Man would probably be your best bet because it's going to have the most eyes on it.
Well, look, it's already on its Thursday night previews. This movie made more than Endgame.
Yep.
Yeah, and like, can I also say that like Phil said,
but
Marvel, if you're gonna make
movies, are going to do all right too. I mean, they'll get some eyes on those.
True,
sure.
There'll be plenty of eyes to do it then.
Marvel, you chose to make Jean bad for a little bit of this one. Fine. Take your sweet ass long time before you even dare dabble into the Phoenix stuff. Like, please, for the love of God, take your time with it.
Well, she's pretty young in
this. But this time we're gonna do it. It's gonna.
Well,
it's gonna be
right.
In this timeline,
it's gonna have Poochie in it.
She's still kind of like a teenager.
True.
To me, it feels like if Jean in this universe in the main timeline as we know it right now, if she is somewhere between the ages of 16 to 20, because that's my guess. Also, because that's I don't remember how old Sadie Sink is in reality, but it feels like they're really 25. playing up. Is she really only 20? Okay, well, I mean,
24, 25.
Tom Holland's 30 and he's playing a 22-year-old, so there's that. Actors act.
She's 24.
24. There you go.
There it is. So they're playing the X-Men a lot younger, which leans more towards their first outing in the 60s to an extent.
When the X-Men, when the core team were still students themselves.
Correct. Yeah. So, and it's interesting because Samara Weaving was cast as Emma Frost.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, are we getting Hellfire Club again? Maybe.
Ooh,
I don't know.
Maybe some Hellions eventually.
Kevin Bacon would start dancing to Footloose.
See, that's going to be funny. That would be really funny, but I don't know.
Also, did you guys notice the little ribbon on her hair? That was the colors of like Marvel Girl.
Like, scrunchie was the big thing, right? The scrunchie, yeah.
The colors are like Marvel Girl. I'm like, I see a little detail there. I'm like, I know what you're doing.
And it's a little more personal because it came from her sister now, so that's pretty interesting too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, but it's so funny because, you bring up a good point. It's like the fact that if you're going to introduce the mutants, why not introduce him with Spider-Man? Like, because obviously all eyes. And then it's like, yeah, take your time. We don't need to go right into a Dark Phoenix. We could take our time. And
by the way, I want a Dark Phoenix that actually has to do with like the Imkron Crystal and the Shi'ar Empire and all of that. You know, I'm
make a whole spectacle out of it. Have the Dark Phoenix fucking saga.
I'm kind of over the ultimate version where the Phoenix is just a manifestation of her psychic ability and is not a, you know, outside
flaming
I'm
bird.
I'm old school like that, where I want, because they've done the Phoenix is just a manifestation of her own psychic ability. Can we maybe try something new where it is some sort of like cosmic? You know,
I'm a lunatic. I eventually want to see Madeline Pryor, and I want to see Sadie Sink play Madeline Pryor because I just want to see just how.
And I want to see Scott leave his Madeline Pryor and
Chris. You know damn good and well you love that Instagram post I sent you.
I did. I even shared it a bunch of times and proved my point. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk of why Cyclops is wrong.
There's like a post I sent Chris. It's just nothing but all the shit Cyclops has done.
Cyclops has done. I've seen
so
something like
funny.
that. Yes.
Yep.
I'll share. Yeah, matter of fact,
monster.
I'll share it with you
that man is a monster.
But no, I want to see the Madeline Pryor thing happen. But I also think that, like, given that the next saga of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is allegedly going to be very mutant heavy, there's a lot of different ways that could go down. They have Apocalypse, which we all know damn good and well could get done again in a much more
better
way. I don't want to
sound like not Ivan Ooze way.
There you go. Thank you. Yes, that. Not you know, screw Oscar Isaac out of a fucking, you know, great role, but yeah, no, I could see Apocalypse being a thing. I could see
Mr. Sinister.
Mr. Sinister, absolutely.
If they're already saying, they're already rumored that's who Adam Driver might end up playing. So
see, I thought Kevin Feige said that they have a tradition of Adam Driver interviewing with them and then being like, no thanks.
That's the thing. That might be one of the roles that they're throwing at him. They're like, how about this one, Adam? You know, who knows?
And he's just like,
how about Blade? No, too soon.
Fuck. God damn it. No.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
Oh, you know what's funny?
Apocalypse.
You know what's funny, Chris?
Apocalypse should be the first one you see.
I agree. When the news dropped that Marvel Studios was developing Ghost Rider with Sean Levy and Ryan Gosling, the first thing I said audibly, I looked over at my friend. I was like, I hope this doesn't end up like Blade. But I don't think it will, because Sean Levy made them Deadpool and Wolverine. Ryan Gosling is Ryan Gosling, and Ghost Rider is Ghost Rider. I think Ghost Rider actually has a more
and they want to do
chance
this.
of happening. Yeah, exactly.
They actually want. They never wanted to do Blades. That's a huge difference right there. So.
And thank you for the $2 super chat of something very, very obvious.
No shit.
Well, Spider-Man has already. What was it? Spider-Man has already beaten like the domestic box office of Supergirl already.
He's probably trying to be an asshole because.
Well, I know he is, but if you're gonna be an asshole, don't
make it for $2.
Already happened.
Yeah, I mean, Spider-Man is the most world-recognized hero on the planet.
Yeah,
like there's a whole Disney Plus thing dedicated to Spider-Man and his impact on the rest of the world, and like it's like a behind the scenes kind of a first look thing at Spider-Man Brand New Day, but it also kind of encompasses the entire history of Spider-Man on film from the Tobey movie onward. So yeah, and they make it a point to tell you like, yeah, no, Spider-Man is like world renowned. He is all around the world for a fucking reason, because
it's been properly managed. No matter what company, the actual character of Spider-Man.
Here we go again.
No matter what, it's been properly managed. It's been managed since. It can't be overstated. You just can't have a name. You just have
one thing that I do like that I was worried about when it came to this movie that I so appreciated when it came to the writing was the fact that, because I was kind of worried. I was like, okay, what are they going to do when it comes to MJ and Ned? When it comes to the interaction, obviously they're going to be present. Are they just going to do a thing where it's like, oh, remember this? And then all of a sudden it's like, yes, I remember you now. They didn't do that, which was great. Where like literally like when she reads the note and she was like, and that was like a fucking moment where that was crushing.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I don't love you because I don't know who you are.
And I think a lot of people were like, this was when MJ was going to fucking like.
That's when MJ became Thanos.
Yeah. Pretty much. No, but it was just like one of those moments where it was like, oh, is this where she's going to be like, and then they're going to kiss, and then it's going to be like, oh my God. No, she was like, I don't know you. I'm not that girl. Take me home.
Quit in the beginning of the movie when Peter's going back to his new apartment and he runs into that blonde. Did anyone else think, is that maybe Gwen?
Yeah.
No,
I thought so.
Kind of, and then
it kind of
yeah, they got veered off when he was wearing her juicy pants.
But what I loved about that moment was it just emphasized how much he wants to isolate himself. It's like she recognizes him.
Yeah.
And he's like, and she's kind of flirting with him.
Yes.
And it was the next thing he does. He moves into that attic.
Yeah.
Yep.
Isolation. That's what.
But that ending moment with him and Ned,
yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I choked.
I love that.
I choked up. And what I love about
too.
And what I loved about it is that it was muscle memory.
Yes.
Like that was
like Ned was like, wait, why do I know?
Why do I know this?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
because that was like always the biggest thing. And I love that they did the flashback thing because that was always emphasized in all 3 movies was their secret handshake. So, and I love that Peter was just like, he just walked up and he was just like, hey, obviously remember him, the flower guy. And then he just started doing it. And it was just like, oh shit. I was like, oh, and Peter totally just hits you right in the fucking heart.
And for that to be the last shot of the movie, when that shot of them doing like this to each other, and I was just kind of like
zoomed in, so good. I know that totally just like pulls you in right there. It's like, oh my god, yeah. But I just love the fact that they didn't just, because I was worried. I was like, is it going to be like a cheesy thing where like all of a sudden they remember? No, like it wasn't that. It was like a build up. There was kind of this whole thing and it didn't quite get there, but it's there. I love the fact and it's kind of funny too, because Peter was totally just trying to be like, got to keep the secret identity. I mean, obviously he got into a spa with Yelena with this.
Okay.
That scene was
as a Florence Pugh fan.
Oh, that really is your office.
Yeah.
As a Florence Pugh fan, I will just say that was
hallelujah.
Sexy. She's sexy as all hell.
Beautiful.
I'll give her that.
Gorgeous. Amazing.
Yeah.
Spectacular. Yeah. All the Spider-Man puns all rolled into one. And it's not even fucking Spider-Man that we're talking about here. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't hate it because of that, because I love her in the role too, even because when she does a Russian accent, she's just adorable. But at the same time, I'm like, what is this? What do we do? But it was funny to the point, where it's like.
And another thing about this movie, because remember, Ray contacted me Wednesday night right before we did DC Fanimated, and he was excited about it. And then I asked him yesterday. I said, okay, just double checking. Any last minute homework I need to do for this movie. And another great thing about this movie, I'm not sure if it's the Sony aspect or if it's just Marvel Studios kind of like getting the memo of, how about we make movies that don't make you feel like you have to have watched all the 37 other movies and all the TV shows to feel like you can follow this movie. Like, as long as you've watched the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies, you're kind of pretty much set for this movie.
Yeah.
I mean,
you don't have to, there's no like big time homework when it comes
No.
I mean, obviously when he started having the organic web, he does mention Peter 2. He says Peter 2 had organic web, and he was cool.
And he was cool.
Yeah. So there was like a little bit of that. I mean, but there wasn't.
I was hoping he was going to mention Peter too.
Yeah.
When he started getting the organic web, I was like, please remember that was a moment you guys had.
Yeah. It was funny too, because when he was having the organic web and the the leakiness, and I mean, like my dad was like, ugh, and then all of a sudden he goes, ooh, like that on screen. I'm like, perfect timing, Dad. No, but I mean, yeah, with but yeah, like I said, when it came to Ned and MJ, I thought they utilized them very well, where it wasn't overdone. Like I like that scene where they're putting the Legos together.
I loved that scene.
But he's fully in Spider-Man, and like a costume, because he's still keeping his identity.
But he's building an X-wing out of Legos.
Yeah, it was just like they were doing the thing where it's like, oh yeah, this is what we did, but they don't know it. Huh?
A reverse has happened now. So in Homecoming, Ned was the first one to find out that Peter was Spider-Man,
when he
right? And then MJ gets mad at the fact that Ned finds out in, I think it's the second movie. Now, in Brand New Day, MJ is the one who finds out that Peter is Spider-Man, and she accidentally lets it slip that that Spider-Man's name is Peter, and Ned's like, Spider-Man's name is Peter? Even though there's like no animosity, but he's just kind of like, huh. And then at the end of the movie, obviously, you know, I'm Peter. And I was, man, that ending is just so fucking good.
It's heartwarming. It's definitely heartwarming. We got Paul joining in right now.
Hey guys, before
I had
Paul
a feeling
gets started,
he'd show up.
Yo.
I need to go because
okay. Now that Paul's here,
right.
yeah.
All right, well, bye, Scott.
No, I know.
He's like, oh God, Paul's here. All right, well, I'm out, guys. I'll see you later.
This was fun while it lasted. Bye, Paul.
Had an hour. I started this. I started my time on the stream with a clock, and I said I got an hour.
I know. Like, Scott.
Fair
has,
enough,
yeah, he's got work and shit. So, like, but thank you, Scott, of course, for being on here. I love it. Love having you on here, of course. Go ahead and promote whatever you got to promote.
I missed you,
Of course,
Scott.
follow me on X. It's Scott DC27. I'm Vero Scott McClellan. Tomorrow is the last day on my X giveaway. If you want to win a 4K digital copy of Kill Bill: The Whole Bloody Affair, of course, find the tweet that's pinned at the top of my account, and you can like it, follow me, and share it. And then
it's fun for the whole family.
It is fun for the whole. It's the whole bloody affair.
Yeah.
And also I will be reposting. I'm going to change. I've sold 3 of my figures so far. I got 3 that haven't sold yet. I'm changing them from auctions to buy it nows. So I will be reposting some figures and hopefully be posting some new ones soon. So look out for those if you want to add to your own action figure collection. And then of course, make sure that you join Dave and myself next Wednesday for our continuation of the DC Fanimated stream, where we will be watching Child's Play, the next episode in the first season of Static Shock, which, by the way, Dave, thanks to Jim and I looked ahead and I fixed up some of our watching order for the future because something I did not have back during the Barmenheimer days is AI to help me figure out like what the broadcast schedule was and what order certain episodes aired on a Saturday. And I also changed some things because I realized this is the way they aired, but chronologically, these are the way the episodes need to happen. And so I did some, because let's just say that season 2 and season 3, they fucked up Static Shock. So we're fixing it for the DC Fanimated stream. So
nice.
Scott, I'm gonna send you a picture of the figure I got at San Diego. I mean, I don't have it yet, but I made a massively huge purchase, and I think you'll appreciate it.
Of course I will. So, guys, thank you so much, and join us Wednesday at 9:00 for that episode of Static Shock. See you guys later.
Appreciate you, Scott. Take
Scott.
it easy. And then, of course, thank you, Real Skeptic, for the $5 steer. It looks like Marvel's putting all their eggs in the Mutant Saga basket. Post Secret Wars. What if it's not going to flop? It's not going to flop. I think if they play the cards right, and I think like the fact that they have not just, they've slowly introduced the mutant element. Deadpool and Wolverine helped with it. It helped. I think that movie really helped just audiences that were just like, wait, what's going on? That kind of helped where it's like, oh yeah, I could, hey, there's Hugh Jackman. I recognize. And Deadpool, yeah, okay, cool. And it kind of helps in a way. And I know like when Eternals came out, we're like, oh, we finally getting this? Are we finally gonna, get that whole element? And it really didn't mention anything about mutants. And
that would have been the best time too, because with the deviants and everything else.
Yeah, that's what like even William was talking about earlier. It was like maybe that there's always that aspect because Scott hadn't seen it, and then Scott was like, did they do anything with that? It's like, no, they didn't, but a lot of people thought that was like the easiest like way to open the door at least, but they didn't. So when it comes to this movie, and Phil brought up the good point. It was like, yeah, if you're gonna, I think it was Phil that you said like, yeah, if you're gonna introduce mutants,
yes, it was me.
Why not with your biggest fucking character? And
they had the biggest crossover in the animated series, which most of the MCU's target audience is kind of like, farmed from that era of Marvel fandom, be it Spider-Man the animated series or X-Men the animated series. Also, speaking of X-Men the animated series, X-Men 97 is fucking awesome. Just gonna throw that out there too.
Yeah, I still gotta watch it.
That was great.
But Paul, since you're here now, let's get your overall review of Spider-Man brand new. You saw it twice.
Yeah, I've seen it twice. So I got first off, I apologize. I meant to come on earlier. I had to take care of a phone call. I wish I wish I was here
How dare
for
you
more
have a
of
life?
this.
What's wrong
I
with
know.
you?
I wanted to, but I wanted to go
number
through.
one priority.
How dare you have a life?
I wanted to go through like the bit by bit discussion because there's so much to go over with the movie and stuff. But so you guys will get a kick out of this. So I got an early Amazon Prime screening and stuff. I was able to get a decent seat. The problem is that I didn't realize when I got the ticket it was 4DX. Do you guys know what that is?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
that's
shakes
that,
and
that,
moves.
yeah, that's when you're literally going insane with all the stuff they're throwing at you.
I did that for Top Gun.
You're almost on a Disney ride.
Yeah, it's the best way I can describe it is
Go see the Odyssey in 4DX. You're gonna have a great time.
Oh, I've seen videos of where the 4DX was off timing, and so they're on Calypso's island. But this thing is simulating like they're on the ship. It's hilarious. But yeah, for anyone at home that doesn't understand or know, it's basically like you're on one of those little mini Universal rides where like the seats are moving in tandem with what's happening on the screen during the action sequences. That's basically it. So if Spider-Man's running on top of a rooftop, your seat is doing this. If there's rain, you can even get little water droplets on you. If he's shooting webs, you're getting little, air pockets like going all around your chair off. Yeah. I've even had water like come up around me. It was like, but again, just spray. It wasn't like excessive, but it was enough. And I don't ever want to do it again.
Yeah.
On top of all of that happening, when I got the ticket, I found it was 4DX. I was like, all right, it's on me. I can't reschedule it. She hands me 3D glasses. I go, it's 3D as well? Awesome. Cool. All the bells and whistles. Didn't need that, but that's fine. I'm there. And as I sit down, I realize that the seats next to me are vacant. And I go, oh, they must have just missed a screening or something. Nope. 10 to 15 minutes into the film, a whole family shows up. A mom, a dad, two kids. The mom sits down next to me. There's a baby in her lap and a papoose. Oh. I wanted to kill someone, and I did my best.
What the fuck is wrong with people, man? I tell you.
The baby went on and off.
We don't have enough time in this show to go over that.
No, but
that's also true.
The irony is when the 4DX thing was happening, like, and the chairs are moving, the baby was quiet as hell. That was the irony of it all.
Because it was rocking itself. That's probably.
But I preface saying this because even with all of that bullshit happening, I still had an amazing time watching the movie. Like even to have it being a roller coaster and the baby and everything else, good. Like I still loved the movie. So I think that speaks volumes to the film. Obviously, I just got done seeing it a few hours ago.
Not with all that bullshit.
No,
regular screening.
It was a regular screen. The only issue I had with the second screening is there were a few like 4-year-old like toddlers, like obviously families were there. And they had to keep kind of going to the bathroom, so I had to keep putting my legs up sometimes for like the dad to take the kids to the bathroom. Or the
honest to God, like, I would have preferred that over a family of 4 fucking off on their phone the entire movie.
Some of them, I think one of the two of the little kids down below, because it was like a stadium seating. I think one or two of them were on an iPad. Some of them were playing with their Spider-Man action figures while they're watching the movie. So it's like whatever, please just be quiet. That's all I ask.
For sure, yeah.
Because I'm here to be invested. I'll leave it at that. So. For me personally, obviously my superhero growing up was more Batman, and I got into Spider-Man at like a later time. But I did grow up watching the animated series, like on Fox, Fox and Kids and stuff like that. But I learned more and more about Spider-Man lore and the Spider-Man comics as I got older, especially like into high school and like much later. But I will say that and I love all the Tom Holland movies as is, and I like the home trilogy. If you guys have already stated or already said, but this was the closest I've ever seen Tom to getting to being the comic book version of the character.
I think we all agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I really dug that. I mean, you guys are going over it. All the stuff they dealt with and how they handled Ned and Zendaya's interacting with him.
Well, that's what I was just bringing up before you came on. I was like, I thought that was, because I was worried that it was just going to be like this stupid thing where it was like all of a sudden they just remember and then they all hug and it's all. No, they didn't do that. It was like literally like when you thought that MJ was going to remember and she was just going to kiss him.
Right.
Nope.
Right.
She straight out was like, take me home. That's not me. That's a different woman. And it was like, and he even said, I loved you. Like, right. I was like, it was crushing. And then you literally have him just like, taking her home, like web slinging, kind of almost slow motion a little bit. And it's just like, it's kind of brutal because like, oh wow, he's like,
I feel the tears and under the mask.
yeah, he's probably just like he is shattered as he's doing that right now, and it's like
it felt earned. Nothing felt rushed. Nothing felt given. It felt earned. All those moments felt earned, and to be quite frank, brutally honest, brutally real.
Really real. So this was funny because obviously the first time I watched it, so it's funny because my roommate and his girlfriend, she's a huge Marvel movie fan. She figured out that it was going to be a feint with the way MJ was acting towards him and everything on the rooftop. Like she figured out that was not going to be MJ or something like that. So
that part got me good.
So that didn't surprise me.
Cold though. I thought it was really cold of Jean Grey to do that.
Oh,
when the reveal happens, I was like, oh, that's so cold.
That's so
messed
up. Jeez.
Yeah, we don't even know to the extent of how much we have an idea, but we don't even know like what emotional damage this version of Jean has gone through to be at that level where she's that fucking like cruel and mean, honestly, if I'm being honest. But
thank you, RJ, for the $10 super. Yeah, the Jean reveal. I don't know how your guys' theaters like that. Yeah, like. But there was a couple of gasps, like I said. I even said, like, my brother was like, "Oh," and then my dad was like, "Who's that?" And I was like, "X-Men." Okay, and then it was like, yeah, but it was like a. But again, we kind of already talked about that too, Paul, at the beginning of this. Was like, I think we all kind of liked that it wasn't like some stupid like I'm Jean Grey, and then it was like a crazy moment. It was like he read it off he was like investigating and read it off the screen of that, which is cool,
right?
Yeah,
I mean. I would have liked if she had been I forget the name of the character. I think her name is like Firestar or something from like Spider-Man and the Amazing Friends.
Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, yes.
Yeah. I would have liked that. I think that would have been cool, like if it wasn't Jean Grey. But as it is, like so that happened, the feint out, and then obviously she jumps off the building and stuff like that. I was the opposite. I did not see the feint coming because they set it up so hard so that he basically made it so that like, oh, it'll be a while before she finds MJ. I can get to her in time. Blah blah blah. I was the opposite when the crush was happening and like they were kissing and making out and hugging deeply. I was the opposite effect because I know how it works in Spider-Man comics. Either it's one of two things. If something good happens, it means that either it's a feint out and something bad is about to follow, or it is a legit happy moment and someone is going to die. So I literally thought that MJ was going to die by the end of the movie because I was like, it's too soon. They've resolved this already too quickly. Something's going to happen to either her or Peter by the end of the film.
Yeah, it's I get how you got to that point for sure.
Yeah. So I'm glad it was a cool feint out. I mean, yeah. So there's been the nitpicks I have. I wanted to wait for the show to talk about this because obviously Phil and I talked a little bit about the movie and our thoughts, but didn't go into mass detail. Just, oh, did you like the movie and that and everything? But obviously I know. Yeah, no. I know Phil's one of his favorite characters is Jean Grey, and I was more of the idea. Now, again, I am not hardcore X-Men, so I don't know all of the different variations and all these things. But yeah, it was very cruel of Jean to do these things and the level of malice that she has in this movie. And I mean, granted, I don't think she kills anybody in the film. I can't speak for the guy that got hit by the taxi cab.
Yeah,
I don't know if that was intentional.
An old guy too,
let's talk about let's talk about the guy in the plane.
The helicopter.
The helicopter.
Yeah, the helicopter. Yeah. Did she just let him die at that point so she can leap somewhere else?
Well, the standing theory is she leaped out before that.
But to where?
To somebody else.
They show basically from the training sequence in the flashback that they can jump, and if they decide to let go of the person, it's shown that their brain waves go back to their body. So my guess is because Spider-Man doesn't know those things and thinks that she's trapped in that body in that helicopter, Jean waited till he was gone, and then she did the thing and went back to her main body, and then found MJ again through jumping, and then was somehow able to get to MJ right before. I mean, I think it's kind of. I mean, it seems like MJ is MJ when he comes into the apartment, but it seems like it's left. Yeah, and then maybe
she even says like, "Oh yeah, you came into my apartment," and then next thing I knew, I was like,
right. Yeah, so maybe she jumped her as they left because she's fine swinging, and she wasn't ever fine swinging.
Her mannerisms match MJ, normal MJ. Like I mean,
Yeah.
Zendaya has great kind of like her emotions capturing within her eyes, but she did very, it wasn't necessarily something that Jean Grey would know when MJ's like, do I trust you? Like that was definitely MJ until they got to the roof.
Yeah, until they.
Right.
It's funny too because thank you RJ for the $10 super chat. I mean, Samara Weaving and Emma Frost was damage control. You know what? You might be actually correct on that a little bit. It was kind of interesting timing with Mahershala Ali, and then they're like, put out
they're
that
not
we already
doing
cast
the X-Men cast at D23.
Yeah.
Kevin Feige said at Hall H that they're not doing movie stuff at D23.
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. I would be. I don't know. I'm kind of maybe.
Do we have a date for the X-Men movie?
So there is an undated 2028 movie, but I'm guessing it's 2029. But I don't know.
So we're about 2.5 years away.
2 years, over 2 years away.
Man, it just seems like they're all together rushed just to get that cereal prize out of the cereal box. I want them to take their time.
Marvel Studios, man, they're trying to just give good PR, and I was like kind of going like, all right, if they're already talking about casting, and then there's even the scoopers out there. They're saying like, oh yeah, they're holding castings and shit like that, and they'll probably.
Well, I saw Justin Kroll. I take his word over a lot of the other goofball scoopers any day, but he said that casting's been happening since May.
Yeah,
which is interesting.
I saw that too. Yeah.
But yeah, I would take his word over any other goofball scoopers, and if anything, they're probably just parroting what he's saying. Best guess. I don't know, but. Jake Schreier was announced as director of X-Men last year.
Yeah. And then there was a whole rumor that Kaylee Spaney was going to be, she's been rumored as Rogue, which I was like, okay.
I'd prefer Indy Navarrete. I fucking say
Indy Navarrete.
Yeah. She wants to be Mystique.
I know. I'd rather her be Rogue.
She probably would be a better Rogue.
But I could see Kaylee. I could also see what's her name? Oh my gosh.
They're gonna get a bunch of underwoods.
The one oh my god, Margaret Qualley. I can see her as Rogue.
Definitely. Yeah.
She could do that. That's Southern Sugar.
Thank you, Google, for the $5 super chat. I was the only one who reacted to reveal of June Grey. I got embarrassed. Also, that blonde girl in Peter's it's Gwen, I bet. Yeah, we were talking about that.
Don't feel embarrassed, Nicole. Don't feel embarrassed. I wish I was in your shoes.
There's nothing wrong with being on yeah. Again, like my theater wasn't. My theater didn't go the whole place went up, but there was people that did that, But there's nothing wrong with being.
I got a murmur.
I audibly shouted motherfucker when that reveal happened.
Yeah.
My two showings, I got an ooh at the Jean Grey thing, and both times when MJ has the letter, basically, like both showings react when she has the letter. I'm trying to think if there's any other. I mean, there was laughs. The only time I think I laughed. I mean, there's good comedic moments and elements within the movie, but the only time I think laughed out loud the whole movie was one or two Punisher moments. I think it's the one where Gene takes his mind over for the first time, and he goes, "Ooh, this guy has a lot of issues." So I was like, "Okay, that's funny."
That's funny, but then I'm also kind of going like, "All right, so you didn't sympathize with his loss."
Yeah.
He went through a bunch of loss. You were like, oh yeah, this guy's fucked up. You also were in Banner's head, and you're like, you don't want to sympathize with him. But then when it came to Peter, you were like, oh, okay.
It might be. I could be wrong. I could be misreading this. I mean, again, they're almost never going to touch on Hulk's past, even though that's a defining aspect of his character in the modern day between his mom and how he was connected to his mom and his abusive father. And Punisher was just more of like, he was already a grown man, and then he has his whole family taken from him, and he's just like lost. Yeah. Peter's memory is based with Aunt May, and clearly the mother issue is a thing with Jean as they establish in the movie, because
I get that.
And Aunt May is basically Peter's mom, and I think because.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, because she can read his thoughts and his feelings, she can understand that it's not just his aunt, it's his.
I got to her.
Yeah. You know what I was kind of hoping for when it came to all that? I was like, if they're gonna if she was gonna go into Peter's mind, I was almost wondering if they were gonna show an Uncle Ben. Are we gonna finally see the Uncle Ben? Are we gonna?
I would love to see Uncle Ben. I feel like they've abandoned Uncle Ben at this point.
No, they have.
Crazy.
It's Aunt May, which is fine. I mean, that's what their version is. And
I mean, I get that, but
No Way Home
it would be kind of cool to see an Uncle Ben.
Well, I'm not denying that. I'm just saying, I think right now that we're not seeing Uncle Ben.
Yeah, no, not for Tom's Peter. No, I don't think so. I think that the whole Ben thing is for Andrew and Toby, and that's fine. But I think to Chris's point, like Uncle Ben.
I was kind of wondering though. I'm like, are they gonna try? You know, and then I was even wondering too if they were gonna even show this Peter, like his version of getting bitten by the spider, but they're like, nah, it's fine. It's been shown too many times.
The way the MCU works, like, I mean, we're talking about, you know, some of the most ridiculous things that happen, like Nick Fury's eye getting lost because a cat scratched it out. I mean, they could literally. I'm not saying. Oh, I know. I'm not using it as as a good example. I'm just saying if they really wanted to, they can always like retcon something in later, like
Secret Invasion needs to be retconned.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, they're going to retcon that with Secret Wars. I would not be shocked. It's the soft.
No, they're going to do an actual Secret Invasion and do it justice.
Yeah. Soon.
But if they really wanted to, they can show a flashback and show that, you know, Uncle Ben was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and that before he died, he said to May that the responsibility catchphrase, and that's where she got it from. They could literally do that if they wanted to. You know, I mean, I would like to just know what happened to this version of Uncle Ben, because clearly he existed. He has a suitcase with Ben's thing. Huh?
Like Far From Home confirms that there is a Ben Parker. Because Peter's suitcase has the initials BFP on it.
Yeah.
Well, he even said in Homecoming, he goes like, you know, it's like, yeah, it's my aunt's like, you know, with all the stuff that happened to my uncle, he says that to Ned. Yeah. So they kind of just like, was like their way of being like, all right, there we go. We covered the Uncle Ben stuff.
Uncle Ben died, and we thought maybe, you know, it might have unintentionally been Peter's fault, but they never really followed up on it. Now I'm thinking like maybe it wasn't. Maybe he just died randomly. I mean, it could be a number of different things.
Yeah,
how the multiverse works.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I did think that maybe they might touch on Gwen or just somebody else, another person to add on besides just MJ and Ned. Because again, there's so many other people that revolve Peter's life outside of MJ and Ned.
Years ago, or at least at Homecoming, and because we find out she's MJ at the very end of that movie, essentially. I would have said, I want to see his other love interest. I want to see if Gwen Stacy plays a thing or if Black. Not to say that they won't pop up, but unfortunately, Zendaya is married to Tom in real life, so I don't think MJ is going anywhere. On top of the fact that MJ was married to Peter at one point for a while in the comic books, until
I like how in this movie they show her new boyfriend one time and then he's never seen again.
They do the kiss,
just like Paul should have been in the comics.
Yes,
Paul. We like you.
I know. No, I already know. I was gonna make the joke. I wish they had just said his name, Paul. I would have laughed so hard because I hate that comic. But like, I would have still laughed regardless. I think that would have been really hilarious.
A lot of people fucking hate that comic too. Like, it's not.
Yeah. The character was just poorly written and unnecessary.
But didn't that inevitably lead to MJ getting the Venom symbiote?
Yes.
I mean, it's part of the storyline, but I mean, he has nothing to do with it. He's like a wet blanket that you just can't get rid of.
Yeah.
I mean, a wet fart that just never goes away. Sure.
That's
like a fart in the wind.
That's funny. We got somebody else that's going to be joining in right now.
Ray.
What's up,
Ray?
Hello, everybody. Hello.
I almost bought that shirt right before I went to Comic-Con, Ray.
Kohl's. I love Kohl's.
Yeah.
Kohl's is so amazing.
You can find some gems in Kohl's. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, a ton of them.
Definitely find some gems in Kohl's for sure. So, Ray, how's it going?
I'm good. I'm quite good.
Did you see a movie this weekend? Maybe.
I had an uncanny moment or two at the theater on Wednesday night. I will say that when that happened, the theater I had to go all the way to Saginaw, Michigan, which is an hour north of where I live, because I went to one of the Amazon screenings, and all the Amazon screenings closer to where I live were damn near sold out at that point. So I went to a theater called the Quality 10 at Imagine, or powered by Imagine, the regional chain up here that does the EMAX theaters I mentioned a bunch of times. And it was a huge theater, giant theater, packed house. And when that reveal happened, because I didn't know, I was completely, I had no idea. I was not thinking my brain was racking like, who the fuck is this? That is
You
fucking
talk about you talk about
the whole
Sadie?
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so when the reveal happened, the theater gasped, and I loudly said, "Oh my god!" I loudly
see.
said
That's
that.
great. That's great that you were so in the
motherfucker,
dark
yeah.
when you were. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad. And then because I literally went, there it is.
And
yeah.
it was such a like I wasn't shit you not. I was in a fog for the next 5 minutes. My brain was only thinking, there it is. I've been fucking waiting for this since those assholes bought Fox, and now here it finally fucking is. So that was
Jean Grey jumped into your mind and you don't remember it. That's basically what I'm getting from this, right?
Basically, yes. For 5 minutes, she totally did. And that was, I mean, that was, I think, maybe a little after that point. I want to say, because I think that was like we were into the second act of the movie. That was when I started having the crazy thought popped into my head. The thought that they have been all over me on Instagram. The one that I have been transmitting, and that was the thought is this movie better than Winter Soldier?
No.
And that thought kept going through my head, and by the time
subjectively speaking, right?
It's all subjective. It's all subjective, Chris.
There we go. You gotta get him to say it.
Everyone take a shot.
Say it.
Yes.
Some people were saying that though. I saw.
Nothing wrong with that.
I am firmly saying that. I am firmly in that camp. It is.
I don't know.
That movie shocked me. It shocked me how good that movie fucking was.
Well, I think not knowing, not even like being shocked by the Jean Grey reveal, that helps with that decision of that being now better. Yeah, I could see that because I already had it spoiled and I already suspected. So when it happened, that's why I literally said out loud, I was like, "Oh, there it is."
And that sucks too, because not only was it heavily rumored for like however long, but there was that kid from Empire that put it in his headline. There was another person on the red carpet that spoiled it.
On the red carpet.
Felt so bad for anybody watching that. I was like, oh my gosh, that
was so stupid. Like it was like the guy was just like, oh yeah. It was like she was like, well, what character do you think? And it was like, I think Jean. And he just flat out said Jean. And then even the girl interviewing was like, I think that might be a spoiler. It's like, yeah.
Now
he named the fucking character.
Didn't Ryan? I mean, I could be wrong, but didn't Ryan Reynolds also? I mean, he looked like the X-Force Deadpool, but didn't he have? Or wasn't it shown later?
It was made out of denim.
It's literally his suit is literally called the Jean Grey suit.
Yes.
Also, he walked by me. I saw him walk by me, not realizing it was him off the floor.
Awesome.
Yeah, he walks by me. Me and my buddy were like, "Oh, that's a pretty cool like Deadpool."
Yeah,
cosplay.
You weren't the only one. There's a whole video montage of him walking past everybody.
I love that shit.
Happy for those people that took a photo with him. Be like, what?
Yeah.
Now they're like posting shit like, I posed it was really him. Holy shit. Yeah.
He just looked like another one of the million cosplayers there. I saw him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't know. Perfect. I mean, there's been numerous times where there's other actors.
Cavill did that 1 year. I forget what mask he wore.
2016, he was wearing V for Vendetta mask.
Right. He was wearing the Guy Fawkes mask, and like he surprised the celebrities. Like he walked up to Will Smith at the Suicide Squad table.
I think one of the funniest ones was Bryan Cranston put on a Heisenberg mask, like his bald mask,
like a little
makeshift mask.
He did do that, yes.
And he walked around, and people were like, "Oh my God, it's Heisenberg!" But it was actually Bryan. And then he showed up on their panel. And it was like, wait, is that really him? And then he took it off, and it was him, and with hair and everything, of course. And it was like, it was so funny.
You all appreciate this. I was walking the floor. I think it was Saturday, and next thing we hear, security details making noise, and they're like, "All right, make way, make way!" Celebrity coming through, like someone of importance coming through, and I'm like, "Well, who the fuck is it?" Because I couldn't see anyone, and then someone on a scooter is driving by, and I look, Frank Miller. I was like, oh,
that's so cool.
That makes sense. And I was like, hey, Frank Miller. And he was like,
Now is what he said about the movie true? Is that a real quote from him?
It's been shown in multiple things, so I have to assume it's true.
Saw in his
what did he say?
He had high praise.
The most Ditko movie.
Oh yeah,
most
that's a
Ditko
perfect
Spider-Man movie
description of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, like him saying that. Yeah. I mean, because this movie just felt, like that grounded type of Spider-Man that people that certain Spider-Man fans were like looking
Honestly,
for.
I lean more towards Todd McFarlane Spider-Man than I do Ditko on Brand New Day, but that's just me.
I get that.
I could see that, but if you, I love
in terms of tone, terms of tone, that's kind of what I was getting at.
The first time I got a chance to talk to him, you asked him, where did you get your style from? Because it's wild, it's crazy. And he says, I always go back to Ditko because Ditko made him look like a spider. And that expression with the frames of the lenses, that's where he gets that from. And that's where those shapes. So that's why when you know how he's feeling. The lineage to Ditko, and Ditko's never comes up with a lot of comic book collectors. It just never comes up. So that was kind of cool to see Frank Miller bring that up because of nobody talks Ditko anymore.
Well, it's crazy because Ditko did at least 30. I mean, I have the entire run. It's like 30 plus issues of that. But there's even a meme, if I can find it. I'll bring it up on the phone. But it's not of the actual artist or anything like that. Like another guy just drew this, and he even tried to draw it in their styles, and it says Ditko Peter Parker, and it shows like where he has like the the Angora sweater or whatever over, and like the glasses, and he's like all angsty and mad and kind of pent up and everything because he can't like lash out because it'll expose who he is and everything. And then it shows Romita Peter Parker, and he's got the long wavy hair kind of, and he's got like a leather jacket, and he's got Gwen and Mary Jane like right hand in hand, and he's like, man, I love bitches and bitches love me, or something like that. And it was showing the differential of the hairs and all that shit. But it's not wrong because that's kind of
funny.
Well, it helped too that one from what I mean, I could be wrong, but I believe what the case was, at least I think what Stan Lee had one time said, was that the transition happened at the best time for the character because Peter was leaving high school and going into college, and Romita had mostly been doing romance books, but Romita was smart about it, and he copied Ditko's style for a little bit, and then every issue tried to make it more and more like his own. So by the time you got about 5 or so issues in, it was becoming the Romita style. And then Peter himself was also, being like, oh, I need to, try a little harder and dress a little different, try a different style and so on and so forth. And so it kind of like was natural. But no, Ditko is classic Spider-Man. He's the original co-creator, like if not the creator, like he is.
Yeah, he's the guy.
Look at Doctor Strange. Creator. When you think of that movie's VFX, you go back and look at how much acid drip already did in those early, Strange Tales or Doctor Strange books. It's bonkers how much he did, and like it's weird you bring that up, Paul, because when Miller talks about Kingpin, he talks similarly where like I think John Byrne told him like draw Kingpin the way he's been drawn, and then you turn him into a Miller character, light him up, and then he became a very Miller character. Yeah,
that was John Byrne that gave him the advice because they were competing artists at the time, but they were friends.
X-Men and Daredevil. Yeah.
Yeah,
he said, imagine collecting books like that at the time, being like, you get the X-Men by Byrne and you get Daredevil by Miller. Like that is fucking
80s Marvel was
top tier.
There was a lot of good runs back then, especially. But yeah, Miller took the advice. He drew it all like Romita, the entire issue, and then the last panel or so, when
lights up,
it becomes a Frank Miller character because the lighting and the shadow, because that was what Miller was known for, especially.
And look at his paneling of like Dark Knight Returns. It is full on Ditko, and I think even what's his name, Gibbons, when he talks about Watchmen, we went back to Ditko. It's like the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh well, because Ditko had done and worked on Charlton Comics, and he had created the question,
which was
the basis for
Rorschach.
Right.
Okay, you know, it's funny too because I just thought of this right now because obviously, like when it comes to like Ditko and like the fact that the Tom Holland one has always been more inspired by that, especially when it comes to the mask and the eyes and the fact that the eyes can move. Did you guys notice how much you can actually see the?
You can see his eye through.
Yeah, you can actually see the eyeball through the lens. I was like, whoa! Well, we have never seen that before.
There was so much of the costume in this movie. It felt like the Batman.
Yeah,
it felt very much like the Batman, where like this movie has to have set the record for most he's in the costume on camera.
Dude, I was thinking the exact same thing. Because he's probably in the costume almost as much as probably more than he is.
I would say 80% of the film when he's on screen, he's in the costume.
Yeah,
it's at least 70%, 75, 80% of the movie. He's Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And if not like fully, at least mask on. Like he has the mask on more than
the costume. The costume is just like it's just gotten so much better. Where I mean, obviously before there was a lot of CGI when it came to him.
Well,
moving around and stuff.
And to that point, Dave, I think that's why the costume had to look as good as it did.
Yeah.
Because if we're going to do it practically, and if you're going to have Holland act through it, you can't have it look like shit, and you can't use a costume that you're going to fix in post later with CGI. Right. It's got to look good on camera, like
also
the camera.
Visually, I think Destin Daniel Cretton did with this movie to honor previous Spider-Man movies in the same way that Matt Reeves honored previous Batman movies with the Batman, because there are shots in this film where you literally go, oh, that's from Spider-Man 1. Oh, that's from the Amazing Spider-Man. Oh,
I said
that's from the Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Dude, Phil, like I said, I think I said that before you came on. I was like, there's some raininess that I felt with some of these shots.
The final fight with the hand, straight up, that is a straight homage to Spider-Man 1 where he fights Flash Thompson.
Yeah.
Like when the Ninja Star flies right
by
his
you know
face.
what it also I mean, yes, so that part I didn't catch. The part that I did catch though was I feel like that last fight scene he threw in some Shang-Chi.
Yes,
for
sure.
His webbing point of views. I felt of Garfield when he would go through the skyscrapers. I'm like, yep, that's Garfield.
Yep. Yeah. And I love the point of view when he was like shooting the web, like they did like the point of view kind of thing. Where you see him looking up, it kind of like, especially if you see it on that big screen, you're going to be like, holy shit, that looked really cool. When you actually see him, like his point of view of like fucking web slinging. I was like, okay, yeah.
Was it me or did I spot the spaghetti webs when he tried his organic shots for a few times? I felt like one of the time when he finally like, all right, let me try to do the organic like flip. I thought it felt a little
spaghetti webs. Yeah, he does that McFarlane, that 301 pose.
Yeah,
and he did the Amazing Fantasy pose. There's a couple of different comic book poses that they did. I thought was kind of cool.
There's homages to not even just the movies, but everything. I mean, the Insomniac games had a clear influence on this movie.
Yes,
I mean, you can see that everywhere.
When he fights Scorpion the first time, he does a move where he jumps up and comes back down. Yep. That is straight up out of the Insomniac game. There's a few times when the web bombs go off, you're just like, that's
the web game. Grenades or whatever. It's like those things are cool.
Even when he comes to damage control to rescue Jean, he literally does sliding moves and twirls the same exact way it's in the game. It's almost verbatim. It's crazy. But it doesn't look like a video game. It just is homaging a video game.
I mean, I love that shot too. I was like giddy because obviously like you probably could have saw it online too. But like when he's pulling Frank on the ground when they're fighting Hulk.
Oh yeah,
and Frank is just good like on his back, and then Hulk is like above, and it's slow motion. And it's just like that fucking shot. I was like, oh, that's such a.
That was the scene they showed us in Hall H. And I was like,
dude, I was like, oh, that shot was just so fucking. I was like, oh,
the first action sequence. Chris brought this up on Marvel Alliance. That first bit where he's chasing down the tank. That's a straight up car chase sequence from the Insomniac games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Tom Holland said that they were trying to pull a lot from those games, so that's good.
Yep.
There was so much more of Frank in this movie than I thought we were going to get. I really did not.
Oh yeah,
he is. Everyone thought like the Hulk was going to be like the MCU mentor. No, it's Frank.
Nope. Yeah, it was kind of interesting.
No, I like that though because that's before we connection.
Before we continue, I know Ronan, you got to take off.
Yeah, I got to go work on some stuff for Batman, Kid Crusader, and stuff.
Oh yeah, because that dropped today. Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm halfway through episode 3. Episode 2 is fun.
I did not even realize that there's too much.
All 10 episodes. Amazon.
A lot of
stuff. Oh, Scott's already binged through all of it. Yes, he told us.
Jesus.
Yes, he saw Brand New Day this morning with his son, and then Cape Crusader.
I saw the first episode.
He's living his best life.
I saw the first episode. I think last Friday at San Diego.
So, oh yeah, that's right. You were there when you were at the panel, huh?
Y'all ain't ready for what they do with Joker. Y'all ain't ready.
I was at that panel. And then I was also part of the Nightfall panel too.
Oh man, I cannot wait.
Nice.
According
Can't
to
wait. I'm
Scott,
gonna fire it up. I'm gonna fire it up tomorrow when I'm nurturing my hangover. Anyways,
according to Scott, he
Ronan.
said they went straight. Ronan, they said they went straight TV 14.
Oh yeah, yeah. He said,
Just-
like, oh yeah, they just fucking went.
Just
crazy.
wait for it. Just wait for it.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I. Anyways, Ronan, thank you for joining, man.
Thanks, man, for the invite.
Glad you had a good time at Comic-Con too. Saw your pictures and stuff.
It was wild. It was tiring, but I would do it all over again.
There you go. Well, maybe next year I'll join. I think
Please join, man. Join the chaos.
I think I might. All right.
Who knows?
well,
We might get
appreciate
Secret Wars. We'll see.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go next year, Dave. Come
Ooh,
with
yeah,
us.
I think
Come join the madness that is coming.
Join the madness. Let's do it. All right. See you,
All
Ron.
right, boys.
Later,
Take care of
Ronan.
yourselves. See ya.
Yeah.
Talk to you later.
Phil, was it me? Because you've been multiple times, and I've been multiple times. It just seemed like this was a more physical fight, this Comic-Con. I was worn
This
out a
was
lot more.
technically my second, but third time going to Southern California in a summer. So I think a lot of people try to tell me that they closed down the exhibition floor at 7 o'clock in 2024. I don't remember that being the case. I thought it closed at 9 because I
2024 was a blur for good reasons. Not that I was high or anything, but that was a Hall H.
That's what it sounded like. I was like, did you party, William?
That was also like
I'm straight edge.
I know.
That year for me, really, everything just kind of went really smoothly because not only was it my first Comic-Con, I did it as press, and I managed to get in the Hall H at my first Comic-Con, and it was the year where they revealed the Russos doing Doomsday and Secret Wars, and Downey as Doom.
You guys were there, yeah.
Yep,
Yeah. And that's exactly why
not to skip through this one.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I skipped Hall H Saturday this year because I was like, I'm not going to sit through 8-9 hours of bullshit just to get to Marvel Studios for an hour. It didn't make any sense to me.
Like we were talking about last week that we were hoping that he would come out like in this costume or something to be crazy like that. Sadly, that didn't happen, but there were still some good reveals.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
What did you want to come out in the costume? You wanted Johnson. You wanted Johnson to come out in the costume?
No. He was talking about like Downey.
Robert Downey.
So they didn't have the Doom costume on display until Saturday. So a lot of us wondered if like maybe Robert Downey Jr. was going to walk the floor as Doom. But
okay,
That would have been interesting.
I wonder how much of that costume is practical. Like how much of it is practical?
I mean, it looked pretty practical in the trailer, and it looked pretty realized on the floor when I stood
By
next
the
to
way,
it.
That floor one looks very practical. But
so speaking of Avengers Doomsday, did you guys all get the Avengers Doomsday trailer in front of your screening?
Yes, I did, and I cried.
It was fan screenings. They don't do trailers.
Oh yeah, you don't get
yeah.
Because I heard I saw people.
My Wednesday one did.
Mine did not. Mine did
Oh,
not.
yeah, I was surprised. Yeah, it was like full trailers. Like it was no other.
I didn't have any trailers of any kind.
Depends on the.
Okay, so well, you were holding an event.
Yeah, on the advanced screening, there was no trailers. It went right into the movie, and this one had trailers. This one had trailers from everything, but no Marvel stuff, no Doomsday in front of it.
That's surprising.
Crazy.
Oh,
yeah, because I got the Avengers Doomsday, but I would have figured that there would have been like the one that led up to the actual, hey, now Spider-Man's showing, but no, there was like two more. I got the Taika Waititi movie with the which kind of
was Wednesday.
I'm not gonna lie, it looks
Something
interesting,
Sunshine.
even though I don't like Taika Waititi. But I'm like kind of going like, okay, yeah, the one with that one with the artificial
Ortega,
Ortega.
Oh, yeah,
reminded me of a Small Wonder.
Yes.
Yeah, kind of like that. And then I got Jumanji, and I was like, all right.
Yeah, I got that too.
I was like, really? That's the one you're going to lead into?
I haven't seen any of those sequels.
Oh, they're
I
hilarious.
haven't either.
I haven't seen any of the movies.
I've only seen
Okay.
the Robin Williams.
I've only seen the Robin Williams.
If you're
I
going
don't plan on it either.
If you're going into them expecting the Robin Williams type movie, where there
no.
was like dark and
Yeah,
horror in there, like it's not that. It's
No.
The first sequel, not bad. Second one, it gets a little like, okay, what are we doing here? And then this one looks like it's even crazier. But
Are
I'm
they
like,
really sequels though? Like, do they mention the first?
Yeah,
they
there is mention. It's in the same world.
Okay.
So if you watch, especially when it comes to the first one, with Dwayne Johnson and stuff, there is talks of.
But I do want to preface, Ray, the best way you can look at it though too, because I do see them as official sequels, but they're so different in tone, and and that's kind of almost somewhat intentional because I don't know how to spoil it, but it's basically happens like the first 5 minutes of the movie. The board game evolves, so the board game realizes it's not being played, so the board game the board game changes into a video
game. Okay,
and that's why the game is slightly different in the sequels. But if you're looking for some of the darker elements, the darker tones, the scares from like the Robin Williams version, shit's not really in this.
And I don't think personally, I don't think that tone would fit The Rock and Kevin Hart and Jack Black at all. So I wouldn't want that. I would, if they were going to do, I wouldn't have wanted them.
The main thing you have to understand about the movies, and again, it's not really a spoiler. It's like the seconds in the movie, like what's happening. They are again, they're playing avatars of the game, and so when
they're kids that show up. Yes, no, I know that. And then I do know that. Yes.
Yeah. I would argue that. I would argue that the new Jumanji movies are anything. It comes off almost like a theater exercise because every time Kevin Hart is playing the character, but he's playing someone else different, inhabiting him. And the same thing with Jack Black and The Rock and Karen Gillan.
Yeah. So then when it comes to the new one, apparently the characters have now come out of the game into real life. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
Interesting. And I'm like, but I'm just kind of going, I'm over it.
You know what? They saw Tron Ares and said, you know what? They got a good idea. We're going to do it better.
Yeah, I'm just kind of over it.
Like
I
was gonna say they teased the beginning of this at the end of the last one, so I would say it was already
it was already set in motion. I guess I don't know. I think I appreciated the first the first iteration of this. I was like, oh, you know what? I actually enjoyed that. Then I saw the second one. I'm like, all right, I think I'm done. And then there was like, oh, there's another one. I'm like, and it's just kind of funny because. That was like 9 years ago that first one came out. I was like, geez, because they made the sequel pretty quickly and then they waited like 6 years.
Well, because it made the first one made so much money.
Yeah. It made $1 billion. Yeah.
So, Chris, for the record, I really like Tron Ares.
I like Tron Ares as well.
I like the visual style of it. That's what really impressed me.
Tron Ares,
soundtrack too. Yeah, soundtrack too.
My main complaint with Tron Ares is that it was a Dillinger side venture. It wasn't about the Flynns, and it didn't feel like it was.
I wish it was more about.
I was the reason I was okay with that is because I really liked the new characters, specifically the Greta Lee's character. I actually really liked that story, truthfully. And
Jared Leto, too soon.
I don't
never too soon to knock Jared Leto down.
Separating the art from the artist is a thing that I do.
That's what you got to do.
I understand.
I was making a joke. I
don't do that, but it's the same with Masters of the Universe. I know people that want Skeletor recast for like the next version of and it's like, well, okay. I mean,
it's fair, but like it is ironic because I mean, I don't know if I was on here when we talked about Masters of the Universe or anything, but like. I mean, I like the movie overall, but I thought Skeletor was one of the best things in the movie. I mean, look, my thoughts on Jared Leto aside.
Yeah.
Yes. Again, separating the art from the art. You don't need. You can think the person a scumbag in real life, and they're still really good at what they do.
Every Kevin Spacey movie.
Kevin Spacey will be on a Hollywood screen.
It's funny. Today, one of my coworkers was like, "Didn't you like The Flash?" And I was like, "Fuck no, I did not like that movie." And he was like, why? And I was like, 49% good, bad. I just wasn't a fan. And then another coworker chimed in and was like, oh yeah, I heard the main actor of that movie was a fucking garbage human being. And then I chimed in. I was like, well, yeah, so was Jared Leto. Because, Suicide Squad, all
Anthony
that.
Starr.
Well,
Anthony Starr didn't. I think the only crazy thing I've heard about him is he like attacked like a chef or something at like a restaurant.
He fucking
like a
punched someone at a bar or something. I don't
remember. Didn't he put a bottle? Hit him over the head with a bottle? Break a bottle?
It was something crazy. It was like some weird like fight that should not have happened.
He got arrested.
But by the same token, I think it's Homelanders. I don't think people like. Well, okay, figures.
Yeah, they're just kind of like that makes sense.
Something
okay
to that effect. But yeah, no, it's.
I'm kind of with Paul. I had fun with Masters of the Universe, and I thought Jared Leto surprisingly was actually pretty Skeletor-esque.
Well, I mean, you can show somebody that movie and nobody would even know that's Jared Leto.
Well, that's the point exactly. Like you're not like it's not like he's it's him and Tron Ares. You could have no clue it's him.
Okay, Jared Leto also does this one thing in the majority of his movies, Tron Ares aside, where he if you pay attention to his physicality and his mannerisms, in almost every movie he does this thing where he's like fucking moving his hands and shit just like that. In almost every movie he's always doing this, and I noticed it immediately with Masters of the Universe because, well, Skeletor also kind of does that too. But yeah,
and it makes sense for Skeletor to do that shit.
Right.
So
because it's kind of over the top and goofy, and it worked.
Well, that's probably why he worked as well. Because basically because that was the fear. The fear I had was like, okay, don't do straight Alan Oppenheimer. Don't do that. He found a way to not do Alan Oppenheimer, but still homage Alan Oppenheimer's
They did a
voice.
very good job of balancing it between the 80s run and the 2000s run, where Skeletor is much darker in that version. And they did a good, because he calls people a boob, but at the same time he's torturing people. He fucking grabs Evil Lynn and scars her skin a little bit, but she kind of looks like she's into it, but that's Evil Lynn. But regardless, he has enough of a threat where when he grabs He-Man by the hair, I'm like, oh, he could kill He-Man if Adam doesn't get his shit together by the end of the movie.
If he wanted it, he'd be dead already.
Kind of that, yeah. To a degree, for sure.
Saw what you did there.
We're veering off the Spider-Man talk.
But yes, I love Spider-Man, by the way. If it hasn't been clear. I love the movie. It was like
Paul, I did want to
out of 5 stars, maybe full 5 stars. I don't know.
Paul, I did.
Picks, but sorry, Ray.
I wanted to respond a little bit to what you were saying before I got on about the whole Uncle Ben thing, because this is something that obviously this comes up a lot. I think it's important because I forget there was something else that people were asking for with the MCU Spider-Man, and when it comes to the MCU, we're 18 years in the franchise, and it is just abundantly clear that at this point they have their own canon, they have their own Earth, they're telling their own variant of the story.
Okay. Yeah, so I was saying this exact thing before you were.
So May is the MCU's Uncle Ben. There will be no explanation of Uncle Ben. Okay. There will be like that. They treated how we as fans we've said for years we're tired of seeing the Waynes die because we've seen the Waynes die so many times. And I remember Scott saying, "Well, no, they have to put that in all the movies because the general audience literally forgets every time, and you have to remind them." It's like, okay, fine, I get it, but still, for our purposes, it's like, okay, we're sick of seeing the Waynes die. Well, there have been 6 Batmen. We've seen the Waynes die like a dozen times. But in the case of Spider-Man,
they've done some horrible stuff. They got to keep dying,
Right. But in the case of Spider-Man, it's like 3 Spider-Man actors, in the span of 20 years, and it's like, okay, we've seen Ben die twice, and then in the MCU, they're like, okay, they wanted to change it up. They deliberately wanted to go in a different direction, but they wanted to maintain Peter's core and basically make the message bigger than the transmitter. And that's why May is basically the conveyor of with great power comes great responsibility, but she even says it differently because you're not going to say it exactly the same way that Ben said it in either the other 2 movies or in the comics. You're going to do it the MCU way. The MCU way is going to be a variant always of the comics.
And to add to that, Ray, look at Spider-Verse. Especially across the Spider-Verse, especially when they bring out Uncle Ben. Everyone has their own Uncle Ben, but not everyone had an Uncle Ben.
Right.
Look at Miles, his dad, what they're hinting towards his dad. Gwen doesn't have an Uncle Ben. Gwen has someone different. Gwen had Peter.
And I was bringing this up, I think before you showed up, Ray, was I was kind of hoping maybe there, when Jean goes into his head, maybe there would be something of an Uncle Ben, and I'm like, okay, maybe fine. I'm glad that Marissa Tomei came back and stuff like that. But then I also brought up the point too, is you're right. This is the MCU trying to bring in these new elements. I mean, and I even said that the fact that they didn't have ownership of all these characters right at first. So now when they've established their universe, it took them a while to bring their biggest hero, and then they're now going to bring in the X-Men. So now they have to figure out how do we do this? And it almost benefits because Kevin Feige's like, oh yeah, we got ideas until 2042, kind of thing. And it's almost like, well, yeah, if you guys had everything at first, would it be as, right? I mean, even though that the multiverse saga has been a little messy, But now it seems like they're like, okay, well, we're figuring out, and then we're going to get into the mutant side of it, and we got plenty of ideas there. Now we have the mutants. We didn't have them before, and it's kind of interesting to see how that's going to play into the universe.
Yeah, and that's it's a great point, because essentially, I think what people have been looking for with respect to the Uncle Ben storyline, I think you saw it through the first 2.5 of the MCU movies, because May dying is Ben dying.
Oof, yeah.
That's what it is. Like that's the impact that's Peter's catalyst in this universe. And
he visits the grave twice.
And not only that, and nothing signifies this more than in No Way Home, not only her death, but also him. The other Peters show up, and that's literally their moment of zen, where he like climbs off the ledge, essentially, because they all relate, because they have their, Toby has Uncle Ben, but for Andrew, it's not even Ben, it's Gwen in his case. Really, that's
a little bit of both, but
the catalyst. It is. You're right. It is a little bit of both, because we did still see Ben die, but in that particular iteration. But like, it is clear that this version, that Tom Holland's version, May is his catalyst for everything that he does, and that was another one of the great things that I loved about Brand New Day.
Yeah,
this movie is literally like the aftermath of his decision at the end of No Way Home. Like,
of course,
like the whole way through, like in terms of like it, and I've said before, like some people might argue that like the deepest you can go emotionally with his story is the death of May, and I would argue otherwise. I would say that the deeper you can go is dealing with the aftermath of her death, and like, what is your life without her? What is your life after her? In this regard, and that's
I keep on kind of giggling because I saw a funny joke meme. It was like Tom Holland Spider-Man and Andrew Garfield Spider-Man, and it said like Andrew Garfield Spider-Man goes like, how many months are in a year? Tom Holland goes, there's 12. He goes, no, there's 11. It's like, what? You lost May. Oh my God.
Sing.
I saw that on my feed. I saw it on my feed, and I was like,
that's a dark rim shot.
That's cold.
Dave, have you seen the other Spider-Man meme where it's like, how girlfriends ask their boyfriends, like the funny question, would you love me if I was a worm or whatever? So Gwen Stacy looks at Peter and says, would you love me if I was a rock? And he goes, a rock? And then it cuts to her gravestone, and it's like,
yeah. No. See, there's just those. I mean,
there's some dark, shitty people out there. Jesus.
I know.
Yeah,
so you see these memes, and I saw that meme, and I was like, oh, and I just kind of laughed, and I sent it to my friend, and she was like, what the fuck? I was like, yeah.
Well, there was an alternate to that one I just said, and it was like, would you love me if I was a rock? And he goes, a rock, and it just cuts to a variant of Gwen Stacy who is Ben Grimm, but also Gwen Stacy. It's like, what?
That's better.
That's a little happier.
That's less tragic.
That's a little happier.
Yeah.
I know. People with their memes. When I saw that one, I was like, "Oh my God, what do we do?" I thought it was fun. I was like, "That's funny. That's funny, creative." It's like, "Oh no, there's 11. You lost May." I was like, "Oh."
Okay, I have a potentially hot take.
Okay. I like this.
Because this is a thought that I didn't, because I'm doing basically what I'm doing with Flight Review is I'm doing like spoiler free on YouTube, and I'm doing spoiler filled and uncensored on Patreon. And I had this thought on the Patreon one that I will share with you, gentlemen. Okay. I was thinking, I believe it's possible, and this is, listen, I love Fox X-Men. I'm a fan of Fox X-Men, outside of maybe The Last Stand and Origins Wolverine, but like,
or Dark Phoenix.
I like Dark Phoenix.
Dark Phoenix is a better made movie than Apocalypse. I'll say it right here.
I still like Apocalypse, but I might agree with you about Dark Phoenix, truthfully. Yeah. But no, I had this
train sequence
with respect to Jean Grey. I think it's entirely possible that Sadie Sink was given more to do and more agency in one movie than Femke Janssen and Sophie Turner were given in several.
Yeah,
that's the character.
I would argue that
they really showed her power and it was so funny too because I saw dumb people on, of course, Twitter, where they were like, "Hey,
that's the problem.
How was Punisher able to shoot a bullet through, her fucking magnetic force?" I'm like, that's not what it was.
It's not
it was the mines. It wasn't objects.
If it was not see Logan
putting a thing up, then yeah that'd be a problem.
Did they not see Logan? Because that was the first thing that popped in my head. Charles' seizures.
Yeah, when Xavier would be like freaking out and people are just,
right.
Like everybody's just still. There's people that are still. It's not.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they emphasized that it was a pretty cool shot when Frank walks up to the border and he sees like the owner and there's like dog that is not, that is just barking and they're holding on to the leash. I was like, that's pretty cool. There was like that little wall of the force that she was like holding on to. But yeah, when I saw that, I was like, no, it's not animate objects. It's mines that she's freezing. Not what the fuck. I was like, why? Yeah. So people just,
what kept going through my mind in that sequence was when Punisher shot at Jean and Spider-Man gets in the way.
Yeah.
Immediately I was like, oh, this is their way of doing the Punisher introduction in the Amazing Spider-Man. I was like, oh, I see exactly what you're doing here.
Yeah. As soon as that happened too, when he goes, in the entrance of the hospital and he's carrying him.
Yep.
And I literally said out loud, I was like,
"Oh, this is a comic thing."
Yeah, I said, "Oh yeah,
It's the cover. It's his first appearance. Spider-Man is in the crosshairs of the sniper rifle.
Oh wow, okay, all right.
Yeah, because he started out as a Spider-Man villain, or he was introduced.
I am still, a massive Marvel comic novice, so I had no. There was a dude next to me. He's sitting with his woman next to me, and he was Okay. All right.
Oh no, that too.
Yeah.
This guy to the left of me was like the Leo DiCaprio meme the whole movie. He just kept pointing at different things on the screen as they were happening, and I'm like, I am missing every fucking Easter egg he could possibly be pointing out because I don't know any of what.
There were a fair few.
He's probably seeing a ton of comic stuff. I did see one guy. He posted screenshots on Twitter, or not on Twitter. No, hell no. On Threads, where apparently they had gone to some lengths to recreate other comic covers, like Crondon, who played Tobias in Black Lightning, and apparently one of those shots is straight from the comics. There's a shot of him fighting Scorpion. It's also straight from a comic cover, and I wouldn't have known. Would have had no idea.
They do it pretty much at the beginning of that montage. Every sequence is a homage to a comic cover from.
When it slows down, that's when you know it's one.
Somebody made a really good video. I saw this and I just found it right now, thankfully, quickly.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's on Instagram.
They have this right here. It's
This is what I saw. Yep. This is what I saw. Yep.
So they're basically just
this is really awesome. This is really the painstakingly
By the way, where was this? Where was this?
Thank you.
Where was this?
Who's underneath it? They're hiding people. They're hiding Daredevil there.
They've totally see.
Thank you.
This brilliance.
Oh my God.
Brilliance, because when we saw that shot, what did everybody think? Oh,
Daredevil.
Somebody else is in that shot, just like what they did with No Way Home. I thought that too. I was like, is he breaking Daredevil out? Are we going to have Daredevil?
Do you know how much No Way Home has broken the brains of fans? Because this is what happened with Multiverse of Madness. Right after No Way Home, everybody was expecting cameo under the sun in Multiverse of Madness and got so pissed when it didn't happen. Yeah, but they're still doing it. They're still expecting.
You know what they should do? They probably should sue and see for false advertisement. That happened.
I wish trailers would stop putting in shots that aren't in the movie.
It's funny because
as much as I was disappointed, I was like, oh yeah, there's no Daredevil in this. But I went, you know what? Respect for making me, misdirecting me, because that's what you have to do. They even did that in Homecoming when you saw that shot of him and Tony, the Iron Man, he's swinging off, and that wasn't in the movie. They just did that just for the trailer. But they did that. I think they did that specifically to throw people off the set and get people talking about oh yeah, maybe fucking Daredevil's in there. And then when you see the scene with the hand, you realize, oh, this whole scene is just because Jean is controlling them.
Everyone was convinced that that Deadpool was going to be in Multiverse of Madness because Ryan Reynolds was flat out asked, like, "Hey, are you in Multiverse of Madness?" And he was like, "No, I'm not." And someone was like, "Oh, are you being like Andrew Garfield? Are you playing the Wolf?" And he's literally just like, "No, I'm not in that movie. I'm not back yet. No." And they were like, "Oh, okay, we got you." And then he wasn't in the movie, and everyone was like, "What the fuck? Why wasn't Deadpool in the movie?" Because Ryan Reynolds said he wasn't in the fucking movie. That's why.
Right.
No, I did not think. I mean, if for a post-credit scene, maybe it could have been something fun, but I was like, there's no way that. Why would you? Because this movie was too. This movie was supposed to be like something pretty serious. This was something. If you add Deadpool in it, you're just gonna throw all that away.
You lose that vibe completely. No,
post-credit scene, maybe.
The Marvel trailer like nonsense that still gets me is Hulk being in the Battle of Wakanda. That one's still
when he's running,
to this day. It's like, son of a bitch.
Right? See, that's the thing. It's like, and I appreciate Marvel Studios for keeping. I mean, obviously this is Sony too, but I mean, when I realized, I was like, wow, that shot was not in the fucking film. I'm like, they had me. I made an image of Daredevil underneath, and I'm like, Daredevil might be there, or the Hulk. I don't know what's going on.
It's funny. I actually heard today from a friend of mine who is in Southern California, and he's got a friend who works at Marvel Studios. Apparently, after Love and Thunder came out, there was a big kind of like meeting amongst the heads of everybody.
Would not be surprised.
And they were like, "Yeah, we need to have like a conversation about the tonality shift because we can't keep doing whatever this jokey bullshit is."
Yeah.
And so ever since then, they've kind of like ironed things out and moved it as you can see from Brand New Day, this kind of direction.
What's funny too is like I saw a meme too where like they were like, yeah, Thor when he's with other directors and Thor when he's underneath the Russos, and it's like Happy, he was like all goofy, and then it's like underneath the Russos, he's all serious and short hair.
Somebody brought up yesterday, I think Daily Kryptonian, he brought this up first, but other people have been posting it. Like the last 3 MCU movies have been like top tier, like Thunderbolts.
Yep.
First
Fantastic
Steps,
Four.
and now Brand New Day. Like they've all been like really fucking good,
and they're all very fucking different from each other too.
They are. They're all very different,
and they have a good balance of humor and
yes,
I mean,
practicality.
I would say that Spider-Man's like my favorite out of the last 3 for sure.
Yes, for sure.
And then, of course, we got Doomsday that's coming out, and that's like, oof, that's going to be interesting. I mean, and it's so funny too.
Like I got the Doomsday trailer before Spider-Man.
And
there's a massive difference between like when seeing it on my phone, watching it in the break room at work, and then sitting in a theater, seeing that trailer come up and seeing like Thor have actual doubt about who they're going to face and what
absolutely there's a difference.
This is what I love, because I knew, like, when me and my brother were driving to the movie theater, I was like, we're probably gonna get the Avengers Doomsday trailer. Did you watch it? And he's like, no, I haven't seen it. I'm like, good. And then when I saw it, it was kind of interesting because it made me like a little bit more excited for it, just seeing it on the like you said, Phil, and I was like, oh, that's cool. But I thought there was going to be a little bit more of a reaction from my theater. It really wasn't. There was people that went, woo, like that. But I was like, that was it. I think I was hoping for more of like a woo, yeah.
And that's what intrigues me about Doomsday, because I don't know. I don't think it's going to do poorly. I'm not suggesting that at all. No, but I do wonder if there's way more. I think it very well could do less.
I think it's going to do less than Spider-Man. I think it might do less than Spider-Man. I don't know.
Oh,
I mean, by less, what kind of number are you projecting?
Not that much less.
Hey, no. Here, William. Here, I'll tell you what. Because you guys have seen the updated numbers for Spider-Man's like previews, right?
Yeah, it's all crazy.
Yeah,
it's breaking records.
Well, because Dave, you did that one video. Because I saw the same thing you did about the 800 million projection.
Yeah,
and I had the same reaction you did first, and then I went and looked up what the records were, because I didn't think any movie had ever made that much in an opening weekend. And as it turns out, Endgame did. I'm like, well, shit. Okay, well then I guess I don't. But I still didn't know about these projections. Well, now they're saying that these projections that original projection might be on. Like or closer to that, and it's
it's been all over the place, because like I saw, like it said when I did my stream on Monday, it said 800 million plus, And I was like, that seems like, whoa, that's crazy, but who knows? And then there was the new numbers that came out from like Variety and Deadline.
Right.
I think Deadline said 465, Variety said like 530. I'm like, that seems a little more right. Still crazy. And then all of a sudden today, they're like, oh, it's going to probably shatter the opening day record of all time. And now it's looking at 900 million plus worldwide. I'm like, what?
Well, because this movie, it beat Endgame's previews by $12 million.
Yeah.
Which
so
is like,
it might, I don't know. It's just so weird because like, where are these projections coming from? I don't even know like who to trust or whatever.
So William, I'll say this: if you know, maybe we're talking anywhere from a $250 to $500 million difference, which doesn't mean which I don't think that's going to. Again, it's not like Doomsday is going to fail. It's not going to fail. Well, certainly,
I think they both cost $1 billion. But I do believe that Spider-Man is going to clear it.
They
right?
could.
What a shitty problem to have, huh? Damn.
I know, right?
It's here's the dumb part, William. Here's the dumb part. There's going to be morons on social media that are going to say only this or only that when they both clear $1 billion, right? Because yes, I agree with you. I think
they're not going to make two,
right? Because yes, I agree with you. I think they are both going to clear $1 billion, but I think Spider-Man could. No Way Home made $1.9 billion. Brand New Day could clear that. It could.
Well, it's gonna.
It probably will.
That'd be crazy if it does.
$72 million in a Thursday opening night.
That's ridiculous.
Which Endgame was like 65.
Yeah,
I think Endgame was 65 if I remember reading that correctly.
That.
But we have to remember, we are, it's 7 years later. There is inflation, but at the same time, though, it's just this movie. I remember, because like I said, my brother was driving. I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, wait till you see the parking lot. And sure enough, when we pulled up at the parking lot, we had to park so fucking far, in the parking lot. And it was just like, oh yeah, this movie is going to be ginormous. And of course it was a packed house. And it's just going to be, but I love that. I mean, this shows you how just Spider-Man is just Spider-Man. And it's like, and I'm like, man, can we get Batman up to this level? God damn it. Can we get Batman up to this level?
Okay, to be fair, Batman kind of got to that level first, and Spider-Man is just like lapped in the MCU. In that regard.
I mean, but I don't expect the Batman Part 2 to be,
No, here's the thing.
It'll do well.
You know what's funny is if Brand New Day makes over $1 billion,
it will.
This will be the first time a solo superhero movie has consecutively made $1 billion film 3 times in a row. Far From Home, No Way Home, Brand New Day.
Yes, first 3 times because Batman did it back to back. Yes, that's true.
Yeah. Because of Dark Knight. Yeah.
Dark Knight did it twice with Dark Knight Rises. But
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Paul, I know you got to take out because you're getting wrong.
Yeah, as you guys can tell, I'm kind of fading. It's not because I'm not intrigued by the conversation. As much as I love projecting box office and stuff. If there's any consolation, at least where I'm at in Florida and the Northeast, like what I've seen, like because I'm going to be in the Northeast again come December, so it's selling out everywhere. It's the same thing as what happened with Odyssey. It's the same thing that's happening with Brand New Day right now.
And the fact that there's 3 actors that are in both movies, isn't that
that's ridiculous?
That too as well.
What
and
kind
on top
of
of that,
they all had.
There's also all the IMAX screens with Dune 3. So Doomsday will get hit a little bit because of that, but not enough for it to be in any bad opening weekends.
And that's the funny part though, Paul, because Spider-Man isn't in IMAX either. That's the other crazy part. I was talking
to my friend today, and I was like, and I told her, I was like, because we were talking about movies, and she didn't see the Odyssey in IMAX, and I told her, I was like, oh yeah, I took my mom to go see it in IMAX, and it amplified it because the first time I saw it in large format, but when I saw it in IMAX, I literally almost had like a mini panic attack during the fucking boat sequences because I was like, Jesus Christ, it just like amplified it. And she goes, oh yeah, I didn't see an IMAX, and I'm like, oh yeah, well you probably can't now. And I typed it out, and I went, no wait, and then I looked up, I was like, oh yeah, Spider-Man's not in IMAX.
Oh yeah, Spider-Man, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and then I told her that I was like, oh yeah, you can't even see Spider-Man in IMAX. Yeah. Because
I do think it's interesting. I do think it's interesting though, Paul, that like they're doing their whole Infinity Vision gimmick with
Yeah.
Doomsday, and they didn't do it with Spider-Man. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, why wouldn't you do it? If
Because
neither
They
one of them
just
are an
implemented
Iron Man?
yesterday. That's why.
No, it is bullshit.
not
Yes,
competing with another movie.
it's almost like they know Spider-Man doesn't need the gimmick.
No, it doesn't.
And
By any stretch of the
they think
imagination.
Doomsday does. Right?
Yeah.
Listen. In terms of Spider-Man, realistically, the worst performing Spider-Man that I can think of was Amazing Spider-Man 2, and that still cleared $700+ million worldwide.
Correct.
So,
million.
yeah.
Every
I don't know.
Spider-Man movie has been profitable, but they
Yes.
always
minimum 700 million.
yeah,
Minimum.
it's crazy.
Yeah.
All right,
All right,
guys.
thanks, Paul.
Dave, thanks for inviting me on. I always appreciate it. It's always great talking with you guys. And all I'll say is, go see Brand New Day if you haven't already. To anyone listening or watching, but I have nothing to promote because I have my life has no meaning. And it's
deep.
Life has
Okay,
no
Peter
meaning.
Parker.
Don't be like Frank.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, my whole family has to get taken out before then. I think. No, anyway, no, I'm fine.
Jesus.
No, if
Wow,
you
what
guys,
a
if
dark
you guys
way to
see
end, Paul.
If you see the background and it looks like I'm on like some sort of harbor boat sub or whatever, I would say call the police, maybe, But
I mean, to be fair, you do look like Frank from One Last Kill.
Okay,
He had the beard and everything.
Please say some
No,
Hail
I have
Marys
to
after you're
hallucinate
done.
two people on
If
the
you
sides
leave
of me.
the broadcast. Yikes.
No, I like to assume that Dave asked people to come on who are like mostly mentally sane on this stream. So I like to assume that I am.
Mostly.
Debatable.
Mostly.
Debatable.
Yeah,
All right,
debatable.
fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't like
No,
to be completely sane. You got to be just mostly.
Just a little bit off. I mean,
just a little bit off.
Want to get
yeah.
nuts? Let's
All right.
get nuts.
All right, Paul.
yes.
Appreciate
All
right, guys.
See what you did there, Chris.
All right.
Have a great night. Be safe. Be well. Thank
All
you.
right.
You
Have a
too.
good
All right.
weekend,
Yeah,
man.
Paul.
Tomorrow's a brand new
You
day.
guys,
Yeah.
brand new day.
Oh,
And then we got Ghoul right here. He said, I had someone sitting next to me who's excited for Doomsday when the trailer played. Good. But then when Yelena showed up in Brand New Day, he said, who the fuck is this?
Okay. See,
that's because nobody saw Thunderbolts and they should have.
Yeah.
See, you know what?
Or
though?
Black Widow.
Right. See, and this is where like that whole thing with Feige talking about quality over quantity. It's like, okay, you're seeing that in the audiences where like the audiences over the last number of years have been getting pickier with how many comic book movies they're going to go see in a year.
Yep.
And when the MCU releases 3 in a year, the audience picks one that they go to and then they skip the other 2. And that is absolutely what happened last year. The majority of them saw Fantastic Four.
Yes.
They didn't see Captain America. They didn't see Brave New World. They definitely didn't see Thunderbolts.
Yeah.
And they should have, because Thunderbolts
It's kind of
was very
funny
good.
too, because my ex, she like hit me up. She saw my review, my reaction, and she was like, oh, I can't wait to see Spider-Man, because she's a Spider-Man fan. And then it was like, oh, by the way, you're probably going to not know who 2 characters were. And I'm thinking of Yelena and Jean Grey. Because I was like, well, when I showed you, when I introduced you to the MCU, I skipped. I didn't say, because I didn't say, like, I didn't want to spoil it. I was like, oh, yeah, there's 2 characters you might have questions on, because I skipped one because... And she's like, why did you skip it? I was like, because it was irrelevant and it wasn't that good of a movie, because I didn't really like Black Widow. And it was not really relevant. And then I was like, yeah, but maybe you should have saw Thunderbolts last year, because that actually was a good movie. And then I said, and I didn't show you any of the X-Men movies. I didn't say that, but I was like, yeah, there's other movies that there's a character that gets reintroduced. And I'm like, I didn't show you that. So maybe you might have some questions. But I was like, have had it though, but if you have any questions, just hit me up.
The funny part about that, Dave, is a coworker of mine. He was about to. He's like, is there a movie? He was going to see He's going to watch Thunderbolts. He's like, what do I need to have seen before seeing Thunderbolts? And I literally said, well, there's a few things, but I think the most important one to see before Thunderbolts is Black Widow.
Yeah,
it is the most important one to see. Before watching that movie.
True. I mean, now that Yelena is becoming like almost like a Nick Fury almost, but I'm like, maybe, you should. I mean, I'm not saying that Black Widow was terrible, but but at the same time, I was like, when I was showing her the initial story I was like, oh, we could skip certain ones, and I'm like, we don't need Black Widow, it's fine. But then now it's like, oh yeah, if she wants to know who this character is, she probably should visit Black Widow and then Thunderbolts before, because she's not going to know who the fuck this character is. And I like that character. I like Yelena. I like Florence Pugh. I think she's great. I think now that we don't have Natasha, I think it's a great, because I just really like Florence Pugh. I think she's great. She's got this, you know, just this badass, adorable cuteness to her. I don't know. It's interesting. But Chris, I know you got to take off. Sorry, I missed your message. I was like,
no, you're good.
Bye, Paul. But I was like, oh yeah, Chris needs to go too. So yeah,
that's all right. I won't be as dark as Paul. I wish everyone well.
Yes, please don't.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm very sure. I like living.
Good.
That's good.
Yeah. Not going to talk about your family members. Okay. Yeah.
I love my family.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, y'all. Have a good evening.
Right.
Happy
Happy
weekend. We'll see y'all
Chris.
next week.
Take it easy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome.
Bye.
Yeah. No, it's interesting, Dave, because like someone brought up, you know, if you take Thunderbolts and now Brand New Day, Yelena's been on a really like, you know, awesome like arc because she went from basically being in Peter's position emotionally in Thunderbolts and now to the point where she's like identifying it in him. And, you know, like I love the part where like, you know, like Ned and MJ end up on camera. He's like, oh, it's nice to see the sad man has friends. Right. And it's like, oh yeah, you know what this feels like. You went through this in your last movie, and now you're happy. You're encouraging Peter to like not go down the same path.
I can't wait to watch her fight Mystique in Doomsday.
Oh, that's gonna be so good.
That is gonna be
just that shot of her in the Doomsday trailer where she just like I don't know, just Florence Pugh, just so awesome. Just the way that it's like she just like when she pulls out her gun and she's just like approaching. Yep. I'm like, I don't know why. I'm like, God damn, why is that just she just exudes just like badassery for being so. She's tiny. She's like 5'1". She's small, but she just is just so bad. And just the way that she just does that, I'm like, you don't include that in the trailer unless you thought, oh yeah, that's a good shot, because this is the first Avengers trailer, and when you're showing the characters, you got to show the best. And we're only seeing like the first fucking scene. You realize that? Like they've only shown us like the first probably 20-25 minutes in these trailers. There's no way that we've seen a lot. You don't think so?
I think the fight between Thor and Doom is probably towards the end.
Yeah, when you see Johnny holding on to what looks like Franklin, that's probably not the opening scene.
Probably.
I think that, but I think most of what we've seen, especially when it comes to them at in the X-Men universe, and I think that's all first act shit. It seems totally. To be, yeah. So I think they're doing a good job of being like, yeah, we're just showing this because God knows there's going to be other characters that are going to show up. They haven't.
You saw Loki in that trailer, right? When he's on the train with the TVA car.
I've been told already by some subscribers and followers that I definitely, because I'm very behind on my MCU TV, and they've all basically said you should at the very least watch Loki season 2 before.
I was just talking about that with my brother
because I haven't seen it and I don't know where he is. I'm lost.
I was talking about that with my brother. He goes like, "Yeah, I heard that I should probably watch the Loki series." And I was like, yeah, before Doomsday, probably, because where he ends up.
It kind of explains everything.
Yeah. Yeah. And then he's like, I got to watch the whole thing. I was like, dude, it's only 2 seasons. It's like fucking 14 episodes.
I've seen season 1. I've seen season 1. I just need to see season 2.
Season 1 is relevant too. Yeah. Season 1 is relevant too, because when you hear the trailer, when you hear Dr. Doom saying you've all been living borrowed lives, that goes back to what the man the one who remains.
He who remains.
Yes. Yeah, I keep fucking his name up. I want to say Immortus, but He Who Remains, and it's all connected, and that's probably the only Disney Plus homework that I really think you should watch to understand what's going on, because Doom somehow has seen that something's happened. He got fucked somehow.
Yeah, now that I've seen Brand New Day, my friend, she's been wanting to rewatch all the Marvel movies, and I'm like, okay, well, now that I've seen Brand New Day, I guess we can probably start that, because I'm going to start from Iron Man all the way to Brand New Day. I might throw in some of the X-Men movies there too, just for shits and giggles. But I think if there's any Disney Plus shows, Loki's probably the only one that you probably should watch.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to get caught up on all of them, just for completion's sake, because I don't like not knowing like what happened in the others. But
considering there were other costumes on display at the Marvel booth that may or may not lead to possibly Agatha and some of the other witches.
That's the other one. That's one of the other ones that I have not seen. That I'm like, and that's a longer one too. It's 9 episodes. But that's one.
That's only one season though.
It is. It's true. But like that's another one where I'm like, okay, Loki season 2 and Agatha all along, I think, are prioritized.
Yes,
for me.
Definitely,
Loki for sure.
Definitely watch Loki season 2.
In regards to
see where
Wars
Loki ends up. Yeah. And it's very relevant. I mean, literally in that concept art, everybody's going like, "Oh yeah, there's Loki. He's in that.
He's at the center of it all."
Yeah, and it's like,
he's literally holding it all together. Yeah. But remember in the season 1 where he's explaining to what's her face that if you do this,
the female Loki.
Yeah, I forgot her name. Sylvie.
Yeah.
He explains to her exactly why there's only one sacred timeline, and they're at the end of time. They're outside of time. So when he dies, that's when the multiverse is created. Captain America would not have been able to do what he did if there was a sacred timeline, because he would have been pruned and immediately eliminated. So any multiverse that we've ever had through all of our lives and watching any of these shows that you might see spring up is a result of him dying. And the whole catastrophic, failure that didn't happen was what Loki was holding together. And I think Doom is going to try to get to him because he's going to try to recreate something he's lost. And that's the mystery. That's something that they haven't.
Well, also the incursions that happened in Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness play a part too.
Yeah.
And I think and then that plays into why it's, why does Doom look like Tony Stark?
Well, also
that.
in the apparently in the Hall H footage that they showed, Reed and Sue kind of they talk about Doom. They talk about how he used to be, a decent man. He used to be intelligent, all this, but things were taken away from him.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting to see.
Well, then you see that in the poster where he's got the big like painting or whatever, and it's like his wife and kid. Yeah, his family right there. So it's like. Yeah, but I love that line, like, about living stolen lives. I'm like,
it was stolen mine. And Cap front of mind when I'm like, when he went back to get that piece of ass that he wasn't supposed to get, that's a stolen life. And that probably had they all did. When they all went back and did stuff with those stones, probably all caused things that really messed him up. So I can't wait. This is
it's gonna be interesting.
When you think about the whole when you think about the whole conversation that Hulk has with the Ancient One about the stones, pulling them out of time, putting them back, flawed logic, completely flawed fucking logic when it comes to this. It's total bullshit. Because when you get to Loki's like, you see the Infinity Stones and what they are. They're fucking doorwaits by that point. But when it comes to holding the multiverse together, Doom absolutely is going to take Loki out. There's no doubt in my mind that if Doom is going to create Battleworld in some shape or form, he needs to solidify the multiverse into one fucking timeline, one world, one thing. And by that logic, he has to take out Loki somehow, some way.
But I don't think he kills him though, because I think what ends up happening,
I think he kills him.
I think he ends up pushing him out of power.
He tried.
I think it's Loki that goes and recruits people and lets them know this is what you're up against. One way or another, I think Loki is involved in picking a side that protects the multiverse versus what Doom is trying to do, whatever he's trying to do. And I think that's your Battleworld confrontation. I don't know how it's going to happen, but those are your two protagonists. But that's the Beyonder aspect. I mean, people are saying, well, they're going to do the Beyonder. They could do the Beyonder, but with Loki there doing what being the power that you usurp, I think the Beyonder will be as useless as he was in the original comics, that's a high bar.
See, I am all for anything that calls for consequences out of what they did in Endgame, because one of the reasons, and I think people think I've lost my damn mind when I tell them that Avengers Endgame is 22nd on my MCU rankings list. And
Infinity
it's really
War's still the best Avengers movie.
That's not even a question. Yes,
for now. For now,
let's see what Doomsday does. For sure, you're absolutely right. Or Secret.
I mean, I'm pretty biased. I prefer Doctor Doom to Thanos personally.
Well, but in fairness, I gotta, and this this is me being a novice, Phil. Doom, I knew Doctor Doom well before I knew Thanos.
Fair.
Like when Thanos showed up in 2012, like literally I had to ask my buddy, who the fuck is that? Because I had no idea who he was. And they had to tell me, I think it's Thanos. They weren't even sure. They were like, I think it's Thanos. And then it was set up. I'm like, okay, let's find out who this guy is. But Doctor Doom, I knew who the fuck Doctor Doom was because I'd seen the Fantastic Four movies. Right, yeah. So, but no, I just, with Endgame, I mean, like I've seen so many people rank it first on their list because of 1 hour, the last hour. And it's like, okay, great. I get it. The last hour is fucking amazing. It's an orgasm. I agree with you. But the time travel doesn't make any fucking sense, which is the thing that pisses me off the most. Yeah. They wasted 2.5 minutes with a lazy garbage ass explanation that wasn't an explanation, truthfully. And it's like, I can't give it the high marks that I would Infinity War or even the first Avengers movie because of that. So the thing is, they do this time travel stuff and the time heist, and yes, it works in the interim for them. Now, I'm glad that they did not shy away from consequences of bringing everybody back. They did address that, probably the best in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but they did address it in other areas, and I like that. But if they can also address the consequences of even doing the damn time heist, because they act like, oh, that's fine. Right. I will be all for that. If Doomsday addresses consequences out of that, I will be very happy.
What's also interesting too is I fell down some rabbit holes when it comes to like theories about Doomsday and stuff like that, where obviously a lot of people are like going like, oh yeah, they just when Kang Dynasty wasn't working out, they just fucking like, now we're gonna do Doom. But there's like theories, and I wouldn't even be surprised if it's true, where it's like they were always going to maybe do a Doom thing. Obviously, they were going to do Doom thing, but it's always about the Robert Downey Jr. thing. And maybe that they had like an idea of like something at one point. I don't know, but it was like, but one of the things was when Tony Stark, when they approached Tony Stark at his home, when they talk about time travel and talk about doing the time travel, and what does Tony say? He said, if you mess with time travel, you're going to mess things up.
Messing back.
But then somebody like, I mean, this could be looking way too into it, but when they're approaching him, he's wearing a green shirt.
Oh, that's
stretching.
Okay. That's funny. That's too funny. That is hilarious.
Listen, I would love to believe that they played.
They were already putting it in stone. Yeah,
I'm more than likely.
I think that's a happy coincidence.
That's a happy coincidence,
probably. But I love that when I fell down that rabbit hole because I saw this one video. I was like,
if they go back and like say maybe the shirt, because I don't remember what it was when we saw it in theaters. Maybe the shirt was blue or something originally. If they've digitally changed it green, like if they've done that in every copy of Endgame, okay, great, cool, I'm fine with that. Like if you want to do the George Lucas thing,
I think that even when Kang Dynasty was part of the plan and then Secret Wars, I do think on some level Doom was a part of that. The question then becomes, well, how? And I think the how is what they were trying to figure out. And then Kevin Feige has even said in early 2023, they were like, well, what can we do? And then they approached Robert Downey Jr. about doing Doom, and that's when everything apparently all started coming together. And then they announced him inevitably in 2024. And I think when they decided to go with that, and obviously after the dismal box office return of Ant-Man Quantumania, they immediately just went, all right, fine, this is what we're going to do. And that's how Doomsday came to be. Because I read online, I don't know how true this is. I probably could reach out to a friend of mine and see how accurate this is, but apparently like the Kang Dynasty film didn't have any of the Fantastic Four, no Spider-Man, no X-Men, none of this shit. And it was all going to be like, new Avengers going against Kang at multiple fronts and all this bunch of bullshit. And Doom may or may not have played a bigger part in Fantastic Four at the time, because what they were working with at the time was a different draft of the script for Fantastic Four. But, obviously things changed. Now Doom is the big bad of the multiverse saga, which
I mean, I think
I'm fine. It's a story to tell too.
I think they were always wanting to get to Doom.
I think so too.
Obviously, they pivoted because of things that happened, of course. And then I think that I think it was partially, obviously, what happened with what's his name,
Jonathan Majors.
Yeah, there was that, and then I think there was also the reaction to I mean, when you introduce him in fucking Ant-Man 3, and in the fact that movie just kind of flopped. Not flopped, but it didn't do
I don't
well.
know if that had as big a deal with it, because when he was talking about it before, the Kang saga had too many pieces, too many moving pieces as far as having to explain the threat that Kang is. Because if you watch, even before you get,
he's in Loki as well.
In Loki. He's in the season finale of Loki.
You even if you're watching Loki and you're tracking everything that's going on, now trying to unfold all that, I just think they needed something sleeker and easier and faster moving to get to where they wanted to get.
I actually would agree with that, and because this is another thing that's come up lately. Like people freaking out about Wonder Man, which I don't know if you guys have talked about that at all.
We kind of talked about that a little bit. Yeah.
But there is this notion that the general audience has been watching the Disney Plus shows, and I would say no, I don't think they largely have been watching the Disney Plus shows. So to me, I feel like a big indicator of that is the fact that they didn't go to Quantumania, because otherwise, if you saw Loki season 1, then you'd at least be somewhat interested in seeing Quantumania, like at least for him, because he was all over the trailers and the marketing for that. But that didn't even happen. So I'm like, okay, well, how many people actually saw the end of Loki, like season 1? So I think that's a valid point. Like perhaps there was this idea of like, okay, well, we're presuming that they've watched, because we think they watched WandaVision. We think they watched Falcon and Winter Soldier. We think they watched Hawkeye. I think Hawkeye was out by then. I don't know. Maybe that was later. But like, there was probably this perception that the audience will watch all of it. And then I think it kind of became clear, no, they're not watching all of it to that clip. So yes, I think that there would have been at that point a lot. I mean, even for me, like even somebody that did watch that, I was like, okay, I am curious as to how all of this is going to fit together. Because it didn't seem like a through line. Like, what was I going to tell somebody to explain? Like we can all go through and make a list of like essentials for like the Infinity Saga. I'm not sure what I would have been able to tell them to watch for like Kang Dynasty and whatnot, especially if I'm telling them to watch an entire season of a show that he only shows up in the last episode of the first season. It's like, okay, I don't know. So yeah, the Doom thing I think is definitely cleaner for a number of reasons. That also,
and you're talking about time travel. Because you can't tell a Kang story without time travel. And
well, the biggest thing is always going to be is like, okay, when he takes off that mask and Thor and everybody sees them, how are they going to react when it's like, hey, you look like... So that's where I've fallen down the rabbit hole theories where people are like, oh, Tony Stark was actually, he was adopted and he's a variant of Doom, actually, not Doom is a variant of Tony Stark. And I've fallen down some rabbit holes and seen some videos, and I'm like, I like the theories, but that's what's cool. It's like, hey, we don't know. Like that's what's the most intriguing. Like when I watched that trailer, when I watched it for the first time, I was kind of like, okay, because I already got spoiled with what was in that trailer, because it was already leaked online. I mean, I think they showed that trailer at CinemaCon maybe or something. One of the cons.
They absolutely showed that trailer at CinemaCon.
So it was already like revealed, like, oh yeah, it ends with where Steve Rogers like, hey bud, and then he fucking the hammer and stuff like that. It's like, okay, yeah. So it was like anticlimactic a little bit, where I was like, oh yeah, I already know, I've heard about this. Even though like when I saw it on the big screen, there was a little bit of like, oh, that's cool. And I love the fact because none of my, like my dad hadn't seen it, my brother hadn't seen it, so they were like, ooh, oh yeah, that's cool. And then it was funny because when we were at dinner, I was like, oh yeah, that's coming out at the same time as Dune. They had no idea. I'm like, that's gonna be interesting.
Both those trailers. Funny enough, I got both Dune 3 and Avengers Doomsday.
I didn't get Dune 3 in front of Spider-Man, so
I'll be there all day long.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I hope to see Dune before I see Avengers. I want to see Avengers on like opening night with a big crowd, because that's the movie that you see it. You don't see Dune on an opening crowd. Yeah, that'd be fun, but it's not going to be like Avengers Doomsday. Dune
it's not an arena type movie.
Yes, Dune is like one of those where I'm like, when I look at that trailer, I go, how the fuck does that look so crisp and so goddamn good. It's amazing. When I look at the Avengers Doomsday, I'm like, oh yeah, there's water is parted and it's
well, yeah, because like half of it is going to be shot in a giant green warehouse.
Exactly.
Right. So,
but when it comes to Dune, it's like even with like shit that's going on in the background, I'm like, that looks like that's really happening. And how is he shooting it like that? Why does everything look so seamless? So I want to sit there. I would love to just like, just sit in a chair by myself, take in Dune and be like, and then when it comes to opening night, December 17th, I'm going to be like, yeah, get a group going. Let's have some fun. And everybody, let's cheer and whatever the fuck, So
I think I'm going to see. I'm probably going to end up seeing Avengers Doomsday before I see Dune. And honestly, it's mostly because like I'm done with the audiobook for Messiah. So I like have a general idea of what's going to happen. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to see how this is adapted. Whereas when it comes to Doomsday, I'm genuinely just excited because I love that universe and I love Dr. Doom. I'm very curious to see how that pans out.
I don't know how ticket sales have been going in where you guys are at, but I could tell you that the day the trailer dropped, like I thought I had more time. Mm-hmm. And then I go and look on Fandango and I see that there's already listings for December 17th and son of a bitch, they're all starting to sell out. I'm like, are you serious? They're all starting to sell out now? So Shonda and I are going on like the 17th at like after I get out of work, like at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But that theater is, if it's not sold out now, it was damn near sold out when I was buying.
How far do you got to drive, Ray? How far do you got to drive?
Well, see, that's for that one. For that one, hopefully it won't be that far of a drive by the time we go see it. That's
keep coming west. I can hook you up at a decent hour, man. Come on, let's not.
What out there?
In Las
Vegas. We're all invited to Vegas. Come on, let's go watch it together.
I would listen. You guys just hobnobbed it in San Diego. I would love to do that one of these days. But no, that's again, I don't know. Like that's why I'm also not certain. I'm not 100. I can't 100% say like, I'm not like, I don't know what this film's going to do financially.
Right.
If tickets are selling like that the day the trailer, like 4.5 months out, like almost more than that. It's like, well, shit. Maybe this is going to be like a massive hit or whatnot. But I say all that to say that I am going to end up seeing Doomsday first and then Dune later. But I hear you as far as like,
I'm hoping
the different audiences.
I hope I can get like an early thing where I could just like, all right, I'm going to go see Dune by myself, just take it in and be like, oh, because I think that's going to be just,
cinematic epicness.
Well, and the crowd, of course, is going to be it just is. It's going to be very different. Like
a football game.
And this is why
Doomsday is going to be a football game.
And this is why Dune 3 can hang on to that date, because I think they know that the overlap isn't that bad with respect to Avengers and Dune 3, because it is going to be a very different audience. There are going to be people that see Dune 3 that have no interest in seeing Avengers.
That's true.
Vice versa.
It's two different audiences.
Yeah.
But I love the fact that Warner Brothers and they're just like holding on to it, being like, fuck whatever. We're holding on to it. We got the IMAX screens.
Oh yeah. Now that I love. I do like that. I like the idea that like they were able to wrestle.
We're not folding. We're not folding our hand because everybody thought that they were going to push Dune and be like, yeah, push it to next year or push it earlier to November to be like, oh yeah, we can't compete. But they're like, fuck that. We got all the IMAX screens.
Well, and
we got Oscars waiting. We can't move this.
Bingo. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, nothing emboldened them more than the Odyssey. Once that happened, they're like, oh yeah, we're not fucking touching.
And the fact that the Odyssey like took all the IMAX screens away from Spider-Man. It's like
everybody's doing all right.
Yeah, but Spider-Man is still fucking blowing up. But at the same time, the Odyssey is still blowing up, and then again, it just amazes me that you have 3 actors that are in there that are in both. Did you guys see the Zendaya thing when she was on the Tonight Show? And I even made the caption. I was like, "Yeah, this is when you're like, like you're just like killing it right now, you and your husband." Did you guys see the video?
I saw her stepping out of a dressing room in a dress.
She does the
There we go. Yeah.
He does the dance, the bully, the bully McGuire dance.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
She's actually a professional trained dancer and singer too.
That's true. Yeah.
Well, I actually first saw her on, believe it or not in any Spider-Man or anything. I forgot what it was on the YouTube. It was a video called Replay. The first time I ever saw her, and I'm like, then the next time I saw her, she was playing Mary Jane or MJ.
And like just imagine how many planes she and her husband and John Bernthal have flown in like the last 2 or 3 weeks.
They've been scaling the globe right now.
Yeah, like a month's worth of press tours. It's for 2 different movies. It's insane.
I'm sure they cannot, like, especially them two, the couple, Tom and Zendaya. They probably have a vacation in some remote area.
Yeah, well,
that they cannot wait to get to after all the press that they have done in the past like month and a half.
And Shonda was telling me she heard that like they both want to like take a break from everything, so like it might be a minute. I'm like they're like, oh well, it might be a minute before. He does another Spider-Man movie, and it's like, well, yeah. I mean, we waited 4 or 5 years since the last one, and probably another 3 or 4 years.
Look at this year. Look at this year. We had the drama with Robert Pattinson and Zendaya.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the Odyssey with Robert Pattinson, Zendaya, Tom Holland, and John Bernthal. Then 2 weeks later, you have Spider-Man with Tom Holland, Zendaya, and John Bernthal. Then you have Dune that comes out that has Zendaya and Robert Pattinson. It's like it's like these actors are having themselves a fucking year. And then even Robert Pattinson has that fucking
the Chris Hansen movie. Yes.
Yeah, which I'm so looking forward to because I love the Chris Hansen shit. I used to watch that shit, and he still does it online, and I still watch clips and stuff. And the fact that Robert Pattinson's playing Chris Hansen and doing that shit, and the teaser was like awesome. I'm like,
yeah, no, the teaser for that is really
out of all the 4 actors, I should say Robert Pattinson's probably having the best year because it's just like, and then he's filming Batman right now. It's like Jesus Christ,
right,
Daddy Batman.
So, yeah, and I'm like,
by the way, Dave, you were saying earlier because we were talking about like how successful like Spider-Man is, and like how, can we get Batman to that level? I think it is important to remember that the Batman was trending like it hit $772 million with a 45-day release window, and then they put it on HBO Max. They did not extend that window. And if I remember correctly, there were some issues with them releasing the movie in China at that time.
I mean, I will say, like, when it came to Matt Reeves posting things, they always go just crazy viral. So, I mean, I think Batman still has that lure. I just really hope that come 2028 February, which is like, God. But see, at the same time, did you guys see like Pattinson's wife was interviewed, and she said like, oh yeah, like we've talked to him on set, and like they have a daughter, right? I think it's a daughter, or not a son. Yeah, a daughter. And it's like, yeah, our daughter just like, the video called him, and he'll have like blood on his face and black circles around his eyes, but it's like, it's just, she doesn't even care. She's just like, hey, it's Daddy Batman. That's what she calls him. But then she said, she dropped like, oh yeah, he's going to be like that for the next 7 months. And I went, is she just dropping just a random number, or are they shooting part 2 and part 3 at the same time? I still think there's a possibility.
7 months is that's a long shoot. That's a really long
and it's already been shooting for a month.
Yeah, that is a really long shoot.
Which means there's 6 months left of shooting, give or take.
I am still under the impression that they might, and this is why, yes, there were some things that were happening with Matt Reeves apparently when it came to personal life, but at the same time, I'm like, it just almost seems like maybe they're doing part 2 and part 3 at the same time. I hope so, because I want as much
I would love for him to get a trilogy. Yes,
Yes.
I feel like if Bale gets a trilogy, Pattinson certainly deserves.
It
a trilogy,
just seems
right?
like
you know what
that.
I mean? Like,
and why not? Because I mean, I know the DCU is like having their Batman problem. Where it's like, oh, they got to get their Batman going. It's got to
have
be
a
different
Batman. They have a Batman problem.
I don't think it's a
yeah. They have to have a Batman.
I don't. I would not call it a problem.
Oh, Ray,
okay, it's not a problem, but they need to. Yeah, but they. I don't know. It's all like a thing where because like you can easily have a Batman that's more fantastical in this universe, very easily done. But at the same time, it's like, all right, well, we got to get to it because we got to get to it. You'll love this,
Ray.
What?
So when William and I were in Hall H for the Lanterns panel, you'll never guess who is in our row.
Oh no, you already said this. Saffron.
Oh, I did. Yes.
You have totally. You totally posted about this.
I did on Threads. You're right. Yeah. No, he was literally in our row, and the person moderating the panel was like, "Yeah, all episodes of Lanterns, August 16th," and William was like, "No, there's no way that's fucking true." And I was like, "Well, Peter Safran's right over there. Why don't you go fucking ask him?" And to his credit, William walked right over to Peter Safran. Was like, "Hey, was he wrong?" And Safran was like, "Yeah, no, one episode." Each week,
right?
Weekly.
Like that was a very important fact to give. Like, dude.
No, but I don't think I feel like the binge model is really falling out of favor with a lot of people. I don't think any of the other apps, none of them have adapted it to this point. I don't think they're going to adapt it anytime soon. I really don't. I don't see that.
I don't like the binge model anymore because it's just like, wait, now I have to sit for an entire day to like.
Plus, the conversation's over. Bam.
Yeah, conversation's over. Look what happened with Spider Noir. We talked about that for one weekend. It was like, oh yeah, Spider Noir. It was great.
And the same thing with Cape Crusader now too.
From a marketing standpoint, and I mean that's on Amazon. Both of those are on Amazon, so that tells you how widely they might be regarded. But
you do weekly. We're talking about it on every stream. We're talking about it on every. Everybody's just talking about it. It's like, yeah, I know. And then Gunn went on Threads and clarified. Yeah, it's
every week. I see something on Threads pertaining to X-Men 97. And even after that, I see people continuously talking about X-Men 97.
I am irritated, and it's my own fault because I can't watch any of Strange New Worlds yet this season because I still need to finish last season. And today and last week everybody loved the first episode. Now everybody's like all up in arms about like yesterday's episode because apparently it's a horror episode that evokes Event Horizon. And I'm like, well, son of a bitch, I need to watch these episodes. I gotta get caught up before I watch these episodes. But it speaks to what you're saying about a weekly conversation. Like there is a weekly conversation happening with this show, right? And this is a show that's going to end in another year, right? And people are still having that discussion about it. So the weekly model definitely from a marketing standpoint is the better, healthier model for sure.
100%. And it'll benefit Lanterns for sure because Lanterns looks awesome.
Well, and you're not going to binge drop an HBO show. You're just not going to.
Yeah, that's why I asked him knowing the answer, but I wanted to hear it from him. I'm like, hey, dude.
I shook his hand and told him good luck with Man of Tomorrow because I'm an asshole.
Okay, so that's where that's kind of why I say the DCU doesn't have a Batman problem because I think that from a fan standpoint, this is an argument that has come up a lot in the wake of Supergirl, which, by the way, is doing well on VOD and will probably have a massive resurgence on HBO Max.
It's gonna have a second life. I don't know how many times I've seen so many people like pass around like. I mean, yeah, there's some bad shots, obviously, but there's really good shots, like especially the one where she comes out of the water and she's getting the sun, and like everybody's going like, "Holy shit!" Maybe I was too cruel on Supergirl. I'm like, yeah, that's a good shot. That part right there is good. I mean, yeah, there's some things that were wishy-washy, but
but basically the talk of should that have been, and I know William agrees with this, but that shouldn't have been the second movie in the DCU. And I did a video on TikTok the other day where it's like, okay, I feel like a lot of that might be MCU programming. Because there is this, if you and because I don't see it a whole lot from like necessarily older fans, but from younger fans, definitely fans that like grew up with the MCU. That's their baseline for what a comic book franchise is supposed to be structured as. And so in their minds, they remember Iron Man, they remember Thor, they remember Captain America. And so they're thinking, okay, well, you're going to have a Superman movie followed up by Wonder Woman, followed up by Batman, and you establish the Trinity because you're going to get to a Justice League movie. And it is so abundantly clear that is not what James Gunn is doing. That is not how the DCU is going to be structured, because he is placing a higher emphasis clearly on Superman and the Kryptonians. And I think what the big question that we're going to get an answer, because I've said before that when it comes to the popularity of superheroes, the God tier is 2 heroes deep: Spider-Man, which will be proven even further this weekend, and Batman. Those 2 are your God tier. They do not fail at the box office. Closest Batman has come to failing at the box office is what, Batman and Robin, and even that I still think made more than its budget, right? But it didn't set the earth on fire, but whatever. Yeah. So that's the thing. But so then the question is like, okay, wait, what about Superman? Like, how popular is Superman? It's like, well, Superman technically has not been as popular as Batman over the decades as far as cinematically is concerned, because Warner Brothers has jerked him around for 47 years. We're only on our 4th Superman actor. We're 6 Batman actors deep into Pattinson, right? Yeah. So Batman started the whole $1 billion deal, right, with The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises. What we're going to find out is if Superman can do the same. That's what Man of Tomorrow is shooting for. That should be, if all goes well, the first $1 billion Superman film.
Oof.
Okay. And if so, then we will know, okay, because Superman you figure is a popular enough hero, a strong enough superhero to be able to succeed in that way, yet he never has, because he's never been given the shot. If we're being fair, he's never been given a fair shot to do it. Batman's gotten trilogies, or at least one trilogy. Yeah, he's had way more attempts.
Trilogy.
He's had way more like plate appearances, if you will, to be able to
more at bats.
Right. Way more. Thank you. Way more at bats.
Yeah.
Whereas Superman has not gotten enough at bats, and now he's clearly being given the at bats by James Gunn for the first time ever. Nobody is really maybe not since. No, I will say ever. This is the first time we've seen someone go, okay, we are starting with Superman. He is our anchor as far as the franchise.
Well, Zack Snyder started with Superman.
Well, no, but what I mean is, but the studio kneecapped him before he could go, before he could really get it going. This is a case where Gunn is like, this is what we're doing, right? Man of Tomorrow isn't BVS, right? He's not bringing another member of he's not bringing Batman in. We think Wonder Woman's in the movie. I guess maybe are we confident? Wonder Woman is in the movie.
I'm not confident.
Honestly, I don't care.
I don't know. I don't know the genesis of See, the problem is that even if you exclude the MCU, I see what you're saying. There are fans out there that have the MCU brain pattern, and that's all they can see and hear. But I'm not one of those. I think for decades upon decades, there is a built-in marketing expectation that when one comes, the other is there. And they have used that on every platform that DC has ever been successful on. And it is an ancestral expectation, because you don't even have to be a nerd like me to understand when you see this, you see that S, you see the bat, you see that bat, you see the lasso. That is a built-in rhythm that you should never break if your job is to draw revenue.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, now we're in 2026. Ideally, you could probably experiment with like that, but you don't. The people who are investing in these things want a return on their investment. And here we are. 1 year we had Superman in July 11th of 2025, and the next major A-lister is Superman. It's going to be almost 2 years away. Yeah. And your audience expectation, your general audience expectation knows. I could walk out on the street with any of those 3 trinities, and they're going to know what they are. And if I show them one, I could ask them, word association, what are you thinking now? There are more people, aunts and uncles, that'll never pick up a comic book who know who Batman's butler is than know a good quarter of the MCU at any given time.
But I don't think that's because of the Trinity. I don't think that's because of the Trinity Association, though. I think that's because Batman supersedes the other two. And that's what I would say about your Trinity Association, is that for a long time it was just the Bat. It was. Dude, we're talking 19 years in between Quest for Peace and Superman Returns, and then another 7 years between Superman Returns and Man of Steel. And then as far as solo movies are concerned, 12 years between Man of Steel and Superman last year. There have been Superman droughts while we've had Keaton, Kilmer, Clooney, Bale, Affleck. Like it's to
but
me,
you were not building a universe. The U in DCU is universe.
Building a universe, yeah.
He is building a universe.
Okay, but by the same token, like as far this is the first time they've like legitimately were without studio interference. This is the first time that they've tried building that universe, and this isn't fair. This is what I'm about to say is not fair because Warner Brothers did this, but the last time that there was a Trinity Association, there was all manner of kerfuffle and chaos with the Hell Site and the perception of the Trinity. And that's unfortunately what the general audience is probably going to remember sooner than any Trinity Association that you're talking about that we're aware of. Like, we know the Trinity, right? The Trinity is ingrained in us. But I mean, think about the fact that there's only been 2 Wonder Woman movies. The last time I saw a Wonder Woman movie referenced was earlier today when somebody made a post with spoiler tags about how they were happy that Peter was displaying consent to MJ in Brand New Day, unlike the disastrous Wonder Woman 1984 movie that showed the other opposite of that. This is like the perception, unfortunately, because of how Warner Brothers fucked everything up when they pulled the rug out from everything in 2016 and just completely screwed up that perception. I don't believe that the general audience has a Trinity perception or expectation. I think fans do, but I don't think the general audience does.
No, because we got this whole Google thing. And if I come to you as a general fan, not a geek, and tell you DC Universe, Batman, Superman, and if you decide you're going to invest with that, you're going to go with that. See, once you sell me a universe, I'm going to follow you down that rabbit hole. And if you don't meet those basic expectations, and you also have, even if you're not talking about the full 85 years, let's just cut that in. Let's just cut that into a quarter. Let's just go with the millennials and the Gen Zs and all that. And in the platforms that they've seen these characters come up, whether it be a video game, a cartoon, any of those type of things, that is set. Even if they're coming in buying the papers and the staples, at a set. There's a reason why Scott Snyder, who could have gone with any other format, any other order he did, he started with the logical 3 because that's what you do. You have that built in. That's like having a nuclear engine and if you're a sub and taking it out, putting a diesel. You don't do that. You don't break what's not broken. You don't fix what's not broken.
You know what? I mean, like,
if he was just selling a singular universe, I understand it. But once you say we're selling it and you're talking to your median audience, remember your median audience who's going to be coming to these things, and that's going to be a repeat customer, and they're going to be the ones that hand it down.
I mean, I
have that expectation of the Trinity.
You know, I don't agree with that.
I mean, it's kind of like an interesting thing. It's like, how do you approach trying to restart a universe? And I've even gotten to the point where it's like, yeah, maybe it's if they would have just been like, yeah, we're starting on with Superman, then we're gonna have Wonder Woman, and then we're gonna have Batman, and then we're gonna have a Trinity movie. I was like, I always said, like, you know what would be really cool is to have a movie where you have the Trinity doing a crossover as opposed to a Justice League. I was like, man, maybe try to do something like that where you just have the 3 as opposed to having the group. Later on, you can have that. I don't know. It's just like you
just got to get them out there in circulation, though.
Yeah,
I think it's difficult for us as fans
to
wrap our heads around.
But those are like the recognizable brands.
The general audience is more inclined to go see Man of Tomorrow, and then they'll go see the Batman in February because they know Superman and Batman.
Even if I agree with you, Ray, this is a ticking because with the Paramount thing, that's another. But unfortunately,
that's frozen by the courts, so we can leave that alone
for another year. Apparently,
right?
Fairly and unfairly, I don't think you got that kind of time. I don't think you have that kind of momentum, the kind of momentum you would need to get. We're talking about a year. We're still in the month of July. The next A-lister we have coming from DCU is a year from now.
I don't think I really don't think that's that big of a deal for the general audience. I really don't.
No, I think it's a big deal for investors. I think it's a big deal for lenders. I think it's a big deal for people who, because everybody has a boss. Even though James Gunn is a studio head with protections, everybody's got pressure. Everybody's got leverage. I mean, in your so we're going to sit on the last thing that we have from the DCU until we get to Lanterns or Clayface is a Z-list character that bombed.
But it's the second movie in, and those investors are also looking at the secondary market. They're looking at VOD. They're looking at HBO Max, and they're seeing like this is something that the other studios are also seeing. Like this isn't just Supergirl. Masters of the Universe is having a massive resurgence on Amazon, right? Like this isn't like you can't just be so laser focused.
Well, Masters of the Universe was a no risk scenario. It was a no risk scenario. Yeah, because Masters of the Universe was not put in to draw a box office draw. Masters of the Universe is going by metrics that only Amazon gives a shit about, because they want you on there buying all that demographic, the pots, the pans, the underwear, the He-Man figures, all that. They have a different measurable than a box office person, because when you're giving percentages off to all these people and first dollar, all that, they don't have to worry about that because traffic is where they win. So that's a different situation there.
Well, but HBO Max deals with a similar amount of traffic. But if you're talking about Masters of the Universe not being put in a position where box office was the end-all be-all, I would ask if Supergirl was put in that position. Do we know that for certain?
Because Supergirl was a movie made for money. It wasn't made for traffic. It wasn't made. They already had greenlit fucking Master of the Universe 2 before they even knew what they were going to do.
Okay, but
one of them is made for profit, and one of them is made for traffic. So it's two different dynamics.
I don't think that that's how they all see it. I think that there's profit in the windfall of the box office, and then there's traffic later on the secondary market.
Oh, but it's primary with Amazon. Amazon's top goal is to get you on
the streaming
website.
Onto
their website to buy their stuff.
But they already have over 200 million Prime subscribers that buy.
That's why they want to put it on there.
So.
That's why they want to put it on there.
But what I'm getting at is I understand that they might be under less financial pressure than Warner Brothers Discovery is. I get that part of it. But as far as pinning so much on the box office hopes of Supergirl, I feel like our expectations for Supergirl are higher than theirs were. I really feel that way, because otherwise we would be seeing a repeat of what we saw in 2016 as a result of bad Rotten Tomatoes scores. We'd probably be seeing even worse, right? Because this wasn't bad. This wasn't bad Rotten Tomatoes scores. This was, bad box office in that regard, right? But we're not seeing that freak out. Why are we not seeing that freak out now when we saw it 10 years ago?
Because 10 years ago, we didn't have a backdrop of streaming. We didn't have that secondary market. But here's the problem with that, though.
You're making my point.
You get money on the back end in streaming, and that's great. That's what justifies some of these things being greenlit. But you don't get the volume. And that's the problem with the DCU, the biggest problem they have with some quality issues. The biggest problem that the DCU has is volume. There is no frequency.
I think it's
We've drifted so far away from the sound of DCU, it's almost like I can't hear them sometimes.
I think it's weird to talk about the volume of a franchise that's 2 movies in. That's weird.
Yeah, when your second movie was probably not the best decision. That's my
in your opinion as a fan, it wasn't the best decision. I don't think that the general audience you're acting like this is going to adversely affect Man of Tomorrow. I don't think it is. I disagree. I think Superman is a more popular character, a vastly more popular character, and they'll show up for him.
I think the year in between, and this in itself, you're right. In itself, Supergirl wasn't a horrible movie. It wasn't good, but it wasn't horrible. It wasn't Dudes in My Car. That you're right. But it's the last thing you have before. It's the last theatrical release you have for another year. That's all you got.
Well, no, Clayface is out this October, and that's Clayface part of the universe.
Yeah.
I think Clayface.
See, but again, William, you're reacting like a fan, and I expect.
No, I'm reacting like a retailer now.
No. See, but a retail, but not general audience. That's what I'm saying. You're not general. None of us are general audience. We're not general audience. Okay. We're not who these movies are. We're not the main breadwinners for this franchise or for this studio. We aren't. And the other thing to remember with respect to, because this all started when we were talking about the whole DCU Batman being a problem or not. You have to remember that it's not like the money from the Batman Part 2 goes to like DC Films. It goes to DC Studios. It's still a DC
True, but it's
Studios
not coming out until 2028, and that's the thing. It's like I think I don't know.
February 2028 though. That's
Clayface can do great, by the way. I think Clayface looks great. I think it's going to do great.
Oh, it's going to do great because of the horror element.
Exactly, but that's not the volume. That's not the push you need. It's a push, but it's not what you need. I don't know, because I don't want to start over again. But I don't.
It's not going to push the needle when it comes to a universe if you're trying to tie things up because that movie is going to very much be on its own.
And I just don't think he's building the universe the same way. And this is what I really mean, William, about MCU programming, because I mean, fair or not, for 18 years we've seen them build a franchise the way that they have, and it's hard to get out of the shadow of that. It's almost impossible to get out of the shadow of that. And that's part of what he's got to deal with, is being in the shadow of that franchise when trying to do something that isn't producer driven, something that he feels is actually creator driven. I'm not going to re-adjudicate the stupid Craig Gillespie arguments again, but like when you're trying to do something that is different, when you're not trying to be MCU 2.0, this is what you have to contend with. Phil, please ask your question.
Where do we think Spider-Man's going to go after Brand New Day?
I think after Secret Wars, that's just depends on what happens after Secret Wars.
No, I was told I was told that that end credit scene was Miles. That he was elsewhere.
I think it's Toby.
I think a lot of people have speculation of like the fact that when it zooms out and it does all the stuff, it's like it could be. I think that's why they kept it like that. It was like, well, which Spider-Man is? What are we talking about here?
They showed a montage of footage in Hall H for Doomsday, and Toby's was part of it. Yeah. So I think if a Spider-Man is in Doomsday,
I think Toby's showing up.
It's probably going to be Toby.
I think
so. Why Toby and not Andrew?
Could be.
He'll show up in Secret Wars.
Yeah. Allegedly, all three are in Secret Wars.
They're okay. All right. Because I mean, I have nothing against Toby, but I do prefer Andrew. He's my favorite.
Yeah.
So
yeah, no. I think it has more to do with the fact that like Toby's Spider-Man kind of, along with the X-Men, kind of kicked off Marvel films happening back in the day, and incursions happening, certain worlds getting destroyed. There may be or may not be precedent to have Toby's Spider-Man may or may not fight other characters, possibly in the opening of a movie.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a
lot of rumor surrounding that very notion.
But I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, again, like when we're talking about the discussion that we're having, it's like, yeah, it's all about like what's next, and then we just gotta let these, again, like when it comes to DCU, like and this is where I like side with Ray, where it's like we're the audience, we're the fans. Totally get that, but at the same time, it's like I've always defended James Gunn and what they were doing. Like, yeah, do something different. But then there's a part of me that goes like, if it's not gonna, after Man of Tomorrow, I'm hoping that Man of Tomorrow is a huge success, and I think it could be. But at the same time, it's like if it ends up being like, oh, maybe it's not gonna hit the numbers. I'm like, yeah, maybe you should have did the Superman. Then second would have been Wonder Woman, and then because I just always thought it would have been a cool idea, and it would have been kind of different-ish, is if you establish your Trinity in DC, and then you put them together in some kind of thing where you just have the three. I've always kind of wanted that ever since I remember I read the Trinity Rebirth series. I was like, oh yeah, it's kind of cool. We got the Trinity right here. In the first issue, the first story was kind of interesting with Poison Ivy and stuff like that. It was kind of an interesting thing because she was like fucking with their brains, and they were kind of showing their backstories and where they're coming from.
I've actually read that.
Remember that?
I actually read the first like 9 or 10 issues of that.
Who did that? Who did that book?
I forgot, but the first story was really.
It was
good.
A name though, like a name that I've heard you guys talk about.
Yeah,
like,
probably.
It was somebody that did that, and I can't remember. But
because as far as comics are concerned, I'm pretty much invested in Absolute Batman, Catwoman, and Green Arrow. Those are the only things I'm reading at the moment.
But when I read that first Trinity series, I was like, God damn, this would be cool if they're like, why this to make DC different. And this is back in 2014 fucking 17.
The 20. DC,
yeah,
DC,
and I was
DC
like, if you want to do something different, and that's why I love about BVS is like it mainly focused on the Trinity. It's like, yeah. Why can't instead of?
I mean, it's more Batman, Superman, but yeah, you're not.
I'm not saying that doing the Trinity is a bad idea. I'm not saying, and I'm certainly not saying that it wouldn't sell. I'm not saying that at all. I just think that, I guess for me, I am intrigued by them going on a very different path.
I get it. I get it too.
And also, and this is weird because Batman is my favorite superhero.
Yeah,
Superman is not my favorite superhero, even though I like Superman. But I was one of those kids that used to buy into the rivalry with Superman and be like, "Oh, he's a green rock takes him down." Da da da. Like I used to be one of those assholes that would say that, right? And yet I'm here saying that he's been fucked over way too long.
He has been
cinematically, and
the way that they treated Cavill was ridiculous.
It is long past time for him to get his flowers cinematically. The fact that I can tell you that when Man of Tomorrow comes out, we will have seen Superman in 3 consecutive cinematic theatrical releases. That should have been fucking happened decades ago, and it just has not. So
I feel like for me, because everyone's kind of chimed in with what they want, what they don't want. I'll just say just very briefly that I wouldn't mind a Trinity movie not written and directed by James Gunn.
And see, Phil, what you just said is why, and thank you for mentioning that. Because,
you're welcome.
Because you commented on my TikTok video a couple of days ago, and I toyed around with doing a video response. But now that I have you here, I can tell you that you're a real one. I love you, and I don't believe that you were lying.
Yeah,
but because I find it very difficult to believe that you went into that movie wanting to like it.
It's not even so much that. I went in because
we're talking about the Suicide Squad, by the way, because I did a video, just so people know, I did a video where I talked about how I hate the phrase "I wanted to like this movie." I do think it's a bullshit phrase, because I feel like if you wanted to like the movie, then you would, because you go into movies with preconceived expectations. And so Phil commented on it and said he wanted to like the Suicide Squad. And I don't believe he's lying, but I do find that very hard to believe given his stance on James Gunn.
It is a very valid response, but I would just say that, coming off of Guardians 2, right? He had all that debacle and moving over to Warner Brothers, getting the gig. I was like, okay, cool. Let's see what he can do in the DC toy box, right? I went in excited at the fact oh, cool. Starro's the villain. I genuinely wanted to like this movie, and I came out of it disappointed in more ways than I can count, because I didn't necessarily expect so much of the James Gunnisms from the Guardians franchise to be so prevalent in this movie. Granted, I'm not entirely sure what exactly I wanted out of a James Gunn Suicide Squad movie, but after watching it, I felt like, that really wasn't something that wasn't my tempo as much as I thought it was going to be. And, it's like my least favorite DCEU film. I have no problem saying that. And people look at me like I'm the fucking devil when I say it. And they're genuinely surprised. They're like, what, you don't like that one more than the other one? I was like, no, I'd rather watch the 2016 movie.
Well, and that's another reason why I say, because I remember, Dave, you remember when the episode, the Vodka stream, right after that movie came out, where it was Meg and Anthony, it was all of us talking about that. And I feel like I was the champion for that movie, because you guys were talking so much about how Waller was better in the Ayer movie, and this was darker, and this was this, and that was that. And and I, a number of reasons, one of the biggest reasons that I like Gunn's version better is because, well, it's his actual version. We still have never seen David Ayer's actual version of Suicide Squad.
And we probably will not after recent things that have come out about a certain Joker. Anyways,
I didn't hear about that, but that sucks.
Plus
they made money, so they're going to be like, Willy,
God damn.
Yeah. But at any rate, no. I would say, Phil, that with respect to, because that was the thing. I was the complete opposite. I went into that Suicide Squad movie fully expecting it to have the same DNA as the Guardians films. All I wanted to know, that's why I was glad it was going to be Suicide Squad, because I'm like, okay, well, I'll deal with it. Like the concerns that we had, and I know that you still feel differently about Superman. But
I mean, honestly, I think when it comes to James Gunn, I'm just kind of maybe a little too optimistic and hoping that he's going to do something different and surprise me, and he just never does. But that's just a me thing.
Right. And that's why for me, that's why it is difficult. Like it, but when you said a second ago that like you weren't really sure what you wanted out of a James Gunn Suicide Squad movie. Now that I totally believe that. And I believe what happened was that Suicide Squad movie allowed you to level set and go, okay, now I know what my tempo is with James Gunn, and it's not this.
Yeah, and you know,
Right?
people are also really surprised when I say like, his Suicide Squad isn't necessarily what I identify with as Suicide Squad, and they're like, well, have you ever written? And it's like, yes, I have the entire John Ostrander run in trade paperback, and then people still tell me, oh, well, you haven't read a fucking comic book, and I'm like, well, my 15 years of reading comic books tells you otherwise. Piss off. So it's just funny to me that people, you can explain yourself and explain like, here's why I didn't like it, and they just immediately fall back to internet regurgitated bullshit that they read online, and that's what they think your opinion is.
Well, because they're not trying to have a discourse with you; they're trying to win an argument, and that's the bullshittery of it.
Right?
You don't tell somebody like, look, people
and by me commenting on your TikTok, I wasn't trying to win an argument. I was just letting you know, like, hey, it isn't bullshit all the time, right? Like there are people who genuinely kind of go into these things. Maybe they expect one thing, maybe they expect another thing, maybe they have, you know, certain thoughts, feelings, and they genuinely do come out of it like, well, fuck, that wasn't what I expected. You know?
I think the reason it's difficult for me to parse that is because I don't do that. And the reason I don't do that is because I don't see movies that I don't know that I'm going to like on some level.
Sure.
That is the
and I even said there are things in that movie that I do like.
The only time I've ever seen movies where I came out of it disappointed or I didn't like it or it didn't like anything about it were movies that I was iffy on in the first place, which I don't do that anymore. That was like 2000. We're talking 2003 era, like when I saw Dreamcatcher and walked out halfway through Dreamcatcher. Yeah, because I did not like it at all, and I finished it later. And no, did not care for it whatsoever.
It has a tonal shift that'll jar the fuck out of you.
And that's part of why I didn't like it, because it's
like, oh, well, this is about a group of friends that have this one friend who is possibly an alien, and then all of a sudden you have Morgan Freeman with some war helicopters.
Yeah, that was when I left. That was when I left the theater.
It's like it's pretty jarring. It's like, whoa, shit.
You didn't like the little sperm monster trying to tell him, "Don't hurt us, don't hurt us."
No,
don't hurt us.
No, I did not. No, I did not like that. I didn't like Duddits. I didn't like motherfucker tried to bite my dick off, Jonesy.
Fucking
I didn't like
Duddits.
that. No.
That was
bite your holes.
Mark Wahlberg. That's Donnie Wahlberg.
But yeah, I generally speaking, when I go into movies,
worm. Anyway, sorry.
Like this year. Oh God, you're right. The ass.
Yeah.
Forgot about the fucking toilet. Oh my God.
Oh man, I had to get up out of it.
No, but take this year for example. I've had a really awesome year at the movie theater this year. I have enjoyed everything that I've seen, and I've seen a lot of shit. Like I've seen I Love Boosters or Is God Is. I've seen They Will Kill You, right? These are movies that
I have to watch that. I want to watch that.
They Will Kill You is actually pretty fun.
Yes, it is fun. I think all three of the movies I just mentioned are fun, but you don't hear a lot of fanfare about any of the three of them whatsoever for, because they're like lower budget, movies that just kind of happen in between, like Toy Story 5 and The Odyssey and Masters of the Universe and bigger stuff, right? But no, I look at a trailer, I'm like, oh, I think I'll like that, or I identify something that I'm going to enjoy, and then sure enough, I do enjoy it. Now, I may not enjoy the whole thing. There may be certain parts of it that I don't enjoy, like with Thor: Love and Thunder, but at least there's a third act that I can glom onto. So I guess that's why for me, it's difficult to parse the idea of people saying they wanted to like it, because it's like, well, didn't you go into the movie like with an idea that you were going to like it first, or did you really go into the movie questioning whether
at that point I walked into Thor: Love and Thunder knowing full well I probably wasn't going to like that movie, and I still paid the ticket price and watched it.
Okay, but you still, My whole point, though, Phil, is that you knew you weren't going to like it. You already understood that, and that's really what it is. I feel like people, I feel maybe not you, but I feel like a lot of people, when they say I wanted to like it, they're blaming the movie for why they didn't. And it's like, no, you chose not to like it, and that's fine. Just admit that you chose not to like it. Like with you in the Suicide Squad, you weren't certain, like you said, what do you call it? The optimism that James Gunn was going to do something different, and he never does. For you,
intrigue, sure, yeah, that too.
Right. And so that's what I would say with the Suicide Squad. You believed he was going to do something different. He did not. And so that level set you, which is probably why you probably shouldn't have seen Superman, or shouldn't have been surprised at how you felt about Superman, even though I do think Superman is quite different than.
Which is actually why I'm very much, pretty level set for Man of Tomorrow. I have an idea of what to expect, and I'm not expecting much.
Okay. And it's all subjective. It is totally all subjective in that regard. But yeah, that's why.
I mean, brutal honesty, he's using my favorite Superman villain, and I'm terrified. I'm genuinely kind of terrified for the way, just given the way he writes characters. I'm just like, I don't know.
And that's another one right there where when I talk about like how Superman has been jerked around by Warner Brothers, Brainiac has been jerked around by Warner Brothers and never been given
Brainiac in a sequel.
He has never been given the appropriate time of day other than Krypton, which is sad because Blake Ritson was amazing as Brainiac and Krypton, but the fact that that's the best you could do in live action for Brainiac, the closest we've gotten cinematically to a live action Brainiac is Gus Gorman's computer in Superman 3. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah,
that's the closest we've gotten.
I can't count that.
Easter egg to Brainiac and Man of Steel, but even then,
right. But no, William, Superman 3 is low. Timu, Lex Luthor, and Richard Pryor building like Timu Brainiac.
I went to therapy to forget those last two Superman movies.
Well, they exist.
I'd rather watch Quest for Peace, honestly. I'd much rather watch Quest for Peace than Superman 3.
Oh no, we honest. Phil, we adjudicated.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Phil. I'm with you.
Scott and I completely agree with you on that. Tim,
I can handle Nuclear Man. I can handle Nuclear Man all day.
Awful choices.
Yeah, the Richard Pryor thing. When it comes to that, I'm like, oh, they were trying to capitalize on his fucking stardom, and I'm like, that was so bad. And good for Richard Pryor. He probably got a good paycheck, and he continued to do his fucking stand up, his awesome stand up with all that. But at the same time, it was like, yeah, I can't watch Superman 3 because it was like that's a Richard Pryor movie with Superman in it. And it's like
that's exactly what it is.
So that's why when it comes to Quest for Peace, I can watch that more because I'm like, yeah, I can accept Nuclear Man, and and how ridiculous that is more than. Yeah,
it's it's interesting though because we've talked a fair bit about DC here for a bit, but like floating back to Marvel here, I think it's still funny because the sentiment that I think many of us have, like we think Man of Tomorrow must succeed. If Man of Tomorrow doesn't succeed, then the DCU is pretty much like that's on life support at that point. There are people saying that, whether we agree with it or not, about Doomsday. There are people saying that about Doomsday. There are people.
I've seen people say that I've seen people actually say it's going to flop, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
that doesn't even make sense. Yeah,
this movie would have to cost as much as Age of Ultron and do the exact number that Age of Ultron did to be considered a flop. Jesus,
which is ridiculous because Age of Ultron did what, 1.2 billion?
Yeah, and it cost like 500 something million, something like that.
Holy shit, really?
It was pretty high. It had a fairly high budget. And then again, Joss Whedon had like a fucking 3.5 hour cut that he initially had, and Marvel whittled it down to whatever the fuck they did.
It's the weakest Avengers movie.
I know. Honestly, I think that first movie's kind of aged like milk too, personally. But
okay, the director has.
Well, I mean,
I think the movie has too, but
when you watch the first Avengers movie, it doesn't feel as cinematic as it, at least for me, it doesn't feel as cinematic as it did at first. Like you watch it, you go, huh? But at the same time, I still appreciate it. I still appreciate it because I'm like, I mean, yeah. I mean, again, you separate the artist from the person.
Right.
I just go, yeah. Well, he still pulled it off. Like, and this is what evolved the genre greatly.
Oh,
you know.
Speaking of artists, I told Dave this, but I don't think I told William or you. But there was also somebody else I walked by at Comic-Con, and my reaction was hilarious. So I'm walking by the Ghost Machine booth, and I look over, and I see someone signing, and I was like, that looks like, and sure enough, Mr. Ballcap. I saw him. Locked eyes.
Oh, damn it. You posted about that too.
I was like, I looked at him and I was like, oh, fuck no. And I turn around and walk the other way. Yeah. No.
So Geoff.
You posted about that too.
Geoff Johns.
As soon as I saw that, I was like, Phil, don't go to jail. Phil, don't go to jail. don't go to jail.
Yeah, no throwing down at Comic-Con.
No,
absolutely not. No, it's funny because a couple of my friends were like, what are you going to do if you run into Robert Kirkman? What are you going to do if you run into Rob Liefeld? And I was like, not a goddamn thing. And my friends were even ribbing me. They were like, hey, Phil, this fucking Rob Liefeld panel's happening here. You want to hit that? And I was like, nope. Absolutely fucking not.
Okay, was John's wearing a Tiger's cap?
To be honest, I looked at him and I was like, wow, age has not been kind to you.
Okay.
Like, he looked more gray than ever. I was like, yeah, you probably belong here.
Well, I mean, like being a dick.
Is he from Detroit?
He has, unfortunately, he is from here. I mean, that's also why Simon Baz is from Dearborn, which I found that out reading Green Lantern's Rebirth, which I thought was cool. I do think that part of it is cool, that he's like from this area, like that character is from this area. But yeah, it's Geoff Johns is not necessarily he's
also a lot shorter in person. I thought he'd be a little bit taller, but no, he's a kind of a short guy.
No, yeah, I heard that he was like a short guy. Yeah.
He's a shorter guy, yeah.
Yeah. No, listen, funny enough, and it's funny you bring him up now because, I mean, we are like literally what we're about to see in 2.5 weeks was literally held up by him. We should have seen some version of this cinematically or otherwise years ago, and it wasn't because he was like the Lord and Master of all things Green Lantern and like held everything up, and it was just such a, like, I remember hearing about Green Lantern Corps and they were calling it Lethal Weapon in space, and I'm like, God, why aren't we watching this movie now?
Man, I can't wait. And that's what's good too, is like, obviously William and Phil, they got to see that Hall H, and last week they talked about how much they were like, what they saw, and it all looked great.
I was interviewed by fucking Lantern's social. Like, that was cool.
Yeah.
I ended up.
You go to the DC page.
That cool shit happened, man.
we walked right outside of Hall H, and someone from the Green Lantern social media team walked up to me, and they were like, "Hey, we're doing a thing. Would you like to be asked a couple questions?" Like, yeah, sure, absolutely. Because I was wearing a Green Lantern shirt.
I was about to say you were wearing the shirt, so yeah.
Oh, yeah,
definitely.
Yeah. If you go to the DC page, like, there's a reel for Green Lantern. That I'm there. It's pretty fucking cool. Like, it was fun. It was a lot of fun being asked those questions. And
did you get a ring?
You got a ring. You got a ring.
You got a ring.
Did you find the one you left in the hotel?
I think I might have left it in my hotel room.
Oh God! Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah, I've been looking all over for it. I'm hoping I can.
Did you call the hotel?
They called my friend and let him know that nothing had been left behind. So
okay, so they sold it.
Oh man!
Bill, I already gave you the solution. You just gotta,
you can mail it to me. You have my address, motherfucker. You can mail it to me.
I can text you the coordinates.
He wants you to come down there.
He does.
Harry Reid.
I told him I would. I would make my way.
I'm giving them. I got rings. My rings are cool.
I would drive down for one of the, because I specifically wish I could have one of those rings from the show, like for recency.
And it was
Well, so was it like, did you have to buy it, or was it?
I waited in line. I actually got a bunch of DC stuff from the DC shop at the DC booth. Like, I got an absolute Batman hat. I have a Batman of Two Worlds shirt where it's both, mainline Batman being written by Matt Fraction, and absolute Batman Scott Snyder. Like, I've got that shirt. And then I also have an Absolute Batman shirt that I got as well, on top of the other 3 that I ordered off the internet months ago. So yeah, I got some pretty cool shit from the DC shop. I honestly got a lot of cool shit from San Diego. Like I found, because I've been meaning to find and read One World Under Doom, and I got that really cheap at one of the booths that they had there. So yeah, San Diego is just so jam packed with so many different booths and options.
I was selling shit in line that I didn't intend to sell. Like fuck.
Yeah, like we tried getting into the Absolute Universe panel, and the line for that was just fucking insane. We did not.
You shouldn't have done it in that small ass ballroom.
Yeah. It also didn't help that there were people who stayed from the panel before it because it was also another DC related panel, and it's just like, well, fuck. They honestly should have put it in a bigger ballroom than the one that
20.
they had it in. Yeah,
20 was open. They should have done 20 because we got up there and we're like, it was becoming hopeless. And that's like the whole, like I said, I was telling Phil, I think my name is in line is capped because every time I tried to get on a line for something, it was capped. So I just moved on. And one thing I didn't do is stay too long in any losing situation because everybody was cheating. It was like, man, you motherfuckers, counterfeit wristbands, getting in the building way the fuck earlier than you were supposed to.
It's crazy that shit could happen, man. That's so crazy.
That is
Hall H was best decision I've ever made was when we were sitting in there waiting for to get in the Friday panels, and I just made a decision right there. You know what? I think I'm going to skip Hall H on Saturday.
Yeah.
And the only thing I was going to do is I was going to help Ronan keep his spot in line, and he ended up finding somebody to do that. Or else because I gave my word I was going to help.
Oh, Ronan was in Hall H for Marvel.
He was in Hall H.
I don't think he had to wait in line though. I think he ended up getting in through press.
Okay.
Anyway,
he said changing plans. He texted me changing plans. I'm like, cool. Because Saturday I just went on around the sales floor just picking up stuff and buying really expensive pretzels.
That's how I ended up getting in on Saturday when I went in 2024. I ended up getting in through press. That's how I ended up getting in.
Yeah, see, we actually did the whole waiting thing, and then we got in, and then I said, that 2024 one, I knew it. I would think I'd have been really angry if I would have done all that waiting. First of all, if I didn't get in because some fools were counterfeiting shit, and then second of all, I got in. I got to sit through all that other bullshit for a 31-minute panel, for most of which I didn't. I mean, give me a cool Doom mask, I would probably sell. But as far as anything else goes, I mean, Ghost Rider, that's what I stayed up for.
Yeah,
Black Panther. Black Panther, William. Remember how excited you were about Black Panther?
Yeah, I was thrilled. Substitute Black Panther.
Here we go. So
great actor, the right actor to play T'Challa. OG T'Challa, not substitute.
So regardless of the semantics, I still win the bet. And I'm not saying that you and I made the bet. What I am saying is that there were other people in real life that bet me that they had a similar sentiment to you, William, but they took it further, I think, in believing that we were never going to get another male T'Challa like ever again. Because he was just going to get now it's gone to a woman. It's never going to go back. And
I mean, a male Black Panther because we got the male T'Challa at the end of it.
Well, right? Yes, male Black Panther, exactly. And so like I was like, you're out of your fucking minds because did you not pay attention to how much money the first movie made? They're going to reboot because we've said this before. They were all like, well, they can recast Batman, they can recast Superman, why can't they recast it? I was like, because they need it, and we're not going to readjudicate that. The fact of the matter is, we have a male Black Panther again. I win the bet. I don't give a shit if he's the son or whatever. Again, as pursuant to what I was talking about earlier about Aunt May and Uncle Ben, this is the MCU. The MCU has their own variants, their own continuity. It does not matter. This was
not a plan. This was a response. This was not a narrative. This was a response.
Everything
else you're talking about
but it
was
is now
narrative.
But it is now their narrative. It has become their narrative. It is adjusted into their narrative because they mourned the passing of one of their own, and they did it respectfully, and they did it very graciously, so that no one in the audience was pissed off. And
how about me though? Okay, I have all the respect in the world for Chadwick Boseman, right? I grieved. Yes. I don't go to a movie for a funeral. I go to the funeral. No. I go to a funeral to pay respects to the dead.
You were in the minority.
A tombstone to pay the respects to the dead. I go to the movies to be entertained and taken away from the real life. That movie was horrible to sit through, man. I'm not saying it because of quality-wise. It was a feeling of fucking dread. I came to be entertained. And I'm like, oh my God, I think I might have to get the hell up out of this movie. Not because it's an awful movie, but because holy shit. That's not what I go to the movies for.
And the reality is, William, you were in the minority, and the box office for that movie proves objectively that you were in the minority. That movie made $859 million.
Well, considerably less than the first one.
Because Chadwick Boseman wasn't there. But it was still
COVID. I think because
COVID, absolutely, yes.
COVID actually, but I will say that it wasn't. It was. I mean, I when it comes to watching that movie, I'm not going to put it on. Like I've watched the first Black Panther movie because it's more entertaining. The second one not so much, but at the same time.
I think the second one is better.
It was always gonna get to that point, and there's already rumors that Secret Wars is gonna, because everybody's kind of wondering like how does his son get to that age?
Oh yes, how did it? Yes,
yeah, we're gonna do a crazy time, and it's funny too because like when people start going like, oh yeah, they're now sidelining Shuri and stuff, I'm like, you know what? I appreciate it. She's going to have her time to shine, in, obviously, in Doomsday. She's still Black Panther in Doomsday.
Well, Wakanda Forever was also her movie.
Yes,
it was.
That was her movie. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, but at the same, I go, you know what? I thought I loved her in the first one when she was the desk guy or whatever the hell, that character.
The Q branch. She was the Q branch, yes.
Yeah, and I'm like, I was like, she shined when it came to that. And then, she got put in the position, and I know in the comics that there's been versions of that too, where she has to put the costume on. I think, if I remember correctly, I'm not too familiar with it, but I'm like, but I'm at the same time, I'm like, hey, it's like when people are going like, oh, they're sidelining her. I'm like, no, she's gonna shine how she shined in the first one. Let's not fucking talk about like, oh, she's sidelined. No, she's gonna shine as she shined in the first one. If she's gonna be the tech, and
which is her role, where she's,
and she was fantastic in that role.
Certainly, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And I hate it when people say that shit. And I'm like, stop it, man. Come on.
What are we doing here? Someone on Threads made an interesting point that each Black Panther movie takes place in a separate saga.
That's true.
Black Panther 1's in the Infinity Saga, Black Panther 2's in the Multiverse Saga, Black Panther 3 will be in the Mutant Saga. And I was that's very interesting.
And speaking of the Mutant Saga, the fan casting that is already like making the rounds, because so let's say like whether it is T'Challa's son or if Secret Wars somehow resets it to be T'Challa or ages him up, whatever. The thought process now is Jamie Lawson as Aurora Monroe, which that would work. That
wouldn't hate it.
She wouldn't be Bella Real anymore, but she would absolutely be. She could be a very good Storm.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it here and I've also said it elsewhere. Like I think all the fan castings for the DCU Batman are crap, but as far as Marvel stuff goes, I wouldn't mind that.
You don't like any of the DCU?
None.
Ones?
I think Jensen Ackles is lame and lazy.
Okay, no, he's old. Yeah.
I think Alan Ritchson again.
Brandon
So
nope.
So you don't like Ritchson?
I take Ritchson at his word that he doesn't want to do Batman. He wants to do something else, and I am more excited by that.
He's gonna do. He's been talking to Gunn.
Oh yeah, he's on Horowitz' show recently.
I'd rather him do something else because Batman feels again lame and lazy. I think Brandon Sklenar is fucking. I just don't care. I really just don't care.
I don't know I've never seen anything the guy's been.
I want Andy Muschietti to cast Batman. That's what I want because he's the one making the fucking movie. And yeah, I know James Gunn's the head of DC. What the fuck ever? No, I want Andy Muschietti to be part of that casting process. That's ultimately what I want. But
I mean, that's how it should be. If this is going to be a creator driven and not a producer driven franchise, like the MCU is in an assembly line form, then yes, he should have some say in that. It's funny you the Ritchson thing, because I just saw Motor City last week.
Oh, I gotta watch that.
Which I hear
it's great. It's all about Detroit, right?
Well, it's not about Detroit. It takes place in 70s Detroit. Yes.
Yeah.
It's a period piece. It's
it's
a revenge flick because he plays this guy who, you know, like meets a girl, Shailene Woodley, and because of the girl's former like affiliation with Ben Foster, who is this like drug kingpin, he gets framed for like having a ton of kilos of dope in his car after the guy stole it, and he gets sent to prison. And it's all about what happens, about how he gets out and how he's going to plot his revenge and whatnot. And it's all over the love of this girl. But the innovative thing about it is that there might be 10 words of dialogue in the entire movie.
That's what I hear. It's there's like there's like barely any dialogue. It's all fucking action.
It is all action, sound, and music.
Yeah.
Like 70s era like soundtrack. Like it is, and it's very innovative because it's literally like facial acting. And there are scenes where like there's conversation happening, but it's muted. You can't hear it. Like, you know, he goes into the parole office.
It sucks. You
see the conversation happening, but you do not hear any. You can't hear any dialogue.
You know what sucks? I got sent the screener for it, and I couldn't. I didn't have time to watch it over the weekend. I got too busy with shit, and then I was like, I got sick like half the day of like, you know, on Saturday because I was stupid. But and I was like, all right, I'm gonna watch it on Tuesday. I was like, Tuesday, I'm free. I'm gonna watch it. It already expired. My screener expired. I was like, fuck. Yeah. I was like, damn it.
Yeah, that's how they do it now.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
It is a
and
shame.
I was like, I was all set, ready. I was like, all right, I'm gonna watch it because but I'll support it. I'm gonna when it reaches streaming, I'm gonna fucking rent it.
I did like it. I
want to see it. You know, I want something. You know, and I like Alan Richardson. I like what he had to say. Where he was like, yeah, you know, movies have to get back to just fucking having like, you know, action heroes that are just. It's just you're just an action hero. You're an Indiana Jones. You're a fucking, you know. It's back
and that's definitely what it is. But it's also like the maybe the one movie more than any other movie that you cannot, but you can't. Your attention cannot be elsewhere.
That's great.
Like your phone. You have to. You must visually pay attention.
Yes,
because you will not. That's
what I want to hear.
Vitally important.
That's what I want to hear. And I think this is a good spot to end tonight's stream because I'm starting to like, woo. You know,
same.
I got like 5 hours sleep last night. I was like, oh, damn.
I got like 4 hours.
Because like Spider-Man and then there's things that I was like, oh man. But still a great discussion on Spider-Man. And of course, thank you to everybody who joined. Of course, thank you to Chris. Thank you to Ronan for also joining. And thank you everybody who's been you know, in the chat and everything. Like I said, always fun to break down a movie. I think we covered pretty much all of it. And the great thing about it is we all loved it pretty much, or like, you know, liked it a lot, at least. You know, it's like
I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Yeah. I mean, I think I don't want to say, you know, I kind of talked about this on my show on Monday. I'm like, is this technically the end of the summer blockbuster season? Maybe not, because there is still we got Super Troopers next week, which I'm going to go see with some friends.
Well, when does school start? Because that's pretty much
school starts pretty much in the first couple of weeks of August.
The next one I'm gonna, because I'm not really big on Super Troopers. The next one I'm gonna see is the end of Oak Street.
Yes,
I'm gonna see the end of Oak
Street. I almost think that because and I even read something.
It's like Cloverfield to me. I thought that was a trailer for Cloverfield.
Well, it's J.J. Abrams. So
I saw a headline that said that movie feels like a summer blockbuster, and I'm like, maybe that is going to be the last movie of the summer blockbuster. Even though
I would say so.
Even though technically, because I mean, you know, my brother's a teacher. He's reporting to class next week on Thursday, and it's like, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's different when we were younger. That's for damn sure.
Very
September to June.
But I'm not gonna say that's. I mean, Spider-Man Brand New Day can be like the last movie of the summer blockbuster scene, but I think End of Oak Street is really the last one. Really looking forward to that movie, and kind of curious of like, because Ewan McGregor, I mean, and we when we talked about like Zendaya, Robert Pattinson, Tom Holland, we mustn't forget that Anne Hathaway is having a fucking year herself. Jesus Christ.
The End of Oak Street will be Anne Hathaway's fourth
movie,
and she still has another one in October called Verity.
Yeah.
So she will have been in 5 movies this year, and she's pregnant.
She's also probably having, her and Pattinson are like fighting for having a fucking year.
Yeah, but like in a minute, she's not like, they got to hurry with these press tours because she's gonna go into labor for.
She's pregnant.
Yeah,
too.
She's pregnant with her third child.
She's freaking pregnant, and she's like what? She's like my age. I think she's like
she's 43.
43.
Yeah, she's my age. Yep. So it's like good on her, man. I mean, fucking, I mean, good on her. I mean, I think she's getting a nomination for The Odyssey 100%. Her performance.
I feel bad for it's not fair because it's not fair that Obsession, and Phil, I know you didn't care for Obsession, but it's not fair that Obsession and The Odyssey come out in the same year, because I don't want to see Indy Navarrete and Anne Hathaway fighting for Best Supporting Actress. That's gonna suck. That's really gonna suck.
I am kind of wondering. I'm wondering if the Academy Award season pays any attention to Obsession.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
I'm kind of curious. I'm like,
I think she'll get a nomination.
If they snub that movie, it will be the biggest online discourse in a while.
It will. Yeah. And listen, I do think if it's between her and Anne Hathaway, I do think Anne would win. And I wouldn't be mad necessarily.
You still got Zendaya. She still got another performance.
Because I don't think she'll. Like she won't get nominated for Athena, but she could very well get nominated for Johnny, depending on what she does.
Timothy Chalamet is winning, so
we got to remember that Dune Part 3 that's also going to probably get heavy nominations. The big thing I'm going to be looking at is Ludwig versus Hans. Ludwig versus Hans.
You know what? I think Ludwig's going to take it. So, dude. Okay, when you have to reinvent instruments from 3,000 years ago, learn how to play them, and then build a score out of them.
But then
we're not talking about merit. I'm not saying who should win. I think who's gonna win.
But then we got Denny versus Chris Nolan. And it's like, ooh, that could be a good one too. If they don't fucking snub Denny again.
You see, those big ships that you see in Dune. He's like you said about the size of those ships. That's what he's going to need for his Academy Awards for his movie.
That's the thing. Is but they snubbed them for the other ones, right?
Which is exactly why he's going to trample competition.
I hope so. I hope so.
What were you going to say, Phil?
I was just going to say, I love how Nolan was talking about how he had to remove all of his Oscars while he was writing The Odyssey, and his kid was like, "But you didn't win any Oscars for writing."
Oh God,
that's a fucking burn right there. That made me chuckle.
That's a kid burn. That is a kid burn if there ever was one.
That is your child putting you in your place right there.
Oh my God. But you know what though, and like I feel you on Denny because he's done such a phenomenal job with Dune, but I also feel like science fiction is one of the most disrespected genres by the Academy, and it just 100%. Pisses me off so much.
It is, but he transcends that because of we go all the way back to some of this other stuff. It's going to be an achievement award. These awards he's going to win. It's not about Dune Part 3. These awards are about what they think of him, and he doesn't have one. They gave Christopher Nolan one. All these other people, Timothy. This is how they do it. I'm not saying it's right, but if you watch
that's a fair point.
Awards, I think they are going to. It's going to be a clean sweep.
I don't know about clean sweep because I don't think they're going to ignore the Odyssey, but I do.
You get some tech awards,
but I think Nolan definitely
acting
because he.
Which one?
Matt Damon and Hathaway.
He's losing Chalamet. Anne Hathaway, Zendaya.
You think Chalamet?
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
You think Chalamet is getting a makeup for last year?
I don't. I mean, there's a possibility.
I don't know
because Dune 2
is a decent performance.
Listen, maybe. I thought Oppenheimer, as a non-Nolan fan and as somebody who's not big into all of his movies, but I will watch all of his movies. If Dune Part 2 gets released when it's supposed to, the only guarantee I think that movie walks out with is Robert Downey Jr. for supporting actor. Chalamet wins. He put on a far better performance.
And I think Chalamet is pushing the boundaries with this.
And it's going to be for the achievement of the trilogy.
My skepticism still tells me that they would go with historical biopic, or in this case, Greek mythological translation over science fiction.
Hopefully.
But they believe in it with Lord of the Rings. That shit was fantasy, and that never would.
Yeah. I mean, that's a fair point, but at the same time, then Lord of the Rings was very successful at the box office. Odyssey is looking like that. We got to wait for Dune. I think Dune's going to do well, but how well? Yeah, I don't think it's.
Yeah, they don't care. They're not box office.
No, they're not going
to.
I think it helps.
I didn't even know we're going to be nominated until I started watching the Oscars the night of the ceremony. They will pull movies out of their ass that made $12 a year because it's art.
No, that is true.
When it comes to the big movies,
that is true. But yeah, I don't know. William, you have more faith
in
a science fiction film winning that big than I do.
I'm just going with their established pattern. That's all.
Yeah. All I know is like next year is going to be it's going to be an interesting award season when we see, because like I hope the Odyssey and Dune are fucking just head to head, with all the actors and everything. It's going to be Chalamet versus Damon. It's going to be Zendaya versus Hathaway. It's going to be
Ludwig versus
Nolan and Villeneuve. It's going to be
Ludwig already have Academy Awards, and believe it or not, the Oscars, they think that way.
Yeah,
they do.
I love that.
That is true. They do think
Hathaway
that way.
has one, and I'm not saying that that's right, but if you look at the pattern, I've been watching Oscars since I was a kid.
That is actually a valid point. It is. So we will find out if that is stronger or if their bias against science fiction is stronger. We will find that out.
That's what it is. All right, guys, let's go ahead and go around the horn, promote what you have to promote. Starting with you, William.
All right. So main thing I got coming up as far as YouTube or anything else is the August 16th, we're going to be live streaming Lanterns. If you're in the Southern Nevada area, and you want to come down, I'll have a ring for you. I'll literally have a ring while supplies last. It glows in the dark too. And we're going to watch Lanterns live, or somewhat live. It'll be a little bit later on. And then we'll be live streaming it. And then, because I got to start at 7:30 for
I get it.
Oh, yeah.
So if you come down and get a ring, it's all my social media has all the pictures. You can see what the ring looks like.
All right.
And
I'm in Vegas in October. You better have me.
Actually, October 4th is episode 8. So if you're here, be here for,
I should be there during that time. Maybe I got to check, but yeah. But
that's all I got.
As long as you have a ring for me, William. God damn it. Give me a ring. Propose to me. Anyways, Phil.
Don't dare me.
I have a review of Spider-Man Brand New Day up on my YouTube channel. I've got a smaller one on TikTok and Instagram. I'm probably going to do a photo dump. Probably going to do a photo dump of San Diego here very shortly because I just haven't had the time to upload everything.
Nice.
Other than that, I'm going to probably be really busy with work considering, I'm pretty sure my permanency starts on the 3rd. So I made permanent at my job. So that's pretty cool. Other than that, just Vero Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky, TikTok, just find me there. All my brand of bullshit is pretty much everywhere. I'm going to imagine an episode of Eternal Night is happening soon with regards to Cape Crusader and a bunch of other Batman shit. I know once part 1 happens for Nightfall, Dave and I are going to have a conversation about that. So look forward to that coming out. That's next month, isn't it? August
yeah,
and
I think
September.
So, yeah.
So August is tomorrow. Fuck.
Yeah, I know, right? This is the last.
August, we have 1 minute left in August.
Yeah, Nightfall happens August 25th digitally, and then September 8th on physical. So be on the lookout for that.
It's technically been August here for 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, you guys, we're on West. We're about to hit it right now, and less than 30 seconds. But cool. All right, and then Ray, what do you got?
I also have a review of Spider-Man Brand New Day on my latest episode of Flight Review on my YouTube channel. It's spoiler free, which doesn't really do any of us any interest, but for anybody that has managed to stay in the bubble, because it is damn near impossible to stay in the bubble on.
Oh,
on,
dude,
on
if you hit the For
media.
You page on your Twitter, you can watch the whole fucking movie. Somebody uploaded it already.
I am so fucking glad that I saw it,
dude,
on Wednesday, because oh my god,
Jesus.
it's awful. But I definitely have, like I said earlier, my Patreon. That's what I'm doing now. Flight Review, spoiler free, will be on YouTube, and spoiler filled will be on my Patreon at patreon.com/theflightcast. The podcast itself is now moved to Mondays, so that's when I'm going to be doing my general podcast, and also my feedback show that will be coming up. But I've also got to get caught up on some TV, because I do want to do some Flightbox episodes on YouTube for Strange New Worlds, Cape Crusader, and a couple of other shows as well, and also X-Men 97. I have not seen any of X-Men 97 season 2 yet, and I need to binge through that, because I know they're like there's like 2 episodes of that left, 3 episodes of that left.
They're doing 9 episodes for season 2. They just put out 7, so I think 2 are left. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, like I said, there is so much shit to watch, and yeah, definitely look forward to that. And like we were saying, the end of Oak Street, there'll definitely be a Flight Review episode for that as well in the next couple of weeks.
That looks like a fun movie.
It does. It really does. Yep.
Definitely looks like a summer blockbuster type of movie for sure. All right. Again, thank you guys. Thank you, William, Phil, Ray, and of course, thank you to Chris. Thank you to Ronan, and I think that was everybody, right? Paul. That's right. Paul also. And thank you everybody who's been spending some time with us. Hopefully you enjoyed Spider-Man. And if you haven't seen it yet, yeah, just ignore social media, because spoilers all over the fucking place. Anyways, we love you, and we will talk to you later. Okay. What the hell?
Oh, you're having that problem too. It sucks.